Chapter 539. The people who heard the commotion looked over. They looked at the child on the ground, then at Pei Ziki. Their expressions varied. Some were mocking, some were helpless, some were contemplating. The children of the two ex-wives of the Li family did not return home all year round. They lived with their aunt, as if there was a huge conflict between them and their father. They were all family friends, so they knew about this. The root of the conflict was the stepmother and the son. There was a show to watch. How, what's wrong? The woman hurried over. She bullied me, sob. The child clutched his mother's sleeve tightly. Snot and tears were running down his face. He looked miserable. The woman frowned and looked at Pei Ziki. The two women, one old and one young, looked at each other silently. The old lady of the Li family stood up shakily. At the main table, a handsome middle-aged man with glasses hurried over to help his mother. The mother and son walked over. The old lady was not old. She was not even 70, but she had just recovered from a long illness. Her body was a little weak. "What's wrong now?" The old lady looked at her granddaughter, then at her daughter-in-law. The woman did not speak. She hugged her son and looked at Pei Ziki with deep hatred. "Grandma, she bullied me." The grandson pointed at Pei Ziki and wailed. The old lady heard and said unhappily, "Ziki, you bullied your brother again." Pei Ziki was not convinced. He was the one who started it. "My clothes were dirted by him." And the old lady was even angrier. "He's still a child. How old are you? What kind of sister are you? It's fine if you make a scene at home, but don't you know where you are?" Pei Ziki looked at her father. As usual, the man ignored her coldly. Pei Ziki's eyes reddened. Boys and girls of the same age would look down on other people's family matters. Moreover, it was the Li family's family matter. They had no right to interfere. Perhaps because he had his mother's support, Li Hao, who was young but sensible and hated his half-brothers and sisters since he was young, suddenly broke free from his mother's arms. He clenched his fist and punched Pei Ziki's waist. A 10-year-old child was actually quite strong. He did not know when to stop. Pei Ziki frowned in pain. She slapped him with the back of her hand. The child wailed loudly. It was heart-wrenching. The girl hurriedly hugged her son as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at the old lady and sobbed. "Mother!" "Old madam," Li was furious. The Li family was located in Shanghai. In ancient times, they were considered wealthy. Face was the most important thing. The older generation was particular about family harmony and prosperity. Family scandals should not be aired in public. Behind closed doors, no matter how much Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quarreled with her stepmother, she didn't really like to pay attention to them. What kind of occasion was this now? Furthermore, she had always doted on her little grandson and was usually reluctant to hit him. This slap was a little too heavy. Damn girl. The old lady hit her son a few times and said hatefully, How did you teach your daughter? Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. The hotel manager led Nanman, Pei, and Xianxia in. Everyone looked over. Nanman, Pei was quite famous in Shanghai. There were many young men who coveted her. If they married her, not only would they be able to connect with the Li family, but they would also be able to form a powerful alliance. However, the young man beside her was a bit unfamiliar. When they got closer, someone immediately recognized Xianxia, the rising star of the entertainment industry. In terms of popularity, almost no one in the room was more famous than Xianxia. Nanman Pei's gigolo? That was the thought in everyone's mind. Rich people liked to keep young models and actresses. It was not strange for rich women to keep young men. Women weren't fairies who didn't belong to the mortal world. A few young men who thought they had the ability to hook up with Nanman Pei suddenly felt jealous. Seeing the lively scene in the private room, Xianxia was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a family dinner? There were 3 tables full of people. Pei Ziki burst into tears. She choked and said, "Annie." Nanman Pei patted her head and smiled. "Old lady." The old lady put away her anger and waved at her. She complained, "You're too late." Nanman Pei automatically took Big Brother Li's place and held the old lady's arm. "I went to pick up a friend." She looked at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately said, "Old lady, Mayor Li, The old lady nodded reservedly. Big Brotherly also smiled. Nan Man Pei looked at Pei Ziki and then looked at the crying child in his mother's arms. He smiled and said, "What's going on?" The old lady had a headache. "What's going on?" "They're making trouble again." Li Donglai was expressionless. Xiao Hao smeared his meat on Ziki's body, and Ziki pushed him. Then Xiao Hao punched Ziki, and Ziki slapped him. This round, the siblings are tied. There are all kinds of highlights. 1-1. Shall we continue with the second half? Qin Zhe, he looked at his disciple seriously. After not seeing him for a long time, his disciple had become even more outstanding. The old lady was furious. She grabbed Nan Man Pei's arm tightly. "Look, my Li family has given birth to 3 evil children in this generation. I'm so angry." Nan Man Pei said apologetically, "I didn't teach them well." The old lady glared at her son. "Some people don't know how to give birth." Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. "You're right." Big Brotherly was a little embarrassed. He frowned. "Stop crying." Li Hao was suddenly enlightened. He had always been afraid of his father. He looked at his mother carefully and felt relieved. He didn't care and continued crying. Nan Man Pei saw this and smiled. It's not all brother-in-law's fault. It's the father's fault for not teaching the son well. Isn't there a saying that goes, "A loving mother will spoil the son"? My sister left early and didn't have time to teach him. But as his mother, she can't spoil him too much. He's always causing trouble. He's still young now. What can he do when he grows up? She looked at the woman and said, "Sister-in-law, is what I said reasonable?" The woman secretly gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "It's my fault," Nan Man Pei said unhappily. "Ziki, your mother has apologized." "What are you doing?" The woman, Nan Man Pei said again, "Xiao Hao, have you finished your summer homework?" Li Hao ignored her. Nan Man Pei turned to the old lady and said, "Auntie, education should be done early. Send Xiao Hao back tomorrow. He can come out to play when he finishes his homework." The old lady nodded. "That makes sense." Li Hao cried even harder. Qin Zhe looked at Nan Man Pei with admiration. It was said that birds of a feather flock together. Suyu was Sister Man's best friend. Why didn't she learn her palace skills from Sister Man? Nan Man Pei said, "Qin Zhe is Donglai's tutor. Donglai's college entrance examination results are so good this year because of his teaching." The old lady looked at Qin Zhe in surprise and said, "He's Donglai's tutor? He's so young? Good. If Donglai had met you earlier, he would have been able to get into Fudan University and Jiaodong University." Qin Zhe smiled modestly. Nan Man Pei was particularly talkative today and interrupted, "Why don't you ask him to be Xiao Hao's tutor? Or let sister-in-law ask him for advice on how to teach children to improve their grades?" Qin Zhe answered truthfully, "There's no good way. If the child cries and doesn't study hard, just beat him up." Li Hao cried even harder. The woman said lightly, "You don't have to worry about my family's affairs." Nan Man Pei looked sad and said, "Old lady, I'll try not to talk too much in the future and try not to come to Li's house." The old lady frowned and said angrily, "How can you say that? Is Man an outsider?" The woman defended herself. "Mom, that's not what I meant." The old lady said impatiently, "Don't just stand there. Take him back." Qin Zhe felt a fiery gaze on him. Looking in the direction of that gaze, he saw a young girl with bright eyes, Chun Qingyuan. She had a delicate oval face, and her skin was fair and supple. When he first met her, he remembered that there was still some baby fat on her chin. Chun Qingyuan looked at him silently. She was happy, excited, and tender. Bai Fong saw this scene and curled his lips. This girl was hopeless. Man, my family is full of troublesome people. If only you could come here more often. With you here, no one would dare to make a scene." The old lady muttered. Nan Man Pei smiled and agreed. To the old lady, both of them were her flesh and blood. If there was a conflict, the most she would do was to punish them 50 times and then continue to make a scene. But what could she do? A stepmother was a stepmother after all. Could you ask her to treat her ex's child as her own son? Could you ask the child to be filial to her like his own mother? There were many things that could not be resolved, especially family matters. Why else would it be difficult for an honest official to resolve family matters? Her son was very tactful and had always been a bystander. No matter which side he sided with, the other side would be bitterly disappointed. Moreover, the relationship between Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's father was already very cold. When her youngest son was bullied by her eldest son or daughter, as a father, she had no choice but to stand up as a grandmother. Of course, she would side with her youngest grandson. After all, he was too young and could be easily beaten. Her daughter-in-law was also not easy to deal with. Without her secret instigation, would her grandson be able to stir up trouble like this? She had used emotional violence against her ex's son and daughter all these years. Therefore, the old lady especially liked Nanman Pei because Nanman Pei was generous and capable. Even her sister was not as good as her. In the past, a woman like this could stabilize the house and make the house peaceful. Nanman Pei would stay at the Li family for a few days every year. She would also bring Li Donglai and Pei Ziki home. That was one of the rare times when a Li family was able to reunite and live in harmony. The daughter-in-law of a humble family knew that she could not win against the other party, so she would be very obedient. Her grandson was also afraid of this aunt and did not dare to be too arrogant. Qinze looked at Nanman Pei, who followed the old lady, then at the group of familiar juniors. After thinking for a while, he asked the waiter to add a chair for the juniors. There were rich ladies and old ladies everywhere. He felt that it was not appropriate to sit there. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. She patted the empty seat beside her with her small hands and asked the waiter to add a chair there. Qinze just sat down when 8 or 9 young boys and girls shouted in unison, "Qinge, Qinge, Qinge." It was as if some big brother was attending a banquet, and the underlings were greeting him respectfully. It attracted the attention of the adults on both sides. "Qinze," Bai Fong said. "Hello, I'm Bai Fong, Bai Guowei's sister." Qinze was stunned. He looked at this unfamiliar girl and was stunned by the name. "Hello, you can call me Hey Eyes King. Bai Fong." Chapter 540. Qinze felt that he might have offended this girl named Bai Fong. Not only was she glaring at him, but her face was also full of displeasure. It was just an ordinary joke. Could this girl not take a joke? Or was she sensitive to her name and hated being joked about? There were such people, such as Chun Ergu, Li Erden, Du Ziding, Hao Nyobi Lu Ifa, Ren Baqian, especially the latter. However, the name Bai Fong was still okay. It was quite ferocious. If the other party was a die-hard fan of the great desolate era novels, he might be able to gain the respect of the other party by announcing his name. Unfortunately, Qinze was not a fan of the prehistoric novels. He wanted to tease her when he heard the name. He read all kinds of books, especially Liu Bei. After going to university, his worldview matured. He understood that he was just a salted fish. A salted fish would be a salted fish no matter where he went. Just like a loser in society. Even if he traveled back in time 20 years ago, he would only remember that housing prices were going up, the stock market was going down, and the newspaper seller was going to become a supreme figure. That was all. Don't expect him to become the richest man in the world. If he had this ability, he would not be a loser. Therefore, Qinze learned from his painful experience and bade farewell to the king of the jungle, Liu Bei. Chun Qingyuan saw him in a daze and thought that he was embarrassed. She glared at Bai Fong fiercely and blamed her for making her unparalleled hero lose face. "Master Haizhe King, this soup is delicious." Chun Qingyuan leaned over and scooped a bowl of soup for Qinze. "Thank you." Qinze received it politely. "Oh, you don't have to be so polite with me." Chun Qingyuan frowned and looked unhappy. Qinze was silent for a moment and frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. Pour the wine." Chun Qingyuan immediately beamed with joy. She poured wine for Qinze, picked up food, and sat obediently beside him like a beautiful wife. Qinze was speechless. Suyu, I have found your successor. She's actually your long-lost sister, right?" This scene inevitably made the boys and girls of the same age at the same table cry. After all, there were still many boys who were thinking about the little cabbage, Chun Qingyuan, and there were probably even more girls who had a good impression of Qinze. Qinze had been impatient at the beginning. Later on, he was distressed by the fact that it was the hardest for him to bear the beauty's favor. Now he was indifferent. His mental journey had changed a lot. It was not that he liked Chun Yuan. Perhaps he had a good impression of her. After all, she was a soft and cute girl. Even if he had a sister complex, it was hard for him to dislike her. However, it was still too early for him to like her, let alone love. He felt that when Chun Yuan was older, more sensible, and more sophisticated, this immature love would gradually be forgotten. After a few years, it would be great if they could meet, laugh, and chat. However, Qinze didn't know Chun Yuan very well, so he didn't know how stubborn she was. She was actually a silly girl who was stubborn. Qinze had unknowingly become the center of attention of the young boys and girls. The topic of conversation always revolved around him. The girls were curious about this in that, inadvertently bringing up the topic of conversation about him, or bringing up all kind of troubles. Then, they blinked their eyes and asked Qinze what they should do. For example, people don't want to fall in love, but there are many boys chasing them. Qinze, you men are so annoying. Qinze said, No, we men don't hate you. We men just have a desire for knowledge and like to explore the depths of people. Another example, Qingge, you write songs so fast, it's amazing. People admire you so much. The internet says that you are a fast shooter, but I think you are a machine gunner. Qinze said, As long as it's not a sniper, I don't care. Would I ever be able to get rid of this title in this lifetime? I want to wash my hands and never write songs again. Some people were more concerned about his private life and asked him if he had a girlfriend. Qinze didn't answer. After all, this kind of thing was more sensitive. He glanced at Chun Yuan. The latter understood. She helped Qinze peel the mantis shrimp and said crisply, Don't worry, I will strive to be your sister-in-law as soon as possible. Pei Ziki glanced at Chun Yuan secretly. Donglai, are you interested in working in my company during the summer vacation? Qinze asked. Qinggu, we are not in the same profession. Li Donglai scratched his head. Qinze slapped his scalp. You got into a second-rate university, and you are so proud. You have passed the 2 biggest exams in your life. But your life hasn't started yet. Before you step into society, you should never be complacent about your insignificant achievements. Facing Qinze's nagging, Li Donglai didn't dare to be impatient. First, he respected Qinze. Second, he was afraid that Qinze would slap him to death. Li Donglai smiled and said, Yes. Study hard. I want to go to college every day. I will remember your teachings, Qingge. Qinze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Li Donglai would remember the flirtatious words he said occasionally when he was chatting with others. In the future, he had to try to control himself in front of his students and not talk flirtatiously. Otherwise, when they met in the future, it would be a big scandal. One flirtatious words and the other flirtatious words. Qinze drank and ate under the service of Chun Yuan. He chatted with the teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. They got along quite well, except for the big boss named Bai Fong, who didn't like to talk to him. Occasionally, he would talk to him, but it was to secretly stab him with a few words. Qinze was puzzled. What's the meaning of this? We don't have any enmity, and we don't have any grudges. Why are you always at odds with me? Pei Ziki said, Sister Bai, help me turn the soybean stewed pig trotters over. I will get a bowl. Bai Fong turned the dishes and said, There are no more pig trotters. There are only soybeans. Pei Ziki said, Soybeans are delicious too. They are especially fragrant when stewed. Suddenly, she stuck out her tongue and laughed. It's just that it's easy to fart when you eat too much. Bai Fong heard and laughed. You guys fart when you eat too much. I don't. I just burp. What it meant was, I am a little fairy. I don't fart. Qin Bao Bao often said, I'm a little fairy. I don't fart. I'm a little fairy. I don't have I shit. I'm a little fairy. I don't have leaks in my teeth. Qinze thought that the opportunity had come. He coughed and pretended to be inquisitive. Maybe it's the fart that got lost. Pei Ziki, Bai Fong. The table was filled with low laughter. Ding. His phone rang. Qinze took out his phone to check the message. It was from Nan Man Pei. Go and propose a toast to my brother-in-law. Did I ask you to come over to eat and drink? You don't have any sense at all. Qinze looked at Nan Man Pei from afar. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Queen Bey glared at him. This will make me look snobbish and arrogant. But since Sister Man said so, I will reluctantly do it, Xianxia replied. Chun Yuan secretly leaned over to take a look. Xianxia gently lifted her crystal earlobe and laughed. Where did you learn the bad habit of peeping at such a young age? Chun Yuan said righteously, My mother used to look at my father's phone like this. Xianxia laughed. Your parents must have a bad relationship. Chun Yuan's face darkened. She bit her lip. Xianxia whispered, I'm sorry. Chun Yuan never got angry with him. She shook her head. Qinggu is right. My parents have a bad relationship. Xianxia patted her head like a brother caressing his sister. Then, he poured the half-drunk snowball into Chun Yuan's glass. Asked the waiter to change her glass. He poured himself a glass of white snowball, picked it up, and walked to the main table. Chun Yuan looked at the glass in front of her. It was filled with transparent snowball. She licked her lips. Should she have a sip? No. She was too infatuated. However, she really wanted to drink it. Should she have a sip? At this moment, she caught sight of Pei Ziqi's helpless gaze, which was filled with sorrow and hatred for her incompetence. She immediately blushed. She waved her hand and said, Waiter, change my glass. Pei Ziqi curled her lips and said, Keep it. Secretly put it in your thermos. Quick, when no one is looking. Chun Yuan's face turned redder. She stared at her and said guiltily, Don't talk nonsense. Pei Ziqi snorted. What do you like about him? You're so infatuated. He doesn't even like you. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to be infatuated with him? Chun Yuan said, That's strange. It's my business that I like him. What does it have to do with you? Pei Ziqi said, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chun Yuan rolled her eyes. Stop it. I'm not your only best friend. Why don't you persuade others? You're always interfering with my freedom to love. Pei Ziqi, do you need me to tell you what's on your mind? Qinggu is handsome and charming. I'm a woman. I like men. Why wouldn't I like him? Pei Ziqi said angrily. I know I can't stand you being so stupid. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you're still talking nonsense. I'm not going to care about you anymore. Chun Yuan spat and said bye-bye. The two pinched each other under the table a few times. Both of them grimaced in pain. Li Donglai said, Qinggu is asking for a toast from an old man. Don't. How can Qinggu bow to evil? Pei Ziqi said, You're the evil one. Your whole family is evil. Li Donglai was stunned. Yes, my whole family is evil. Pei Ziqi was speechless. Bai Fong chuckled. Your father is famous for not giving face. When others propose a toast, the most he will do is nod. He won't touch glasses. Taking a sip of wine is already giving face. Let's guess. Did Xianxia ask your father to take a sip of wine? The others were deep in thought. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi were silent. With their father's personality, a nod was the most he could do. On the other side, Xianxia walked to the main table with a wine glass. His actions attracted the attention of many people. For example, the juniors at Li Donglai's table and a few uncles at the main table. Xianxia took a sip. Mayor Li, let me toast you. The burning sensation was like a burning knife. First, the taste buds exploded, since the throat was burning. The wine was delicious, but it was also terrible. Let's see if you can drink it. Of course, it was like what the advertisement said. Soft in the mouth, a thin line in the throat. It didn't exist. If it was soft in the mouth, it was something else. For example, yogurt. A thin line in the throat was even better. Ordinary people couldn't do it. The juniors looked over. The middle-aged man who looked like an uncle watched with great interest. Chapter 541. Unexpectedly, Big Boss Lee had a kind smile on his face. He picked up his glass and drank all the wine in it. The uncles at the table looked normal on the surface, but they were very surprised in their hearts. Mayor Lee had given him a lot of face. Was this young man Nan Pei's boyfriend, or what? Normally, a junior like Xianxia could be ignored. At most, he was an excellent entrepreneur or an outstanding young man. It was already a blessing for such a person to be able to join the table. The act of toasting was actually very abrupt, because with his status alone, he did not have the right to do so. For example, If you were a small employee under Jack Ma's father and had no position or power, you would come with a glass of wine at the annual meeting and say, "Old Ma, I'll drink this bowl of hot sh tea. You could do whatever you want. Who the F *ck are you?" With the big boss's self-restraint, he would nod slightly and smile at you. But not only did the big boss smile at you, but he also drank it. If he was Nan Man Pei's boyfriend, it would make sense. Li Donglai said in surprise, "The old man seems to value our Qinggu a lot." Pei Ziki looked at Qin Zhe in surprise. Chen Qingyuan was proud. Her expression said, "The man I like is of course excellent." Qin Zhe finished his toast and was about to return to his seat when an uncle suddenly pulled him and laughed. "Don't go, sit down and chat with us." Then, he asked the waiter to add a chair. Qin Zhe sat down blankly and was pulled by the enthusiastic uncle to chat. This unfamiliar uncle claimed to be Qin Zhe's fan and liked his exaggerated and borrow 500 years from the heavens the most. Moreover, he even shouted loudly on the spot, causing the other uncles to clap and raise their cups to drink. Qin Zhe felt that he was like a fire in winter that ignited the enthusiasm of the uncles. "Uncle, how should I address you?" Qin Zhe asked awkwardly. "Hey, you don't know me?" The passionate uncle looked unhappy. "Oh, you're whispering sweet nothings to my daughter. I'm right in front of you. Don't you recognize me?" Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Dare I ask, what is the relationship between your beloved daughter's name and me?" The enthusiastic uncle said, "You can call me Uncle Chun. My daughter is Chen Qingyuan." He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the table. Chen Qingyuan was looking at him with bright eyes. She seemed to be very happy that he got along well with her father. Qin Zhe was speechless. When he looked at Uncle Chun again, he was a little reserved. In his eyes, was he the pig who had taken his family's cabbage? So passionate. "Are you trying to set me up?" "I finally caught you. I asked Qin Yuan to bring you home for us to meet, but you refused." Uncle Chun poured Qin Zhe a full glass of wine. "Drink 1 glass as punishment." After Qin Zhe finished drinking, he said to everyone, "My daughter didn't learn well in the past. She fooled around outside every day. We couldn't bear to hit her, and she wouldn't listen to us. Mom and I have been worried about this." Everyone chuckled. They were all from families that knew each other very well. They all knew that there was a problem girl in the Chun family. In fact, the children in their family might not be very sensible, but they were more restrained. They were not like Chen Qingyuan, who unscrupulously put on smoky makeup, went to bars, karaoke, and went out with the teenagers they were familiar with on motorcycles. Chen Fuxing patted Qin Zhe and gave him a thumbs up. "It's all thanks to little Qin. Ever since I met little Qin, my daughter has stopped fooling around. She comes home on time every day and goes to bed at 10 o'clock sharp. Her grades have also improved steadily." As he spoke, he sighed. "But there's a new problem. I don't know what kind of magic potion you fed her." The hint was obvious, so everyone laughed. They understood. The problem girl of the Chun family liked this young man. Big Bosley nodded and said, "After Fuxing said this, I also have to thank little Qin. Donglai's results will depend on you in the future." Qin Zhe immediately said, "I'll do my best. Donglai's aptitude is actually not bad. It's just that she didn't focus on her studies in the past." Chen Fuxing asked, "What's going on?" Big Bosley smiled and said, "Little Qin is Donglai's tutor." According to Li Donglai's original results, it was hard to say if he could go to university. Of course, he would definitely go to university in the end. How could the mayor's son not go to university? However, getting into university with one's own ability and getting in through connections were two completely different things. Whether it was in terms of face or long-term vision, one had to consider the whole life. Everyone was slightly stunned. They looked at Qin Zhe with a hint of admiration. Qin Zhe said humbly, "It's all because of Sister Man's hard work." When he mentioned Pei Nan Man, there was a natural intimacy in his tone. This kid can't really have an affair with Nan Man Pei, right? If it was just a tutor, Big Bosley wouldn't give him so much face. It was very likely that he had an intimate relationship with Nan Man Pei. Everyone knew that kind of relationship. Actually, it wasn't. Big Bosley gave him so much face only because of Qin Zhe's identity, the son-in-law of the Wang family. Nan Man Pei told him, As for the inside story that the Wang family didn't like Xianxia, not many people knew. Even Nan Man Pei didn't know. The uncles at this table were the heads of various organizations in Shanghai. They were definitely not nobodies. However, they didn't know about the Wang family. There were so many rich families in Beijing. Unless they were sitting in a certain position, who would pay attention to their daughter's marriage? Little Qin, are you a singer, an actor, an entrepreneur, or a teacher? A square-faced, burly, and rough man smiled. Xianxia was stunned and didn't answer this question. Those who sang and acted were all celebrities, and celebrities were all entertainers. And this table was full of big bosses. Entrepreneurs were people who did business. And this table was full of big bosses. Teacher of the people. To hell with teacher of the people. He knew that he was just a tutor, but he still said the words, teacher of the people. Was he mocking him? Xianxia was no longer the salted fish he had been in the past. He was able to discern who was speaking with hidden wisdom and who was speaking with sincerity and enthusiasm. For example, Uncle Chun, who might have been taken advantage of by him, actually admired him. Who was this person? His words were sarcastic. Had he offended him? Xianxia pondered and said, I'm just a successor of communism. The square-faced man, the uncles at the table were all stunned. Such an answer was very intelligent. The square-faced man smiled insincerely. Little Qin is quite humorous. You're very good at joking. Xianxia looked at Big Boss Li in shock and said, Uncle Li, so the country has been joking with us. Such a meaningful question made everyone at the table fall silent. The square-faced man's mouth twitched. Xianxia smiled. Who cares if you're the son of a rich family or an official? In front of the successor of communism, you're all scum. That famous person on the internet, the son of the richest man, is called Wang Shirtsong. At most, he will be the successor of Wanda. I'm the successor of the party and the country. What's there to be proud of with a mere Wanda? It's not low-key at all. I'm the successor of a country. I'm the successor of socialism. Am I proud? Am I showing off everywhere? Idiot. Chen Fuxing laughed and joked. Little Qin, do you have a girlfriend? Xianxia answered honestly, yes. Chen Fuxing was a little disappointed. The others looked enlightened. That's right, there was really something going on. Especially the square-faced man. His expression turned ugly. On the other side, old Madame Li asked curiously, Man, which family is this young man from? She felt that Xianxia might have an extraordinary identity. Nan Man Pei sat elegantly beside old Madame Li. She smiled more often than before and was gentler. She had restrained her cold and domineering manner. He's my business partner. He runs a few companies. They're not bad and have the potential to be listed. Nan Man Pei said, he's not from any family. He's from an ordinary family. She looked at Xianxia's table. At this moment, that guy was taking turns to play in circles. Then, he was competing with the square-faced man in drinking, one glass after another. Nan Man Pei didn't expect Xianxia to be so good at drinking. She didn't remember seeing him drunk. Of course, they didn't spend much time together. Instead, when he was a tutor, he ate at her house every few days as a tutor and cook. Nan Man Pei liked Xianxia's dishes very much, but she never praised him. Old Madame Li frowned. Is he your lover? The group of aunties laughed. Nan Man Pei's face stiffened slightly. She said awkwardly, Old Madam, no, he's a friend. Old Madame Li had an I understand look on her face. She leaned in and whispered, You brought your friend here? Xianxia will drink with him? Nan Man Pei smiled faintly. He really isn't. Old Madame Li said, It's best if he isn't. You're in your 30s and still not willing to get married. Are you still thinking about your ex-husband? Nan Man Pei shook her head. No. Old Madame Li said, Well, I don't think so. I'm going to introduce you to someone today. Look, do you see that young man? He's handsome, and his family is from Nanjing. His grandfather just retired from the military, and he's not married. He's quite a match for you. Nan Man Pei was speechless. She felt like she had been tricked. She followed old Madame Li's gaze, but couldn't find the handsome man. That one, the one wearing a camouflage vest and a military green jacket. Old Madame Li pointed to her. Oh, that was a very strong man with a square face. He looked to be in his 30s, but he didn't really fit the word handsome. He was the kind of person that Nan Man Pei would blacklist at a glance. Why would an ugly man marry a wife? Generally speaking, beautiful people wouldn't find a partner who was too average-looking unless it was for money. Nan Man Pei was also a woman. She wasn't a VIP member of the Appearance Association, but she was a little obsessed with looks. Su Yu and Wang Zijin were also obsessed with looks, but their taste wasn't limited to superficial appearance. They valued feelings more. But if you were too ugly, they didn't care about feelings. Qin Bao Bao was probably the one who didn't care about looks the most. As long as he was good-looking, it was fine. Since puberty, she had decided to hang herself on a somewhat good-looking crooked tree. Those stunning beauties just had to fall head over heels in love with an arrogant but average-looking man. They would never change until death. They were all made up by average-looking writers. It was just like the ancient writers who wrote about beautiful and enchanting fox immortals who liked to entangle with penniless and poor scholars. They were all poor scholars. At this moment, old Madame Li suddenly frowned and trembled as she covered her upper left abdomen. Nan Man Pei was shocked. "What's wrong?" Old Madame Li showed a pained expression. "It hurts a little. Man, help me." Nan Man Pei was shocked and said, "You're sick again? I'll call the doctor right away." Then she shouted at the flustered woman, "Why are you sitting there like a fool? Call your husband over. How old are you? Don't you know how to behave?" Chapter 542. Qin Zhe was chatting with Chen Qingyuan's father. Chen Fuxing was actually a little mischievous. He set a trap for Qin Zhe and coaxed him into toasting the elders at the table. And he couldn't use beer, he had to use white wine. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "As expected, he still has some opinions about me." Chen Qingyuan's pursuit of Qin Zhe was a hot topic in a certain small circle. Even when chatting with outsiders, when they talked about Qin Zhe, who was a hot topic in the entertainment industry, they would say, "In our circle, there's a little girl who likes him very much and wants to throw herself at him, but he doesn't care about her at all." Chen Fuxing only had one daughter, and he treasured her dearly. Even if Chen Qingyuan made a fuss, he couldn't bear to hit her. Because of his concern for his daughter, he naturally heard a lot of rumors. Therefore, while he was grateful to Qin Zhe, he also felt resentment. "This idiot, my daughter is so cute, but he turns a blind eye to it." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "You're not Chen Fuxing, you're a holy paladin." The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Even if there were 10 Qin Zhe at the table, he still wouldn't be a match for the other party. He had no choice but to beat them one by one. Starting from Big Boss Li and a big fat uncle, the fat uncle praised, "Little Qin, you're good at drinking. You're comparable to me in the past. I like young people like you who can drink and are forthright. I'll drink too." He drank half a glass of white wine and let out a long breath. "I'm old, and my alcohol tolerance isn't as good as before. When I was in Shenzhen, I could drink 8 ounces per person." This was a very talkative uncle. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Uncle used to drink a lot of Cantonese. I'm impressed." He drank another mouthful. Everyone cheered, and the scene was very lively. When the circle hit the square-faced guy, he reached out and pressed the rim of the glass. He glanced at Qin Zhe and said leisurely, "I like to drink, and I'm also a drinker. I admire your alcohol tolerance." At this point, he paused. "So?" Qin Zhe stared at him, waiting for him to continue. "It's not easy to drink with me. You have to drink me well before you can continue to circle." The square-faced man laughed. The uncles burst into laughter. This was the advantage of a wine table. It was suitable for bickering. Others might not think that you were insensible and might even kick up a fuss. They wouldn't kick up a fuss. They were all people of status. But if Qin Zhe didn't answer, it would seem too cowardly. Since the square-faced man dared to say so, it proved that he was very confident in his alcohol tolerance. Then, he bullied Qin Zhe and drank several glasses of white wine in a row. Qin Zhe smiled modestly. "How do you drink it?" He straightforwardly accepted the challenge and received a wave of kind applause. "Let's drink 1 cup each. We can't go to the toilet during this period. Whoever surrenders first will stop," the square-faced man said. "No problem." Qin Zhe was like a young boy, full of fighting spirit. The square-faced man laughed. "Great." He let go of the cup and used his eyes to signal Xianxia to pour wine for him. "Boss, I'll pour wine for you." Xianxia poured wine for him and himself. The two clinked glasses gently and drank it in one gulp. The white wine was spicy and strong. The two of them sighed at the same time. It was the second cup. When they drank the third cup, the uncles couldn't help but cheer enthusiastically. Pei Ziki pouted and said, "Idiot, being coaxed like a monkey." Li Donglai frowned and said, "Don't be so arrogant. You're worried about him, aren't you?" Pei Ziki was furious. "Who's worried about him? Li Donglai, are you a dog?" Li Donglai was confused. "Why do you say I'm a dog?" Pei Ziki, "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Li Donglai, he and Pei Ziki had always had a small argument every day and a big one every 3 days. The relationship between siblings was the most difficult in the brothers and sisters series. The relationship between siblings was usually good. The elder sister would do makeup for the younger sister and help her dress up. If the elder brother really loved the younger brother, he would bring the younger brother to the big sword and personally open the door to a new world for the younger brother. The relationship between siblings was also easy to manage. The elder sister usually doted on the younger brother more. Occasionally, they would even kiss and sob, just like Xianxia and Bao. The relationship between siblings was very tricky. They either had an average relationship or quarreled all day. Even if it was the elder brother, it would be fine as long as there was love. Such a sister only existed in Japan. The soft and cute sister who called out, "Oni Ai-chan," all day also only existed in Japan. Chen Qingyuan said worriedly, "What if Qinggu drinks too much later?" Pei Ziki glanced at her. "Isn't that good? You can sneak into his room and sleep with him." Chen Qingyuan touched her chin and seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. "Over there, it should be the 5th cup." The square-faced man drank the 5th cup, which was longer than the previous 4 cups combined. After he endured the nausea and finished drinking, Xianxia immediately poured wine for him. "I'll do it myself." He was tongue-tied. No, I'll do it. Xianxia insisted on filling his cup. "Come, cheers." Xianxia picked up the cup and drank again. The square-faced man was speechless. His face was red, and he looked at Xianxia unwillingly. If looks could speak, he would say, "Why aren't you drunk? Are we drinking the same wine?" Seeing that Xianxia was about to pour wine for him again, he quickly covered the mouth of the cup. "I'll do it myself. Xianxia said righteously, "No, I have to do it." The square-faced man said, "You don't have to be so polite." Xianxia said, "I'm not being polite. What if you cheat and don't fill it up?" The square-faced man was speechless. "Sai, forget it. We've drunk enough." Someone advised, "That's at least half a kilo, right?" Someone mumbled. At this point, they were all shocked. Everyone was an experienced drinker. The number of banquets they had drunk together was enough to circle the earth. They had never seen someone who could drink so much. From the beginning until now, he had drunk 1 cup after another. There were more than 10 cups, and all of them were full. The scariest thing was that his face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He did not look like he was going to vomit at all. That was very scary. Xianxia shook his head and said, Fill it up. I have to drink you up first. There are still a few uncles waiting for me to play circles behind." The square-faced man said, "Let's stop here. You can go play circles." Xianxia said, "So you admit defeat?" He suddenly stopped talking. Xianxia said, Fill it up. The square-faced man was speechless. His mind was not very clear now. He thought to himself, "Why is this kid so insensible?" He looked at Mayor Li in a daze. The mayor pretended to look at the scenery around him. Xianxia finished his 6th cup and looked at him provocatively. "Old Tai, double tap 666. Bah, hurry up and drink, old Tai. We can still drink 1 cup after another. A weakling dares to provoke me? Don't you know that I'm the liver emperor? A real man should put his life on the line and drink directly." The square-faced man probably could not stand his provocative gaze. This time, he became a man and drank directly. Then, he rushed in the direction of the bathroom. Xianxia shouted behind him, "Come back and continue drinking." Chen Qingyuan's father tugged at Xianxia's arm and said, "Why are you two fighting so fiercely?" Xianxia said in a low voice. He competed with me first. Chen Fuxing said unhappily. Even so, you can't be so stubborn. His family is a big boss in Nanjing. You should be more careful. Qinzhe said, Thank you, Uncle Chen. I'm not going to Nanjing to earn money. It has nothing to do with me. Also, I didn't offend him. Why did he stab me? Chen Fuxing was stunned. Yeah, why did he pick a fight? This was a difficult question. Qinzhe thought for a while. Maybe he's jealous of my good looks? Chen Fuxing was speechless. Qinzhe said, I can't take it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom and vomit. My stomach hurts. His body was extraordinary now. After being tempered and nourished by the times are calling, his stomach felt a little uncomfortable after drinking so much white wine. Ding! Show your divinity, 13/15. Help Su Chanfeng relieve her pain and achieve the effect of shocking everyone. 500 points will be rewarded for success. Points will be deducted for failure. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. Qinzhe, what's wrong with this mission? Is there a bug in the system? Why did it give me a mission without warning? Who is Su Chanfeng? Qinzhe said in his mind. System, you finally got a bug. You low life, hurry up and fix it. The system did not ignore him. It replied, It's not a bug. The system caught your desire to show your divinity in front of people. Since there's a chance now, I'll help you trigger it manually. Qinzhe was speechless. This mission was triggered as if it was a joke. It shocked everyone again. There were 1 billion people in China, and they did nothing all day. They were either shocked or silent. Right? Speaking of which, he had not done the Divinity Show series mission for a long time. The first mission in his life was the Divinity Show series. Then, after a year, he still had not finished this series of missions. Qinzhe was a little ashamed. Qinzhe said, Who is Su Chanfeng? Do I know her? Let me see the mission details. The system said, Su Chanfeng, originally known as Su Chanfeng, is the owner of the devil fruit. She once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Later, she turned over a new leaf and gave birth to 7 children with a snake demon. This is the origin of the Dragon Ball. Qinzhe said, You're so happy just from being naughty. At this moment, Pei Ziqi's stepmother hurried over and said, Honey, Mom's stomach hurts. Maybe it's her old illness. Big Brotherly was shocked. He quickly got up and followed his wife to check. Mom, how are you? Xianxia asked with concern. It hurts here. The old lady pressed her right abdomen. If it hurts here, it should be pancreatitis again? Xianxia frowned. Quick, call the doctor and send her to the hospital. I've already called, Nanman Pei said. The right thing to do at this time was to call an ambulance. However, the old lady had a small team to take care of her life, including a private doctor, life assistant, and nutrition consultant. Since the old lady had just fallen ill, the doctor also came over. They were in the hotel room. When the doctor came over to check on the situation, they would send her to the hospital. It was always reassuring to have a professional by her side. Old lady, do you want to vomit? Qinzhe came over and asked, but no one paid attention to him. Everyone was nervous and asked about the old lady's well-being. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai also ran over and stood by the side. No one cared about this kid who was just here to join in the fun. Old lady, do you want to vomit? Qinzhe asked again. Still, no one paid attention to him. Chapter 543. Nanman Pei said gently, Old madam, do you want to throw up? The old lady shook her head. It just hurts. Big brother Li comforted her. The doctor will be here soon. Mom, bear with it. Qinzhe squeezed through the Annies in front of him and pushed Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai back. Get out of the way, I'm going to show off. It's time to show off my real skills of showing off in front of the masses. Can you call it showing off when you're a scholar? If she didn't vomit, then it's not a relapse. Maybe she didn't control her diet and ate too much. Qinzhe said, Kid, don't talk nonsense. How do you know it's not a relapse? One of the aunties who was pushed by Qinzhe reprimanded. A relapse of pancreatitis is serious, Qinzhe said. The symptoms are vomiting and abdominal pain. If it's just abdominal pain, is it acute or chronic? This time, it was Pei Ziqi who answered him. It seems to be acute. Qinzhe came to a realization. He leaned closer to the old lady and said seriously, It's okay. It's just that she's old and her organs are recovering slowly. She has intermittent pain, but it's okay. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, everyone looked anxious and concerned, waiting for the doctor to come and check on the situation. However, this kid was self-righteous and talkative. He had some common sense and wanted to be in the limelight. That was the stupidest thing. Li Donglai quietly tugged at him with an awkward expression. The old lady was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Li Xianxia frowned and said, "The doctor isn't here yet." Nan Man Pei said, "He was outside just now. He's not in the hotel room. He's already on his way back." "Should we send her to the hospital first?" someone asked. Li Xianxia nodded. "No, wait. Send her to the hospital." They wanted to wait for the doctor to come, but the old lady was in great pain and the doctor was outside. No one present was a medical student, so they were afraid that it would delay the treatment. "Why don't I take a look?" Qin moved closer to Nan Man Pei. This person, was he crazy about being in the limelight? The aunties and uncles frowned. Li Xianxia looked displeased. Qin immediately said, "I've studied medicine before. Sister Man knows." Nan Man Pei was dumbfounded. The others were stunned and looked at Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei put away his blank expression and remained silent. Qin took the opportunity to squeeze to Nan Man Pei's side and nudged her to the side. "Elder Sister Man didn't expose me. Elder Sister Man really loved me." Qin gently pressed his finger on the old lady's upper left abdomen. "Does it hurt here?" The old lady nodded. He moved his hand to the side of his waist and gently pressed for a moment. "Does it still hurt?" The pain on the old lady's face did not change. Qin pressed her lower right abdomen for a moment. "Does it still hurt?" The author made a mistake in the previous chapter due to carelessness. He didn't expect to be immediately pointed out. The pain was in his upper left abdomen. "Comrade Mao Zedong, please sit down." Mao Zedong's eyes are very dangerous. The old lady frowned. "It hurts." Qin massaged her arms and back for a moment. "How about now?" The old lady's eyebrows relaxed. "Are you feeling better?" Qin replied with an "oh," and continued to massage various acupoints. Everyone looked at him with confusion, doubt, and surprise. The old lady sat on the chair and slowly relaxed from frowning to enduring the pain. A few minutes later, she didn't look like she was in pain anymore. In fact, she even felt a little refreshed. Li Xianxia stood on her left. His anxious expression slowly changed from half-squatting to relaxed and surprised. He also stood up. Nan Man Pei and Pei Ziqi's stepmother were on the right. Nan Man Pei looked a little dazed and looked a little cute. Qin followed the liver meridian to the gallbladder meridian and massaged it back and forth. Pancreatitis caused pain in the liver and gallbladder. Since the person was old and their organs were weak, Qin could help them sort out their qi and blood. It would have an immediate effect. Pancreatitis itself was a disease that required rest. Therefore, it was very effective to use traditional Chinese medicine techniques to nurse it. If it was any other disease, the patient would have been sent to the hospital. Treating pancreatitis was simple and troublesome. The real medicine was just an injection to suppress the secretion of the pancreas. However, the later recuperation was very troublesome. The patient couldn't eat or drink and had to rely on an drip to maintain nutrition. This disease was caused by eating. It was commonly known as the disease of the rich and the elderly. Pancreatitis would turn into pancreatic cancer, which was one of the most painful cancers known to medicine. Qin said, "Old lady, you have to be careful when you eat. You haven't recovered from your illness." The old lady said, "I didn't eat much. I followed the menu." Qin said, "Did you eat meat? You can't eat meat. You're old, so the recovery period is slower than young people." The old lady said, "I ate a little." Qin nodded. "That's why you're in pain. Eat porridge for a month." The old lady replied, "Oh, young man, how did you treat me just now?" She asked the question that everyone present was wondering. Qin said, "The acupoint pushing technique in Chinese medicine is very simple." As he said this, he received a system prompt in his mind. Mission completed. Reward, 500 points. How wonderful. Li Donglai wondered. "Qin Gu, how do you know Chinese medicine? You're from the finance department." This, he was accidentally exposed by his disciple. Xianxia looked at everyone and reprimanded. We're the successors of communism. We have to know everything. If you don't have a few skills, how can you take over? By the way, I've been waiting for 24 years. When will I take over? Waiting online, urgent. Li Donglai was speechless. The doctor finally rushed back with a first aid kit. He pushed the crowd aside and asked, "How was the old lady?" Seeing that the old lady was safe and sound, the doctor was stunned. He pushed the frame of his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looked at Li Jianya blankly. Li Jianya nodded slightly and said, "There's a sudden pain in the upper left abdomen just now, but it's fine now. Doctor, can you take another look?" The doctor was experienced. After hearing this, he knew what was going on. It's normal to have pain after recovering from pancreatitis, but if you don't recuperate well and have similar pain often, acute pancreatitis will worsen and become chronic. Everyone was relieved when they heard what the professional said. The doctor then briefly checked the old lady's body. There was nothing serious. He planned to stay and observe for a while to see if there would be any follow-up pain. Shun Fuxing laughed and pulled Xianxia to continue drinking. Li Jianya said, "Little Qin drank a lot. It's about time." There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. "By the way, why didn't Ihang come back?" Li Jianya asked. The middle-aged man said, "I'll go and take a look. He just wanted to go to the toilet." The doctor expressed his interest in Xianxia's Chinese medicine. He felt that he had met someone of the same kind, so he casually chatted with him. After realizing that he didn't know anything about Western medicine, he only talked about Chinese medicine. As expected of a private doctor, he was very knowledgeable and actually had a lot of knowledge about Chinese medicine. When Xianxia said that Chinese medicine relied on experience and took a long time to accumulate. Moreover, the background of the existence of Chinese medicine was an era when medical equipment was not developed. Therefore, it was inevitable that Chinese medicine would be overtaken by Western medicine. However, it was too much to say that Chinese medicine was a lie. The essence and magic of Chinese medicine couldn't be denied. The two of them agreed. Take pancreatitis, for example. It was a terminal illness decades ago, but with the development of the medical industry, it can be cured. Times are improving, and medicine has also entered a new era, the doctor said. In the current medical industry, Chinese medicine and Western medicine have long been combined. However, serious diseases still have to be treated with Western medicine. For example, Chinese medicine can't do surgery, Xianxia said. They chatted happily. The doctor and Xianxia exchanged business cards. Orthopedics? Xianxia was stunned. The doctor's business card had many departments, and he was a well-rounded doctor. As a private doctor, you can't be limited to a single department. Otherwise, you won't be able to do well in this industry, the doctor said with a smile. I studied orthopedics in Germany and got a doctorate. Xianxia's small hand trembled. The doctor joked, "In the future, if you have a serious injury, you can come to me. I'll give you a 50% discount." Xianxia's small hand trembled again. He tore it off. He would tear the business card off later. As the two of them were talking, the middle-aged man came back with a funny expression. Ihang passed out in the toilet and vomited all over the floor. He was lying on his own vomit. I asked the waiter to send him back to his room. Everyone immediately looked at Xianxia. How much alcohol could this guy hold? It seemed that he was fine. Chapter 544. Xianxia said disappointedly, "He can't drink after just a few glasses of white wine? He hasn't admitted defeat yet." Everyone was speechless. They suddenly felt that this young man was quite interesting. He was forthright when he drank and wasn't restrained or anxious. Combined with what he had shown just now, he was bold. Chen Fuxing thought to himself, no wonder Yuan likes him. However, although he admired Xianxia even more, Father Chen secretly dispelled the idea of supporting his daughter. This man was a little too outstanding. He didn't give his daughter a chance to speak at all. If his daughter got together with him, she would be bullied. Moreover, his relationship with Nanman Pei was questionable. A father was a very complicated and changeable person. To his son, "What? You changed girlfriends again? Not bad, little brat. You're much more charming than I was back then. Keep up the good work. Try to sleep with more women." To his daughter, "What? Your husband went to the brothel? Damn it, bring me my 40-meter-long broadsword. I'm going to chop that kid into pieces." Therefore, from the perspective of an elder, Father Chen admired Xianxia very much. From the perspective of a father, he refused. My little cabbage can't become a little vegetable. However, Father Chen didn't dare to talk to his daughter. It wasn't easy for his daughter to turn over a new leaf. What if she fell again? Father Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xianxia. He heard from the little guys in his daughter's circle that this guy had rejected his daughter several times. However, when he was drinking and eating with her just now, he didn't show too much resistance. Did he have the same concerns as him? At this thought, Father Chen once again felt that Xianxia's character was good. During this time, Xianxia went to the toilet to vomit once. He vomited out the alcohol in his stomach, but he was still not drunk. Xianxia drank so much white wine in one go. If it were in the past, he would have collapsed on the ground and passed out. Unknowingly, he became the focus of the young boys and girls. A capable and handsome young man was always able to gain the favor of many young girls. They were just a group of minors. No matter how powerful their fathers were, their own age and experience limited them. When they saw a successful man like Xianxia, their eyes couldn't help but shine with stars. Just like when we were young, we especially admired and liked the big brothers and sisters next door. Chen Xingyuan, can you do it? If you can't catch up to him, I won't hold back. Someone said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Let's compete fairly. Didn't the netizens say that if you're capable, you should do it? We're going. Many young girls smiled and agreed. Chen Xingyuan said with a straight face, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. You are all flowers of the motherland. Don't learn from me. I am a man-eating flower of the motherland. Li Donglai was stunned. Chen Xingyuan's tone was becoming more and more like Qin Ji's. One is marked by the company one keeps. Was this the latter or the former? Dinner lasted from 8 to 9 o'clock. Xianxia noticed that the total price of the dishes did not exceed 5,000 yuan. The wine was also ordinary wine. There was no noble wine like Maotai, which was more gimmick than content. As expected, the details of politics were impeccable. Moreover, there was no discussion of politics at the dinner. It was all chatting and bragging. He originally wanted to use the river crab on his head to explore the general trend of Shanghai. After the dinner, Xianxia was dragged by Pei Ziki, Li Donglai, and the other teenagers to play a killing game. Qinggo, are you drunk? Do you want to go back to your room to rest? Chen Xingyuan was not reconciled. Pei Ziki kicked her from behind. Brainless woman. In his state, you don't even have a chance to go back to your room to rest. Xianxia was sandwiched in a group of teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. Listening to their chatter, laughter, and anger, he inexplicably felt emotional. He missed his youth. Born in a big city, it was hard to keep friends. Those friends who were close to him when he was young, or classmates, went their separate ways after graduation. Or they moved away inexplicably and never saw each other again. And those children in Shujia town, if they met now, they probably wouldn't recognize each other. No one would remember him as a city boy who used to run under the sun and laugh in the fields. Thinking back, when Runta grew up, he probably wouldn't remember Brother Sun. One day, Lu Sun, who had grown up, saw a teenager. The teenager said, Brother Sun, it's me. Do you still remember the mistake I made in the melon field? Lu Sun pondered for a long time and suddenly realized, oh, you are Runtu. He was moved and felt that he saw his lost youth. The teenager said, no, I am Runtu. The story tells us two truths. First, people really get lonelier as they grow up. Second, Runtu also has dignity. Xianxia didn't have a good time playing. He should always be the first to be killed. At dawn, he died. At dawn, he died. At dawn, he was voted to death. This King game experience was extremely bad. In the past, when he played killing games with his sister, Qin Bao Bao would always be the first to kill him, and Xianxia would fight back and kill his sister first. Either he died, or his sister died. But my sister and I loved each other and hated each other. What do you brats mean? I can kill my sister to prove my Tao, but I can't be bothered to kill you passers-by. These days, there were many people who killed their sisters to prove their Tao. The road had been taken. If one wanted to prove his Tao, he had to find another way and kill his sister to prove his Tao. He was a celebrity, a handsome guy, and the object of worship of boys and girls. The idol effect caused him to always be picked on everywhere. After playing for about an hour, Pei Ziki chased them away. The teenagers who didn't have enough fun mumbled and left unhappily. What? Play for a while more. It's only 10 o'clock. Yes, I haven't killed Xianxia yet. Xianxia, Pei Ziki pushed them. Go, we've been asleep. You can continue to play by yourselves. After chasing them away, Pei Ziki and Chun Xingyuan tacitly took out cards and said that they wanted to play double buckles. Xianxia didn't really want to play. He drank so much white wine that his brain was a little dull. He wanted to rest. But Chun Xingyuan and Pei Ziki seemed to have made an agreement. They hugged his arms on both sides and refused to let him go. They said that they wanted to play cards and play money. They wanted to gamble all their belongings and rip him off. After all, they were outsiders. The way they asked for money was very subtle. Unlike his Ying monster, who said, "Brother, you are using your wife's money." Xianxia, how about 100,000? Ying monster waved a knife over. Is your future wife only worth 100,000? Even Wang Zijin could only pinch her nose and accept it. 100,000 was too little. His sister always tried to squeeze him dry. Oh, she was squeezing his little treasury dry. Xianxia had a lot of money at his disposal. Tens of billions. But the money he could spend was very little. The balance of his private bank card was controlled by his sister to within 1 million. Xianxia, who pretended that he was very rich, smiled and said, "Up to you. How much you can win depends on your ability." The rules of Fight the Landlord were starting from 200 yuan. Extra points for bombs. Xianxia and Li Donglai sat opposite each other. They were in one group. Pei Ziki and Chun Xingyuan were the other group. They couldn't play cards for more than an hour. Chun Xingyuan and Pei Ziki's little treasury was emptied by Xianxia and Li Donglai. The two girls held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They were speechless. "Brother Qingge, can you give me back my money? This month has just started. My living expenses are gone." Chun Xingyuan pouted. Not only was her living expenses gone, but she also lost all her savings. "You drank fake wine. Why are you still so good at cards when you were drunk?" Pei Ziki complained tearfully. "Why?" Xianxia muttered. "Maybe the two of you are slacking off on the path of evolution." Li Donglai couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Look at how much she likes you. How can you be so heartless?" Pei Ziki said, "I won't pay her back. Not in this lifetime." Xianxia said, "You heartless thing. Xingyuan loves you so much." Pei Ziki said loudly, "Love?" The Queen of Balls was so scary. She talked about love so easily. Xianxia was unmoved. Pei Ziki saw that it was difficult to get the money back. She pushed Chun Xingyuan and said, "What are you doing? You should say something too." Chun Xingyuan gathered her courage and stared at Xianxia. "Hey, Qingge, if you don't cherish me now, after this village." Xianxia looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Chun Xingyuan's courage was gone. She said weakly, "I'll wait for you in the next village." "Useless thing." Pei Ziki slapped her onto the bed with a great stone, smashing hand. Girls had shallow eyes. They lost tens of thousands in one go. Their hearts were bleeding. They had to get the money back, even if they had to make scene. In the end, Xianxia gave each of them 1,000 yuan. The two little girls smiled through their tears. It was a game of cards. One had to admit defeat. Xianxia was a man of principle. He insisted on equality between men and women. In the room, Chun Xingyuan and Pei Ziki were whispering. They were probably discussing how to swindle some money from Xianxia to recoup their losses. On the balcony, Xianxia and Li Donglai were smoking. They sat on soft chairs, facing the window with their backs to the room. They looked at the dark night sky and talked about men's topics. They talked about life, dreams, and careers. What are your plans in the future? Do you want to follow your father's path or be self-reliant? Xianxia exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let's see how it goes first. I'll probably follow the path he planned for me. The premise is that I have to work hard." Li Donglai said. After being hammered and sculpted by Xianxia, he had changed a lot in the past year. He had slowly lost his Chinibu aura. Occasionally, he would look forward to his future. He was still angry with his father, but he was much more rational. However, It might take a few years to untie the knot in his heart. People would always grow up. No one would always be Chinibu. I'm not as good as you, Chinga. You know how to plan for yourself and set goals. You have achieved so much at such a young age. Li Donglai did not hide his admiration and worship. Qinze laughed until he coughed. After laughing, he felt a little sad. Where did the planning come from? The biggest plan of my life is to successfully complete my studies, get a good certificate, find a stable job, save enough money to get married, and then continue to save money to have children. It won't be too hard because I have my own house. However, I won't be too rich either. I'll have a big meal every weekend and travel during festivals. I'll be like this for the rest of my life. Because of his birth, he was born and lived in Shanghai. The people around him mostly talked about various kinds of security, social welfare, demolition, and finding a stable and profitable job through his relatives and friends. They did not talk about how he should work hard to become a millionaire or a billionaire. The richer the area, the less wolfish the people were. That's why the rich people in Shanghai were all foreigners. They had a secure life, good social welfare, a house. They had not suffered much in their lives. Where did the wolfish nature come from? None at all. Moreover, how many people could succeed if they worked hard? Most people in Shanghai lived by the principle of being content with a small fortune. Then how did you get to where you are today? Li Donglai was puzzled. People are forced. Oh, it's this force, not that force, Qinze said. Li Donglai chuckled and said, I know. People are forced. At the same time, they have to work hard for it. Qinze was speechless. Comrade Mao Zedong, why are you so naughty? Li Donglai said again. Master, have you found the one who will work hard for you for your whole life? Qinze said in annoyance, you talk too much. Li Donglai egged him on and said, the one inside is really not bad. She's pretty and smart, but she's also quite stupid. In the future, you can have a wife outside, but at home, you can have a wife. Qinze sighed sadly. I might not be able to have a stupid woman in my life. Li Donglai obviously did not understand why he sighed, or perhaps he misunderstood. He said sympathetically, I know. What's so good about a girl? She doesn't understand romance. She's not as charming as the big sisters. Qingge, I understand your taste, but I don't understand why a girl's first boyfriend can take everything away from her so easily. It's the same for the second and third boyfriend, but the man who marries her has to buy a house and give a betrothal gift? Qinze said in annoyance, don't read the messy things on the internet. That's not how marriage is calculated. Li Donglai straightened his neck and said, but I think it's quite reasonable. Of course you think it's reasonable. It's because you haven't had a F***king girlfriend before. You won't think so after you've had a few girlfriends. Facing his disciples' misunderstanding, Qinze felt that it was necessary to enlighten him, lest this guy become cynical. Love doesn't care about the past. Li Donglai would definitely not understand such an answer. It would be useless to say anything. This was the difference between having sex for a period of time and having sex for a lifetime. Such an answer was too vulgar and not conducive to his master's image. Qinze pondered for a moment and said, facts have proven the importance of work experience. Li Donglai. After they finished smoking, Li Donglai put out the cigarette but in the ashtray and suddenly asked a question that surprised Qinze. Master, what do you think of my aunt? Huh? Was the next sentence going to be my aunt's husband? Qinze answered truthfully, your aunt is very good. She's beautiful, has a good figure, and is very feminine. It's just that she's a little old. If he answered this question from a rational point of view, his parents would definitely not agree to him marrying a 31-year-old woman. The age difference was too big. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinze felt a murderous aura coming at him. He was stunned and did not dare to look back. Li Donglai turned his head in a daze and trembled in fear. He stuttered, Aunt, Qinze, it was over. He was going to be drowned in the Huangpu River. Qinze felt that he was going to die if he talked about a woman's age at the most sensitive stage of her life. He looked at Li Donglai for help. Li Donglai himself was scared to death. He did not know when his aunt was standing behind him. He heard footsteps, but they all thought it was Pei Ziki or Qinqing Yuan. Even so, he did not give up on Qingge. Li Donglai looked at Nanman Pei, who was as calm as water, and then at Pei Ziki, who was gloating. He swallowed and said, Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after burning some incense. He meant that he wanted to stay. After all, there were more people, and Qin Zhe could still be saved. Pei Ziki looked back at her brother and thought of the despair of emptying her little treasury. She sneered, Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after spitting. Li Donglai, Qin Zhe. Chapter 545. One ungrateful woman. She was so young, but she had a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Qin Zhe turned his head with difficulty and looked at Pei Ziki. Please return my 1,000 yuan. Bastard. He was looking at Pei Nanman. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She was rarely angry. Qin Zhe looked at Chunqing Yuan, hoping that she could help him resolve the awkwardness. Chunqing Yuan glanced at Nanman Pei. She was scared to death. Her eyes darted around, and she stammered. Qinggu, I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep. I'll play with you tomorrow. Qin Zhe was speechless. What a pompous woman. Just a moment ago, she said that she loved him. Love after Eggy was indeed cheap. Old Master Qin was a respectable man when he was alive. Why didn't anyone save him? The three of them retreated without any sense of loyalty. Before they left, they even pretended to be sensible and said that they shouldn't disturb Qin Zhe and Pei Nanman's discussion. Nanman Pei sat where Li Donglai was and stared at him coldly. Qin Zhe felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was not afraid that Nanman Pei would beat him up. He was just embarrassed that he was caught gossiping behind someone's back. Sister man, it's so late. Why are you still awake? Qin Zhe laughed dryly. Nanman Pei glared at him. Shut up. Go boil some water and make some tea. Okay. Qin Zhe ran to boil the water. After boiling the water, Qin Zhe took out 2 disposable cups from the cabinet and made 2 cups with the cheap tea from the hotel. Nanman Pei looked at him for a while and asked curiously, You drank so much. Aren't you drunk? Qin Zhe waved his hand. Drunk doesn't exist. I can even drink a bottle of white wine. Do you believe me? Nanman Pei sneered, Show off. Qin Zhe grinned. Nanman Pei sipped his tea and frowned slightly. For someone who loved tea, it was hard for him to swallow inferior tea. Spend more time with them tomorrow. Remember to perform well during the meal. It's easy to get familiar with one's social network. Even if you can't make friends with them, you should at least be able to get acquainted with them. If you have any problems, you should be able to find a way to deal with them. Of course, it's up to you how far you can run it. Your brother-in-law is quite satisfied with me. If it's a small matter, don't look for him. If it's a big matter, don't look for him. What's the use of you befriending my brother-in-law? Nanman Pei snapped. What he said made sense. They couldn't possibly go to him every time they encountered some trivial matters. After all, he was a big shot who dealt with thousands of things every day. Therefore, Nanman Pei's intention was to make friends with people who were powerful but not so prominent. Chunqing Yuan's father is quite fond of me, Qin Zhe said. Do you really want to be his son-in-law? Nanman Pei had a half-smile on her face. Of course not. I'm a loyal person. Qin Zhe finished speaking and saw Nanman Pei's hand tighten around the cup. The disposable cup was deformed by her grip. He quickly corrected himself, 3rd class. It wouldn't be fun if she splashed hot water on him. His somewhat handsome face would be ruined. He really didn't have the right to say the word 3rd class in front of Nanman Pei. Nanman Pei was stunned at first. Then, with a strange expression, she raised her eyebrows and said, 3rd class? She remembered that except for a nominal girlfriend, Wang Zijin, and a real girlfriend, Siyu, Qin Zhe had no ambiguous relationship with that woman. Although she and Qin Zhe didn't have much interaction in life, she was confident that she still knew and was familiar with Qin Zhe because Siyu would tell her everything. She was so detailed that she complained to her that Qin Zhe's needs were getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't handle it alone. She would say this kind of thing. Then why was it 3rd class? Nanman Pei thought about it and realized that something was wrong. If Qin Zhe had a special intersection with any woman in his life, she might be one of them. She seemed to have shares in all the industries under the name of the little red guy. He also helped her to fight against her ex-husband. So, has this guy been coveting me? Otherwise, why did the little red guy's face change slightly? Nan Man Pei's face darkened. She wanted to curse him 1,000 times in her heart. Qinzhe's face changed slightly. He felt that he had said something wrong. In a moment of carelessness, he had included the wailing monster at home. It was a technical mistake. Just kidding. I don't like second class. I prefer third class. Qinzhe casually said, if you can't win the third class, 3 lives, 3 days, and 2 sleeps, 1 day and 3 days. Nan Man Pei was stunned. What do you mean by no more than 3? Qinzhe, you can't win the third class. Maybe I drank too much and spoke too much. However, it's difficult to integrate into their small circle. Qinzhe sighed with a serious face. I was inexplicably insulted by a guy today. The one who competed with you in drinking? Nan Man Pei smiled. Yes, fortunately, I have some skills. He couldn't beat me in drinking. Qinzhe was proud. If he didn't have some skills, how could he be the successor of communism? Nan Man Pei showed a sly smile. That man is called Zhang Yihong from Nanjing. The old lady was going to introduce him to me. He may think that we have something to do with each other, so he made things difficult for you. I didn't expect him to fall. It saved me a lot of trouble. Qinzhe said angrily. That's it? Insulting me? Nan Man Pei took a sip of tea and said leisurely. Isn't enough? If a man hooked up with Suyu, would you insult him? Her family arranged a blind date for him. Although Suyu and he didn't know each other, would you insult him? Qinzhe was speechless. Of course, I'll fight back. I'll kill him. Sister Man was really a woman with great wisdom. With a simple sentence, she stabilized the brainless supporting role in the mouth of countless haters. If someone hooked up with Suyu, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao, and Qinzhe would definitely insult them. If I met the host of the cheating system, then I may become a brainless supporting role. I hope there are no cheats in the world. I know he's from Nanjing, so I insulted him. Anyway, I'm in Shanghai, and he's in Nanjing. Well water doesn't interfere with river water. Qinzhe said, even if he did, you're a son-in-law of the Wang family. Are you afraid of him? Nan Man Pei said angrily. Actually, I'm a fake son-in-law. Qinzhe mumbled. Why do you say that? Nan Man Pei looked at him curiously. Qinzhe's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. The Wang family doesn't like me very much. Although they didn't say anything to me, I can feel the Wang family's cold attitude. Maybe it's because I'm a commoner whose ancestors have been bumpkins for 8 generations, so I'm not suitable for them. Nan Man Pei analyzed. They didn't mock you in front of you. Maybe it's because of their family upbringing and self-restraint. But they didn't make things difficult for you behind your back and didn't find a chance to make you retreat. It means that the Wang family doesn't completely reject you. They probably feel that you need to wait and see for a while. As long as you develop wretchedly and don't act recklessly, it won't be difficult. Qinzhe was puzzled. Big sister man, why aren't you gloating? Nan Man Pei said lightly. I can't interfere with whether Suyu can be with you or not. She's quite content now, knowing that you won't abandon her. If you have feelings, the marriage certificate isn't important. If you don't have feelings, the marriage certificate is just a decoration. I feel that you're better than my brother-in-law. Qinzhe was silent. Nan Man Pei egged him on. Don't you want to hear about the Li family's gossip? Don't you want to know why Ziki and Donglai are so prejudiced against their father? Qinzhe shook his head. Every family has its own difficulties. I'm too lazy to worry about other people's trivial matters. My own feelings are a mess. By the way, how's the acquisition of your VR equipment factory going? Nan Man Pei asked. Looking at his face, Nan Man Pei knew what was going on. Do you know that the industry is difficult? Do you have a feeling that you don't know where to start? Nan Man Pei said in a vengeful tone. Sure enough, you can't do anything without hair on your mouth. I wasted 100 million. Qinzhe was not convinced and retorted. I don't have hair on my mouth, but I have hair down there. I'm much older. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows and kicked him hard. I gave you face, didn't I? Nan Man Pei said coldly. Do I look like an old woman who's easy to bully? Qinzhe, Omega winky face flirtatious words are a disease that needs to be corrected. Qinzhe rubbed his calf and looked at Nan Man Pei's women's leather shoes. It hurts so damn much. He actually had a little plan in mind when he gave the task of acquiring the factory to his uncle. Or rather, a little scheme. As for what kind of scheme, he couldn't tell Nan Pei. Next door, in Li Donglai's room, Xianxia Yuan had just been summoned away by her father, leaving only the siblings in the room. Pei Ziki wore a pair of hot pants and sat cross-legged on the bed with her fair and tender legs. Li Donglai sat at the desk and smoked. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Li Donglai, can you stop smoking?" Li Donglai rolled his eyes. "Why can't I smoke in my room?" Annie already said that smoking is fine as long as it's controlled. Besides, I'm already an adult, not a minor like you. It's fine even if I have a girlfriend, but you haven't even graduated from high school. How dare you have a boyfriend? Annie will break your legs. Pei Ziki laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You want a girlfriend, you dummy." Li Donglai was furious. "Who are you calling a dummy? Do you believe that I'll beat you up?" Pei Ziki raised her small face. "Come on, whoever doesn't dare is a dog." Li Donglai chuckled. Yes. If I'm a dog, then you're a little bitch." Pei Ziki was choked speechless. She was sad and angry. Ever since Xianxia came, she couldn't win an argument against Li Donglai. The old Li Donglai was stunned and didn't dare to say vulgar words for fear of being beaten up by Annie. He had always been at a disadvantage when it came to arguing. Now, Li Donglai was really good at arguing. His words were like needles, and he didn't use any dirty words when scolding people. It was as if someone had opened the door to a new world for him. Pei Ziki jumped off the bed and kicked Li Donglai with her bare feet. Li Donglai let her kick him. At most, he just rolled his eyes. In this respect, he was more gentlemanly than Xianxia. If it were Xianxia, he wouldn't say a word. He would first hit his sister with the stone smashing hand, and then ride her. Qin Bao Bao was like a plump mermaid, struggling under her brother's crotch. But her brother had the sea stabilizing needle. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make any waves. Seeing that his sister's anger had subsided after kicking him, Li Donglai threw himself on the bed, muted the TV, pricked up his ears, and listened for a while. Then he ran to the balcony and looked next door with a puzzled face. Annie didn't beat Xianxia. She must have tolerated him for a long time. I once overheard her talking to Annie Suyu on the phone. Annie said, "That guy is asking for a beating. I've tolerated him for a long time. If it weren't for your face, I would have beaten him to death." Pei Ziki was shocked. Xianxia and Annie Suyu. Chapter 546. "You don't know." Li Donglai laughed and said, "Look at your long hair and short knowledge, my silly sister." Pei Ziki gritted her teeth and said, "You say it clearly." She also tolerated Li Donglai for a long time. He said a few words, and then he would be eccentric, or there were hidden needles in his words, or his mouth was flowery. People couldn't help but want to beat him. It was all learned from Xianxia, Pei Ziki secretly thought. The good-for-nothing Li Donglai, trying to build himself into Xianxia, whether a boy or a girl, it was worth celebrating to meet a good role model in adolescence that was worth imitating and learning. Unfortunately, Pei Ziki felt that the way he imitated was a bit off. He imitated Xianxia's flowery mouth and occasionally cheap bad habits vividly, but he imitated Xianxia's talent and ability. For example, some time ago, her aunt urged Li Donglai to study. She bought a lot of university textbooks and asked him to read a textbook in half a month. She wanted to check the content. As a result, Li Donglai finished reading in a week. Nan Pei said with relief and surprise, "So fast." Li Donglai was arrogant at that time, with his nose in the air and a very manly tone. Xianxia said that if a man is not happy, how can there be a happy life? The beating was miserable. From the living room to the room, the whole villa echoed with Li Donglai's wailing. Pei Ziki could remember the number of times her aunt beat her brother like this can be counted with one hand. The most recent time was in junior high school. Under the instigation of his bad friends, he lifted the skirt of the female head teacher. In those years, Li Donglai was a rebellious young man who was undisciplined and sulking at his father. He was a rebellious young man who was willing to degenerate. Li Donglai didn't know his sister's rich inner drama. He reviewed his dark history and said, "Aunt Suya used to work in her own family's investment company. Later, she went out with Xianxia to set up her own company. The relationship between the two of them was unusual. Suyu used to ask his aunt out to play every weekend. Now his aunt spent more time at home on weekends, which meant that someone occupied Suyu's aunt's weekend time. Coupled with Annie's phone call, even a fool can figure it out. I've already told you that Qingge isn't interested in a silly girl like Chun Qingyuan. He's only interested in mature big sisters. Chun Qingyuan doesn't stand chance. When she grows up to be a mature lady, Qingge might even have child. Pei Ziqi's expression kept changing. If Qinze really got together with Suyu, then Chun Qingyuan would have no hope at all. Although Chun Qingyuan was very beautiful, Suyu was more delicate and mature. Even Pei Ziqi was envious of her long legs. Moreover, Chun Qingyuan is just an ordinary high school student. Her studies are not bad. Suyu is an overseas returnee. She is a strong woman who manages a company. There is no comparison at all. It's Gigi. Auntie is soft-hearted, Li Donglai muttered. I still want to see Qingge get beaten up. Pei Ziqi stared at him and curled her lips. Auntie can't beat Qinze. No. Li Donglai looked at her in surprise. You don't know how good our auntie is. As the closest relatives, Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi have heard about Nan Man Pei's background. Because that's also their mother's background, Nan Man Pei won't hide it. Li Donglai has seen Nan Man Pei's skills with his own eyes. Nan Man Pei has a fighting club under her name, which teaches Taekwondo, Sanda, and other training classes. Li Donglai once went to play with her and saw with his own eyes that in a competition, his auntie beat the 3 coaches in the club. They were all coaches who had learned a few skills. One of them could beat several ordinary people. Li Donglai's young heart was suddenly shocked. He vowed to learn a lot of skills like his auntie, laugh proudly on campus, and be chivalrous. But his auntie didn't allow it. This was the reason why he'd been beaten into submission by Qinze. He wanted to learn a few skills from Qinze. Qinze did teach him a few skills. Li Donglai can usually beat 2 or 3 people of the same age. When did that happen? Why didn't I know? Li Donglai didn't believe it. Although Qingge is very powerful, he can't compare with his auntie, the goddess of war, in his heart. Pei Ziqi laughed and said, You don't know this? My stupid brother, your knowledge is as short as your hair. Li Donglai, after Pei Ziqi retorted, she said proudly, It was my birthday. You were drunk and unconscious, and Qinze carried you back to your room. I asked him to go upstairs to help Annie put away the clothes while I lay on the sofa and fell asleep. When Annie came back, I went upstairs. Not long after, I heard banging sounds. I went upstairs to take a look. They were fighting fiercely. Auntie's skirt was torn apart, and he was wantonly humiliating her on the sofa. Wantonly humiliating her? Are you sure it's wantonly humiliating? Li Donglai was shocked. Of course. Pei Ziqi recalled the scene that night and blushed slightly. She gestured with her hands. He pressed Annie down on the sofa like this and even carried one of Annie's legs. Auntie's skirt was torn and exposed. But Annie couldn't beat him and could only endure his defilement. Defilement? Li Donglai. Degree. Your rhetorical skills are really climax after climax. I saw Annie being bullied, so I rushed up to help. I scratched and bit. Pei Ziqi said hatefully. Annie said it was a competition, but I think Qinze took the opportunity to take advantage of Annie. Otherwise, why would he carry Annie's leg? He could have just beaten Annie to the ground. Li Donglai was shocked. Auntie really lost? Pei Ziqi nodded. Oh my, so Qingge had held back when he taught me. After waiting for another half an hour, Nan Man Pei still hadn't come. Pei Ziqi felt sleepy and yawned. Why isn't Annie out yet? I want to go back to sleep, Pei Ziqi said. Li Donglai hesitated. Why don't you sleep here? I'm not sleepy. I can still wait. After Annie comes out, I'll sleep in your room. Pei Ziqi thought for a while and nodded. She lifted the blanket and crawled under it, curling up into a small ball. By the way, do you like Qingge? Li Donglai asked inexplicably. Pei Ziqi was stunned and said, Do you want to die? Li Donglai lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled. Looking at the smoke rising slowly in the light, his eyes were in a trance. Actually, I like him. Qingge is handsome and has no lack of ability and talent. Isn't he the Prince Charming in a girl's heart? Just like Chen Qingyuan, you can't help but like him. Speaking of which, you and Qingge met earlier than her. Oh, I'm not an albino scientist. All albino scientists in the world deserve to die. I don't believe that you really don't care about him. It's because of your disdain that I understand that you might like him. It's no big deal. Who doesn't look forward to a certain big brother or big sister in adolescence? I also look forward to Annie Suyu. I want to marry a beautiful and cold wife like her in the future, but I know that it's just a longing. But don't fall so deep like Chen Qingyuan. I don't like her because her love is too humble. The last time we worked together to check the box office of A Journey to the West, when I came out of the toilet, I saw her crying on the sink outside, crying miserably. She's stubborn. She's stubborn when she's angry with her parents. She's also stubborn when she likes Qingge. But liking a person is uncontrollable. Not liking a person is also uncontrollable. You can't think that Qingge is heartless and indifferent just because he doesn't like her. Qingge has already made it very clear to her, but she's like a moth to the flame. Who's to blame for crying so miserably? Li Donglai sighed faintly. But I don't want you to cry so miserably. You're my sister. I'd rather you betray others than let others betray you. Pei Ziki looked at him blankly. Li Donglai said, Do you think Qingge is poisonous? Why do all the little girls like him so much? I'm not as handsome as him, not as talented as him, not as smart as him, not as good as him, not as good as him in singing, not as good as him in earning money, not as strong as him in aura, not as good as him in fighting. Besides these, what's the difference between me and him? Where am I inferior to him? But I'm still a virgin. Damn it. What do I need this iron bar for? Psycho. Pei Ziki lifted the quilt and covered her head. She said with a slightly choked voice, Who likes him? I won't like him. The room was completely quiet. Li Donglai was alone in a daze. Listening to Pei Ziki's slight snoring, his thoughts drifted. In a luxurious parent-child room at the end of the corridor, the family of 3 should be asleep at this time. He imagined the scene inside. The naughty child, who was always looking for trouble, was sleeping happily. The stepmother, who had always disliked him and his sister, was gently patting his son's back. Beside him was his dignified and silent father, who was leaning on the bed, reading magazines or government news. His mother passed away when he was in primary school. His father remarried half a year later. It was a shotgun marriage. Because of this, Li Donglai could not forgive his father. His father said that it was for the good of you and Ziki. You are too young and cannot live without your mother's care. Li Donglai said loudly at that time, You are fickle, and you might even have an affair. Otherwise, what's with the bastard in that woman's belly? You scum. His father slapped him on the spot. His aunt said that his father cheated his mother. His mother abandoned her huge family business and followed him to Shanghai. She was unfamiliar with the place and people, and they almost broke up. His mother loved him so much, but what did he do? Did he lack women? Couldn't he live without women? How long had it been since his mother passed away? Half a year later, that woman was already 3 months pregnant. Therefore, after his stepmother married into the family, Li Donglai made all kinds of trouble and looked for trouble. Looking at her wronged appearance, he was proud, like a little lion defending its territory. He was angry with his father in this way. But after so many years, he was just constantly exhausting his father and grandmother's patience. Over the years, Li Donglai had come to understand that this woman was really a scheming bitch. She was not like other stepmothers who were harsh with their words and even abused their stepson and stepdaughter. She had created the image of a weak stepmother for herself and silently endured the difficulties and willfulness of her stepson. She even never spoke ill of Pei Ziki and Li Donglai. But after her son was born and gradually grew up, the little brat gradually found trouble to take revenge on Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Whether he was at a disadvantage or not, he would cry in the end. His father looked on coldly. He did not care about his younger son's bad deeds, nor did he care about his elder son beating his younger son. In the end, Li Donglai or Pei Ziki would definitely be scolded by his grandmother. In a family, if the elder bullied the younger, no matter what the reason was, the parents would definitely scold the elder. Because you were the elder brother and the elder sister, you had to act like an elder brother and an elder sister. Li Donglai did not hate his stepmother, only disdain. He and Pei Ziki were not born by a woman. No stepmother would like to make things difficult for her stepson. She was not a saint. He just could not forgive his father. In this world, there were two kinds of knots that were the most difficult to untie. The knots between father and son. The knots between lovers. Although he and Pei Ziki often quarreled and bickered, and both of them were very angry, their relationship was actually very good. Just like when he was beaten like a dog at the KTV, Pei Ziki would scream and be the first to rush up. And if Pei Ziki was hurt, he would fight with the other party without caring about anything. In a pretentious way of saying, this world is very cold. We hug each other for warmth. Chapter 547. In a secluded part of the forest park, Nanman Pei said in a cool and pleasant voice, "Xianxia, I don't want you to wear a condom." Xianxia said in a distressed tone, "No, sister man. It's safe to wear a condom. If I don't, I'll die." Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves and scattered spots of light on the ground. Nanman Pei wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, "Don't wear a condom. It's not exciting." Xianxia said firmly, "No, it's too exciting. If I don't wear one, I won't last a minute." Nanman Pei sneered, "You promised me that you'd listen to everything I say. I don't want you to wear a condom." Xianxia refused. "If you don't let me wear one, I won't stab you." Nanman Pei hit him and said angrily, "Do you men talk like farts?" Xianxia was silent. He had to wear a condom for this kind of thing. Otherwise, someone would die. He didn't want to die so early. His sister wouldn't agree. Sister Ziwei wouldn't agree. His little Teddy wouldn't agree either. Nanman Pei said disdainfully, "Useless. Coward." The park staff looked at them in confusion and said unhappily, "Do you two need help? If you want to argue, don't disturb our work." 20 to 30 meters in front of them, between the green branches of a tall tree, there was a hornet's nest. Recently, a tourist had been stung by a hornet in the forest park. The park staff investigated and found the hornet's nest here. This thing was very harmful and aggressive. Moreover, a sting could cause a person to feel pain for half a day. The emergency response was to apply soap water. Because the wasp's venom was acidic, alkaline soap water could neutralize the venom and reduce the pain. Xianxia said angrily, "You're not the one doing it. Don't be sarcastic." Coincidentally, Xianxia, Pei Nanman, and the others who were passing by saw this scene. Nanman Pei pointed at the hornet's nest and said, "If you stab it down, this old woman will forget about what happened last night. Poking a hornet's nest or sinking into the Huangpu River, you choose." Xianxia patted his chest and said, "No problem." So easy, Nanman Pei did not insist. He watched as Xianxia put on cotton gloves, a hood with a cotton net hanging down, and a military coat with the help of the staff. Then, he carried the ladder and walked valiantly towards Hornet's Nest. Nanman Pei was not only accompanied by Pei Ziki, Li Donglai and his sister, Chen Xingyuan, but also Zhang Yihang. They had just parted ways with their elders. After all, it was not fun to wander around the forest park with the elders. Young people prefer to play by themselves. Nanman Pei was forcefully pushed out by old Madam Li. Mrs. Li said, "You young people should play together and improve your relationship." Nanman Pei could not refuse, so he played alone with a group of juniors and brought Xianxia along. Xianxia was having a good time with a group of big shots. He was not reserved at all. After all, he was a young man who had talked to old Master Wang and said flirtatious words. This kind of scene could definitely be handled. Salted Fish Zay was no longer the salted fish he used to be. In the past year, he had cultivated unparalleled confidence. No one said that his temperament was not worthy of his handsomeness. He was like a person who played games with cheats. He was not afraid of anyone. Zhang Yihang was of average height, but he was very burly and had a valiant temperament. However, his slightly pale face ruined his masculine image. Zhang Yihang accompanied Nanman Pei and looked at Xianxia's back. He smiled and said, "This young man is very interesting." Nanman Pei replied politely, "Yes, he can drink better." Zhang Yihang suddenly felt very uncomfortable. When he woke up this morning, his head was so painful that it felt like it was going to split open. It took him a long time to remember who he was and why he was sleeping in a hotel. He recalled last night. He choked on a glass of Erguo too and cried. It was all because of this young man. When he woke up this morning and had breakfast in the hotel, he found a few people who sat at the same table as him last night and asked them a few questions. He was right. Nan Man, Pei had a special relationship with this young man. As for the extent of their relationship, he knew better than those guys. His old man had a good relationship with Li Xianxia. This time, he came to Shanghai for a blind date. Old Madam Li took the lead. At that time, she sent a photo of Nan Man Pei a few years ago. Zhang Yihang liked him at first glance. Even though he knew that he was divorced, he did not mind at all. In this day and age, it really did not matter whether he was divorced or not, which young people nowadays did not have a few exes. What was the difference between getting married and doing all the things that a married couple should do? Zhang Yihang was divorced himself. He had a son who was not in primary school yet. After the divorce, he lived with him. Therefore, he did not care whether Nan Man Pei could bear children or not. In fact, he even felt relieved. If she did not have children, even if she was a stepmother, she would not be too bad to her stepson. When he saw Nan Man Pei last night, Zhang Yihang was stunned by her. She was more beautiful and mature than in the photo. She had a unique temperament. This kind of woman was not an ordinary pretty girl from a humble family. Only this kind of woman was worthy of his family background. At his level, he needed a woman with a strong aura to set him off. If he married a pretty girl who was shy and self-abased wherever she went, it would be embarrassing no matter how beautiful she was. Probably because of old Madam Li, Nan Man Pei was always very polite to him. She smiled a lot, but there was a faint sense of alienation. It did not seem like she was going for a blind date. Zhang Yihang thought for a long time. When he heard the conversation just now, he felt that it might be because of that young man. Just then, something happened in front of him. Qin Zhe finally reached the top of the ladder and reached the hornet's nest. But when he took the hornet's nest, perhaps because his gloves were too thick, he used too much strength. Pei Nan Man and the group of people not far away could only watch helplessly as the hornet's nest was crushed by Qin Zhe's hand. The hornet's nest was made of mud, so it was fragile. In an instant, it splashed Qin Zhe's face. He had poked the hornet's nest. He felt that this figure of speech was weird. In the blink of an eye, the hornet's nest was boiling and buzzing. Qin Zhe screamed and jumped down from the 2-meter-high ladder. He covered his head and ran toward Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei's expression changed. The staff not far away cursed, "What the F***, and ran away. The enemy would arrive in 5 seconds. If it had not run, they would not be crushed. Pei Ziki and the other young men and women were scared out of their wits. They screamed and ran in all directions. Zhang Yihang thought to himself, "It's time for me to show off." He grabbed Nan Man Pei's hand and said manfully, "Run with me." After he finished speaking, he was stunned. He did not manage to hold her hand. In his line of sight, he saw Pei Nan Man galloping away, her low-heeled shoes clicking loudly. She was fast. Was this woman a sprinter in the past? The thought rose in Zhang Yihang's mind. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing sound. A hornet landed on his head, and then he felt a stinging pain on his scalp. The enemy was here. If he did not run, he would be crushed. Zhang Yihang covered his head and caught up with Nan Man Pei. 10 minutes later, a group of people stood or sat in the pavilion outside the racecourse. They looked scared. The park staff brought soap water. Not many people were stung by the hornet's nest, but Qin Zhe was one of them. The rest were 2 young men, a girl, the previous staff, and Zhang Yihang. The staff wanted to curse, but he knew that this group of people was not ordinary, so he held back. "Why did you join in the fun? Was it fun?" "It was not fun at all. My head is hurting." Qin Zhe sat in the pavilion and took off his short-sleeved shirt. His well-proportioned body attracted the attention of the girls. They kept looking in and out of his body. There was a big bump on his left chest. It did not look very harmonious. Chun Qingyuan stood at the side. Her heart ached. She wished that the hornet had stung her own chest. Chun Qingyuan was supposed to help her sweetheart apply soap water, but Nan Man Pei beat her to it. She was very unhappy, but she did not dare to say anything. Aunt Pei was an adult. How could she not know how to behave? How could she touch a man's chest so casually? Nan Man, Pei helped him apply the soap water. Does it still hurt? Xianxia was flattered. Much better. Nan Man, Pei frowned. Why is it so swollen? Wild hornets were very venomous. Although he was wearing a military coat, there were still gaps. Hornets were more terrifying than eels. They could enter any opening. When Xianxia was escaping, the hornet had entered his body. He only managed to kill it when he escaped to the pavilion. During this period of time, the hornet had injected Xianxia crazily. The injection volume was very scary. Otherwise, why would there be such a big bump? Pei Ziki mocked. Your chest looks like a woman's. Xianxia looked at her and retorted. Do you feel inferior? Your chest looks like a man's. Pei Ziki was furious. She kicked her little leg. Xianxia blocked it with his leg. The brat staggered and almost fell. Auntie, he bullied me. Auntie, he bullied me. Nan Man, Pei glared at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned and touched the bump on his left chest. It still hurt a little. Was the hornet's venom so strong? He glanced at his crotch. I suddenly had a bold idea. No. 18 centimeters is scary enough. This idea is still very immature and can't be implemented. Otherwise, so you will cry. Xianxia saw the staff with a bitter look. He walked to the edge of the pavilion, sat on the steps, and handed him a cigarette. I'm sorry, I screwed up. Although I'm Hei's king, I'm not an all-around player, and I occasionally make mistakes. The staff was very young, in his 20s, and he said insincerely, I understand, I'm just playing with my girlfriend. Nan Man Pei is very well maintained. She is mature and beautiful, fashionable and young. You can't see that she is 30 years old. In fact, a woman in her 30s is the most beautiful stage in her life. The most attractive age in a woman's life is 6 to 10 years old, 25 to 35 years old. Otherwise, how can there be two camps of lolicon and big sis? Young women are beautiful, but they are not seductive. In this world, only lolicon and big sis are eternal. Things like siscon are crooked. After a few simple words, the staff found that Xianxia was very gentle and easy to get along with, without the attitude of a big star. He had long since recognized Xianxia's identity. He was slightly agitated, cross it out, and start over. But he didn't chase stars, so he didn't show too much fuss. Unless his sister is Qin Bao Bao, he will be very excited to ask for an autograph, and then show off in a circle of friends that he got the signature of the goddess. Maybe he'll take a photo or something. Everyone is a man. What is there to be excited about? The same world, the same dream. The same gender, the same JJ. Xianxia said helplessly, yes, don't look at her very serious. Occasionally she is not serious. I mean more willful. The staff smoked gloomily. But I'm unlucky. I'll be scolded by the manager later, and my head will be blue. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Sichuan lewd? Yes. I always like the Sichuan version of Mandarin. I think it's very Western. What's so Western about it? It's really Western. It's the first time I heard the effect of talk show in Mandarin. Brother, what's your surname? Perhaps he felt that Xianxia was too down to earth. The staff threw him a little wink and laughed. The north wind blows, the autumn wind is cold. Whose wife is staying in an empty room? If you have trouble, I'll help. I live next door. My surname is Wang. Xianxia laughed. The staff also laughed. Xianxia lightly slapped his scalp. Speak properly. I don't live next door, but my wife's surname is Wang. Chapter 548. Zhang Yihong frowned. There was a big bump on his head and a bite on his neck. The pain was secondary. The main thing was that he had suffered an unexpected misfortune. If not for this rascal's naughtiness and insistence on poking the hornet's nest, such a terrible thing would not have happened. The hateful thing was that he only had a bump on his chest. If it had been a woman, she might have been happy for a while. She did not need to spend money on treatment and was confident of being a woman. Why did he get stung on the head? Why did he have a horn on his head? Zhang Yihong was full of anger. He said unhappily, if you have time to chat, think about how to deal with the hornet's nest. Xianxia replied, the park staff has already done it. The staff member surnamed Wang nodded. My colleague will do it. Xianxia shrugged. That's right. By the way, can you teach me some Sichuan Mandarin? I'll go home and tease my sister. She'll definitely laugh like a mantis shrimp. It's so cute. When old Wang heard this, he was also interested. Sure, what do you want to translate? Qinze said, I'll kill you with one punch. Old Wang was speechless. How am I supposed to translate this? We're the people from Sichuan. Give me some pointers. Zhang Yihong hated two kinds of people the most in his life. 1. Self-righteous people who felt that they were invincible just because they had some small achievements. They looked down on everything and looked up at the sky. 2. People who commented all day long. The first post makes sense. The first post is the truth. The first post is so *king correct. And then the number of comments was ridiculously high. He had painstakingly climbed to the first post, but the first post did not even say anything. His mentality exploded. Qinze was the former. After earning some money, he felt that he was the most powerful person in the world. In fact, he knew nothing about power. Moreover, Qinze had an ambiguous relationship with the woman he had taken a fancy to. Nanman Pei did not even soap him. He only did it for Qinze. He even had to show off when he was wiping soap. If I threw a piece of soap, would you dare to pick it up? Zhang Yihong said sarcastically. If you don't have any skills, then don't do unnecessary things. You don't even know how to poke a hornet's nest. If you cause others to be stung by a hornet, don't you know how to apologize? Qinze scratched his head. Didn't I say that? Hey, didn't I apologize to you guys? The boys and girls replied, he did. They are all my men. Qinze shrugged at Zhang Yihong. He did. Zhang Yihong was furious. He could see that Qinze was deliberately looking for trouble. He was the only one who didn't apologize to him. He was clearly looking down on him. Understood. Sure enough, he had an unusual relationship with Nanman Pei. This kind of person, who always went against him, was the legendary brain-dead villain. Watch me find a chance to smack him in the face. You're just a kid with no background and no power. What are you trying to do with me? Let you understand the horror of the world in minutes. Li Donglai interrupted. Qinggu is good at martial arts. He's doomed this time. Amazing skills? Zhang Yihong snorted. His laughter was full of disdain. He didn't hide his disdain. Qinze said, It's my fault. It's so hot today. How about I buy some oranges for Brother Zhang as an apology? All of a sudden, she became sensible. Zhang Yihong was stunned for a moment. Old Wang snorted. His laughter did not stop, and scattered laughter followed closely behind. The few little fellows could not hold it in and laughed out loud as well. Only Nanman Pei and Zhang Yihong were a little confused. What was so funny? Kids these days really didn't understand. Although they didn't understand what was so funny about buying oranges, there was definitely a hidden meaning. Zhang Yihong's face darkened. He felt that his intelligence was insulted and he was being played like a monkey. However, Nanman Pei was sitting next to him. He couldn't act too ignorant. In his mind, he sent Qinze to the death row and prepared to execute him after autumn. So boring. Chun Xingyuan walked lightly like a deer and came to Qinze's side. Qinggu, let's go horseback riding. There were many fun things in the forest park, such as horseback riding, go-karting, kayaking, Easter egg shooting, and so on. There were also many scenic areas. Qinze turned to look at her. The deer was very beautiful, and it didn't have its hair done. Qinze had never ridden a horse before. He felt that he could give it a try and was about to nod. Su Jian, let's practice. Li Donglai suddenly pushed a boy next to him. It was a boy wearing glasses. He shook his head. No. Li Donglai sneered. Trash. I'll only use one hand. Do you dare? He was so aggressive that the boy's face turned ugly. Li Donglai, do you want to hit people again? You're so annoying. You never stop. The boys and girls were either persuading or complaining. Nanman Pei frowned. Donglai. Li Donglai didn't care. He straightened his neck. Coward, are you coming or not? The boy wearing glasses didn't say anything. He looked at Zhang Yihong for help. The Zhang family was not only close to the Li family, but also had many allies in Shanghai. The boy wearing glasses' uncle and Zhang Yihong's father were comrades. That was why Zhang Yihong could mingle in the Li family circle of friends. Seeing this, Zhang Yihong smiled and came forward to warm up the atmosphere. Speak nicely. You're all friends, right? Li Donglai retorted. It's none of your business. This was awkward. Li Donglai didn't give up. The boy wearing glasses didn't dare to practice with him. Li Donglai was famous for being a troublemaker. He was especially good at fighting. Zhang Yihong looked at Nanman Pei. She was unhappy. She was worried that the naughty boy was hard to take care of. In fact, Nanman Pei didn't want to beat Li Donglai because there were outsiders present. It was like when a child was disobedient outside. The parents would at most scold them. They would rarely beat the child in front of outsiders. Well, if you want to practice, I'll come with you, Zhang Yihong said. I've practiced before. Li Donglai ignored him. Zhang Yihong laughed. Forget it. I don't bully children. Li Donglai couldn't stand provocation. He glanced at the disdain in Zhang Yihong's eyes and nodded. Okay. The two left the pavilion and confronted each other on the side of the road. Pei Ziki pulled Nanman Pei's arm. Annie, what's wrong with him? Nanman Pei patted her hand. Don't mind him. He's itching for a beating. The boys and girls in the pavilion played the role of onlookers. They were excited to watch the show. If Li Donglai's provocation was seen as a fight, then this was pure entertainment. Li Donglai lowered his waist. This was the most basic horse stance that Xianxia had taught him. The first thing to do in a fight was to stabilize the lower body. Only when the stance was stable could the punch be stable. After he stabilized his lower body, he threw a straight punch at Zhang Yihong's chest. As Zhang Yihong dodged to the side, he grabbed Li Donglai's wrist and pulled. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Li Donglai staggered and was tripped by Zhang Yihong's outstretched leg. He fell flat on his face. Li Donglai was not convinced. He got up and fought again, but he was knocked down again after a few moves. It was a one-sided beating. The last time he fell, he was kicked in the stomach. Li Donglai couldn't get up for a while. Are you okay? Zhang Yihong's kick was a punishment for this brat's arrogance. He pretended to slip up and reached out to help him up, but a hand was faster than him. It helped Li Donglai up first. TSK, you've been slacking these days. Xianxia patted the dust off him. What's wrong? Li Donglai said softly. That little bastard said that my aunt's butt is big. It'll be great to touch it. Li Donglai overheard the conversation between the young man with glasses and one of his good buddies. He said that Li Donglai's aunt was beautiful. But was big, and it would be great to touch it. Everyone had talked about the flirtatious words between young men. Everyone had commented on the beauties that they met by chance or by their side. It was normal, but if the families of the people involved heard it, it would be awkward. They would quarrel and fight. Li Donglai said angrily, "This guy is so meddlesome. I really want to beat him up, but I can't beat him." Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and smiled at Zhang Yihong. Impressive. You've really practiced. Then, how about we spar a few times? The surprise came too quickly. It was like a tornado. Zhang Yihong was excited. I've already put you on death row, and now you're jumping out on your own. Well, I'll take it as interest. That's not good. I don't know how to control my strength. Man, he said. He turned around and asked Nanman Pei with an intimate tone and expression. Pei Nanman sat there calmly. Her face did not show the slightest hint of anxiousness. He even grinned at Zhang Yihong. Zhang Yihong breathed a sigh of relief. He confirmed one thing. The relationship between this young man and Nanman Pei was not that good. Maybe they were just two friends who liked each other a little. They were more than friends, but not yet in love. I can fight 10 of them. Zhang Yihong had joined the army before, and he was not a volunteer. The training he received was incomparable to that of a regular volunteer. Moreover, he was a troublemaker in high school. He used to follow Ho Longtao, the boss of his grade. In the words of the underworld, Boss Ho Longtao was charismatic and loyal. He was a good boss. The 6 brothers under his command were all dauntless. They were invincible in the whole school. Zhang Yihong was not outstanding back then. When he saw Boss Ho dominating the school, he thought enviously, when can I be as good as him? So he joined Boss Ho and became his henchman. As for now, he was still in the limelight, but Boss Ho was gone. It turned out that without a good father, one should not waste time in school. If one did not work hard when he was young, he would be a delivery boy when he grew up. Fighting had always been Zhang Yihong's specialty. It was time to show off his real skills. Not far from the pavilion, a fashionably dressed girl was holding a selfie stick. The camera was aimed at the pavilion. On the screen of the phone was a live broadcast. The comment section was flooded with all kinds of gifs. Hey, Xianxia seems to be fighting with that guy. Let's not go over and secretly take pictures. The girl's sweet voice said, I have to go further away. Otherwise, he might rush up and smash my phone. Or I can pretend to be a tourist taking a selfie and sneak up. The girl looked at the screen. I've decided to risk my life to get closer. Can everyone send gifts? But when she saw the almost identical comments on the screen, she was stunned. Chapter 549. Yu, formerly known as Liu, was a professional female streamer. She was from Suzhou and came to Shanghai to study. She was currently studying at Donghua University and came from an average family. She had been a streamer for half a year and quickly became popular because of her good background. Now the number of viewers in her streaming room was around 50,000. She could barely be considered a popular streamer. Liu's singing voice was average, and because she was in university, she couldn't sing and dance in a special room like other female streamers. Now, she could not only pay for her living expenses and tuition independently, but also had a large amount of savings. But she didn't dare to confess to her family. Although her father's love was like a mountain, her father would still beat her. She only said that she was working part-time. Liu is very grateful for the live streaming industry and the platform. She could eat, drink, and make money. Such an easy job was rare. The only thing better than this was being a civil servant. They were both civil servants, but being a programmer was much more difficult. Most of the time, she was doing outdoor live streaming, running all over Shanghai, and occasionally switching to a food live streaming. Today was the weekend, so she took a car to the forest park for an outdoor live streaming. Just now, she had seen Xianxia in the pavilion, and she had also taken a picture of his naked body into the camera. For a whole 5 minutes, the gifts didn't stop, and the number of viewers in the streaming room also skyrocketed. The little bitches in the comments section muttered, "Thank you for the streamer's welfare. My husband is the most handsome." One must know that there were very few females in Yu's streaming room in the past. As a popular fried chicken, a top little fresh meat, Liu was very disgusted by people who said that Xianxia was a little fresh meat. She was also a fan of Xianxia. How could Xianxia be compared to those flirtatious bitches? He was not a little fresh meat. He was an old godfather, an existence that made people blush. At this time, Liu looked at the neatly organized comments in the comment section. It's over. The comments were more uniform than pickled cabbage. As a fan of Xianxia, she couldn't bear it and complained, "How is it over? Can you have some confidence in Xianxia?" The audience is laughing but not saying anything. This stupid streamer must have never seen Xin Bao's live streaming. It's not Xianxia who's going to die. It's that guy who's going to die. Liu is dumbfounded. What do you mean? Can someone explain to me what's going on with Xin Bao's live stream? Filming the live broadcast of the Journey to the West. He's so good, he knocked someone down with one punch. Xianxia is really good. Through the messy replies in the comment section, Liu roughly knew the situation. During the filming of A Journey to the West, Xin Bao played live broadcast. In that live broadcast, Xianxia also practiced with someone once and valiantly defeated him. Therefore, many fans knew that Xianxia knew a few fighting techniques. Was he that powerful? Is my idol trying to defy the heavens? Liu felt that Xianxia was like showing off. Once one was immersed in it, it was impossible to stop. For a man to be so outstanding, it was indeed like poison to a woman. Since evolving into the Sea Swamp King, Xianxia has become more and more imposing. The above was purely an illusion. It was as if he was using the sea swamp silk and was becoming more and more confident. When someone provoked him, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. Salted Fish Lake would not do that. Salted Fish Lake was more gentle and reserved. He did not like to be calculative with people. You can also take it as cowardice, but please do not expose him. Salted Fish Lake also wanted to save face. When his disciple was beaten up, as a master, he could not sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, the cohesion of the sect would be reduced. He did not think that Li Donglai's provocation was wrong. Was sister man's, but something that ordinary people could touch? Tigers, but was not to be touched. Never heard of it. Stupid system, come out. I want to ask you something. Xianxia summoned the system in his heart. The system ignored him. Sir System, I have something to ask. Xianxia rephrased his words. Nothing. The system responded. I want to beat him up now. Is there a mission? No. Huh? Why not? I have a psychological desire now. Did the host notice a phenomenon? Every mission is not guaranteed to be completed. The system said, missions are guaranteed to be completed and missions that are impossible to be completed will not be triggered. Is that so nonsense? If you saw a pile of feces on the ground and suddenly wanted to step on it, the system would have to give you a mission. Points would be too easy to earn. Do you think I'm the stupid son of a landlord? That's an impossible mission. The system ignored him. Although he didn't manage to get the mission, Xianxia was actually relieved. What if he saw a pile of feces on the ground and did not want to step on it, but had a bold idea, such as tasting it? Ding. Please eat 500 grams of hot feces. 100 points if successful. Corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Xianxia might become the first protagonist to level up by eating feces. Zhang Yihong said, I joined the army after finishing high school. I received strict military training and am good at fighting and capturing. However, I don't know when to stop. You have to be careful. He said this so that when he beat up Xianxia later, he would have an excuse to explain. I started practicing martial arts when I was 8 years old. It has been 16 years since then. I am proficient in internal martial arts and external martial arts, Tai Chi push hand, Bat Ji Bung, 7 injuring fist, and the lost fingers in. In addition, my Nigong Heart Sutra is the times are calling. Xianxia said in one breath, I know when to stop, so I won't beat the shit out of you. Zhang Yihong was stunned by his words. When he heard the last sentence, he realized that he had been taken advantage of by the other party. Internal martial arts and external martial arts did exist and were not fake. However, most of the so-called Chinese martial arts masters were scammers because they were already so old. What a joke. How could they still be called masters at such an old age? Didn't they know that martial arts were afraid of the young? This was the same principle as Jianghu folk remedies. Folk remedies were real, but 90% of them were fake. Therefore, when people heard folk remedies, they subconsciously thought that they were scammers. At the end of the day, this was due to the lack of supervision of the country, which led to the prevalence of scammers in the industry. If Xianxia had not mentioned the Nigong Heart Sutra, Zhang Yihong might have been alarmed. Don't think that I don't know what the times are calling is. Are you the successor of communism? Zhang Yihong felt disdain in his heart. He looked at Xianxia's fit body and guessed that he trained in the gym. Perhaps he had strength, but his skills and speed were definitely not as good as his. I have been hitting people with bricks since junior high. My actual combat experience was trained by Boss Ho. Xianxia did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Li Yu, who was not far away. He had seen this woman just now. She had been standing there secretly taking photos. It was a little annoying. There was a reason why celebrities hated paparazzi. It was not just because of privacy issues. When they were standing on the stage, they could take photos of them in any way they wanted. However, no one wanted a camera to be pointed at them in their daily life. This meant that they had to maintain their image at all times. They could not even pick their nose, not to mention causing trouble when they were bored. Xianxia used to lie on the sofa and cause trouble when he was bored at home. He was scolded by his sister several times when she saw him. She said that it was unhygienic and unhealthy. It was understandable that his sister would think so. After all, there was a difference between men and women. It was legal for boys to cause trouble. They could cause trouble as much as they wanted. Otherwise, why would she say, you troublemaker? However, girls cannot do that. After all, bacteria were pervasive. If a girl did that, what would it be called, Nuan? Watch me mend the sky with one hand. Double-click 666. Xianxia was not very happy to be secretly photographed, but he could not rush over and ask them to delete it. After all, if he forced them to delete it, there would probably be negative news reports tomorrow. Therefore, being a celebrity was sometimes really tiring. It required a lot of effort. He is looking at me, Li Yu exclaimed. She was a little happy and a little nervous. Will he come over and smash my phone? At this time, Xianxia waved at her. Wow, is he waving at me? Li Yu looked around, but there was no one around. Should I go over? After I go over, How should I hand over the phone? Go, get close to the big boss. Host, go over quickly. Why are you in a daze? I want to see Xianxia's bare face. Go, focus the camera. The comment section was full of encouragement. The audience in the live broadcast room was more excited than she was. They sent her a wave of gifts and urged her to hurry over. Liu trotted over with excitement and nervousness. When she approached, Xianxia asked, "Are you filming?" After seeing the screen of the phone facing him, his smile suddenly became gentle and his tone became easygoing. "You're broadcasting." He thought to himself, "Damn, you're broadcasting behind my back." "Can I?" Liu asked timidly, his eyes shining brightly. "Yes," Xianxia said. "Are you a female host?" Liu nodded vigorously. "Yes, my name is Liu. I'm a small host on the Salted Fish broadcasting platform." Xianxia nodded and stopped her from filming. He smiled brightly and said, "Hello, everyone." He waved at the camera. The next moment, the comments in the comment section jumped and the screen was full of gifts. Liu's face was full of happiness. "Stand aside. I want to fight with my friends," Xianxia said. Liu stood obediently by the pavilion. When she saw Man Pei, her eyes lit up. She immediately aimed the camera at the people in the pavilion and greeted them as if they were close friends. "Hello, everyone." No one paid attention to her. The teenagers glanced at her casually. "Hey." Liu awkwardly moved the camera away. The eyes of the people in the pavilion made her feel the gaze of the big boss. A lively and beautiful girl like her was popular everywhere, but obviously the people in the pavilion were not so enthusiastic. Liu glanced at the phone. The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing the beautiful mature woman who had appeared for a moment. Some said that the two little girls were also very beautiful. Zhang Yihang was happy in his heart. "Oh, this little girl came at the right time. Isn't Xianxia a big star? Watch me beat him in the live broadcast." From a physical point of view, a man in his early 30s was the peak of his body. Teenagers and young people may be energetic, but their strength was not as good as his age. Then there was experience. Experience needed to be accumulated over a long period of time. How could Xianxia be the opponent of a veteran who had undergone strict training? The young boys and girls in the pavilion were watching with great interest. The female host of the Salted Fish broadcasting platform, Liu, held a selfie stick and looked forward to it. Xianxia nodded to Zhang Yihang, indicating that he could attack. He didn't lower his waist, and his muscles were loose. His casual posture made Zhang Yihang raise his eyebrows. He ran a few steps, gathered his strength, and kicked toward Xianxia's lower abdomen. Xianxia still didn't move. His face was calm. If he stood with his hands behind his back, he would look like a master. When his foot was about to hit Xianxia's lower abdomen, Zhang Yihang's mouth revealed a smile. "This kick will make you spit out the wine you drank last night." Dementia. But at this moment, Xianxia was as still as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He turned around to avoid the kick. At the same time, he exerted strength from his waist and swept his right leg. Xianxia's leg swept Zhang Yihang's waist. It was like a whip hitting a sandbag, making a muffled sound. Zhang Yihang, who weighed 160 kilograms, was instantly sent flying. Xianxia had used a lot of strength in his kick to send him flying. Otherwise, he would have fallen and been seriously injured. After all, he was a big shot who could break a bone porcelain cup with his bare hands. Zhang Yihang fell to the ground and curled up like a mantis shrimp. He first felt a suffocating pain, the kind that was really breathless. Then he felt a sharp pain in his left waist. My kidney. My kidney. Chapter 550. There were no cheers or cheers. The young boys and girls in the pavilion were a little confused. Finished? Finished? Why was it completely different from the fierce battle that he had imagined? Where you gave a left hook and I gave a right hook. Where you gave a black tiger a heart and I gave a monkey a peach. People usually had a few rounds of boxing. Here it was over with one kick. They knew that real fighting was very intense. There was no such thing as teleportation or dodging. But it was too fast. Everyone was a little confused. It seemed that those who were related to Xianxia were especially fast, all kinds of fast. Before you could get into the zone, he would be finished with a whoosh. However, The visual effect of this kick was very shocking. A tall and sturdy man was sent flying with a bang. Nan Man, pain narrowed her eyes slightly. The layman enjoyed the show, but the expert saw the naked picture. What she saw was unparalleled strength and precise and ingenious control. This ingenuity was like aged wine. It could not be achieved without a few years of practice. This kid's strength increased again. That night, if it was Xianxia like this, Nan Man Pei knew that she would not be able to last more than 10 moves. She would be beaten until she cried and called for her father. Was he merciful at that time, or did his strength increase again? Nan Man Pei leaned towards the former. A person's fighting skills could be accumulated, but there was a limit to the growth of strength. How could he change so much in just a few months? He was not long out yet. Influenced by Xianxia, Nan Man Pei habitually muttered in her heart when she encountered unreasonable people or things. He was not long out yet. She had looked up Long Out Yin on the internet. He was a novel protagonist who ignored all logic and reason. He was used to describe some inconceivable or absurd things. That was what the internet said. If you don't believe me, you can do it. Unknowingly, the phrase drown you in the Huangpu River had become her own arrogant words. Pei Nan Man felt a sense of loss. Liu recovered from the shock and found that the live streaming room was in an uproar. The speed of the comments was like the bullet screen. When she looked at the gifts again, she realized that her sweetheart had received more gifts than the sum of the gifts she had received in half a month of live streaming. In the eyes of tens of thousands of viewers through the live broadcast on their mobile phones, they saw the burly man fly up and kick Xianxia. Xianxia didn't move at all. It was unknown how many female viewers screamed for Xianxia in front of their screens. Then, Xianxia turned around and swept his leg. His posture was handsome and his strength was fierce. Such a big man flew out like a sack. Compared to Qin Bao Bao's live broadcast on the set, this time's sparring session was even more shocking and visually impactful. He was sent flying with a single kick. I think I've learned physics for nothing. It must be fake. It really doesn't make sense. If you say that it's possible to send someone flying with a kick, it's possible. However, sweeping someone away and kicking someone away are two completely different things. But that's the truth. This isn't a movie. Is a fast shooter a monster? This fast shooter is a bit rash. What's so strange about that? Didn't you see his muscles just now? This old lady's maiden heart. I really want to lick it. Quick, shoot me. How is that man? Is he dead? The viewers in the live broadcast room were in a heated discussion. Xianxia reached out to help Zhang Yihong and pretended to be very concerned. Are you all right? Look at me. I accidentally missed. Zhang Yihong's face was pale. He ignored him and struggled to get up. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath. He had no time to care about what Nan Man Pei would think of him. He had to recover first. When Xianxia saw Liu coming over, he pretended to help him. Image was very important, especially for public figures. They must be great, glorious, and righteous. Otherwise, they would be easily patronized by God Hegemon. There were many dead anchors and stars who were killed because of their arrogance and lack of control. Liu cried, "Idol, you're so powerful." Xianxia smiled and faced the camera. Everyone, please call me Wu Dao Grandmaster in the future. It's time to change my image. I'm just a fast shooter, let go with the wind. Xianxia intended to take this opportunity to clear his name. Smart people always seize the opportunity to clear their names. It was so embarrassing to be called Wu Dao Grandmaster all the time. The viewers in the live broadcast room responded, Wu Dao Grandmaster. Wu Dao Grandmaster. Wu Dao Grandmaster, I love you. Xianxia was speechless. I'm so stupid. Why do I always have to be entangled with a nickname? Steady aura. Steady aura. The nickname Wu Dao Grandmaster was quite naughty, so fans and onlookers liked to call Xianxia this way. They thought it was a teasing and a nickname. What kind of nickname was this? Wu Dao Grandmaster, Prince Charming, and Little Fresh Meat were not as interesting as Wu Dao Grandmaster. This was the psychology of the masses. For example, many stars like to criticize themselves on Weibo, which could make fans laugh and like them. That was the reason. But Xianxia really didn't like this nickname. When he introduced himself in the future, he would say, "Hello, I'm Shi Ritian." What's your name? I'm Wu Dao Grandmaster. Or, hello, I'm Xianxia. Oh, I know you. Wu Dao Grandmaster. Inexplicably, he was given such a title. It was all Qin Bao Bao's fault. No matter how hard he slapped her, it wouldn't make up for his loss. He would definitely give her a good spanking when he got home. Nan Man Pei walked over and stretched out her hand. Yihang, are you okay? Zhang Yihang's expression was terrible. He shook his head, held Nan Man Pei's little hand, and got up. The left side of his waist hurt badly. He had the illusion that he was being cut in half. Nan Man Pei said apologetically, I'm sorry. He didn't hold back. As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Xianxia. The moment she said that, Zhang Yihang was mesmerized, but the words she said made Zhang Yihang break down. He doesn't hold back in all aspects. I've been troubled. Zhang Yihang was speechless. It seemed like she said nothing, but it also seemed like she said everything. The art of language was filled with imagination. Zhang Yihang got up quietly, rubbed his waist, and forced a smile. My clothes are dirty. I'll go back to the hotel to change. You guys have fun. Nan Man Pei nodded. I'll call an electric car to pick you up. There was an electric car in the forest park that was similar to the ferry at the airport. After all, the park was very big. It was impossible to walk there. Zhang Yihang waved his hand and left. For both parties, this blind date was undoubtedly a failure. Both of them were people of status. They didn't overdo it to save face. Do you have a house? No. Do you have a car? No. Do you have more than $1 million in savings? No. Then why did you go on a blind date? Are you a virgin? No. Then why did you go on a blind date? Only vulgar men and women would talk like this. They didn't hold back at all. Although these were the 3 essentials of a blind date, a car, a house, and money, one had to learn to hold back. In life, there were many things that could be said in a subtle way. This would not only show quality, but also avoid conflict. For example, your wife gave you a green crown. Your father was furious. Your mother is seeking death. The grass in your grave is green. I invite your mother to go to Mount Wu together. The art of language was wonderful. Chen Qingyuan said, Qinggu, let's ride a horse. She glanced at Liu's mobile phone and hugged Qinzai's arm very schemingly. Cameraman, quickly turn the camera over. I'll give you an extra drumstick tonight. Naive and sweet girls can't catch up with Prince Charming. If a girl is not scheming, how can she hook up with her sweetheart? Chen Qingyuan felt that this was an opportunity. Regardless of the consequences, she had to first set the status of intimate relationship. With so many people watching in the live broadcast room, there would definitely be screenshots. She would become Qin Ji's rumored girlfriend. It was beautiful to think about. Qin Zhe glared at her. Don't make trouble. He took back his hand. Chen Qingyuan felt wronged. Give me a hug. It doesn't cost you a penny. Only a ghost would give you a hug. Qin Zhe didn't care about gossip, but he was afraid of kneeling on the keyboard. He was afraid of being pinched to death by his sister. He was afraid that Suyu would pinch his JJ. Qin Zhe had been surviving in the cracks of his sister. This was like a man saying to a woman, give me a slap. It doesn't cost you a penny. Maybe I'll give you money. They came to the race course. The so-called race course was actually a 200-meter playground, a miniature version of the 400-meter track in the school. The track surrounded the fir trees. 2 horses, 2 trainers. Qin Zhe was pulled by Chen Qingyuan to run a circle. 20 yuan. The 2 horses trotted, and people bumped up and down on the back of the horses. Huh, Qinggu, don't you think we're like the Jianghu Rangers, the Condor heroes? Chen Qingyuan smiled brightly. I think we are like 2 children. Qin Zhe said, why? This thing is like riding a wooden horse, up and down. Ugh, now that you mention it, it does seem like it. It's not romantic at all. When riding a horse, one's buttocks couldn't sit stably. Both feet had to be on the stirrups. Even so, the person was still jolting. Riding a horse was not romantic at all. On the contrary, it was a little empty because a horse was a living thing, not a car or a bicycle. In the TV series, riding a horse in the martial arts world should be very romantic. Let's accompany the mortal world and enjoy the prosperity of the world. Reality, let me us in a mortal world. Urge, urge, urge horse, 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 horse. One lap was soon finished. Chen Qingyuan was not satisfied yet. Xianxia saw Nan Man Pei's eager expression and asked, Sister Man, do you also want to ride a horse? Nan Man Pei nodded. Xianxia shouted, Li Donglai, give me your coupon. I'll ride around again. Li Donglai was speechless. Could it be that Qin Ge has taken a fancy to my aunt? I tried so hard, but ended up guarding against the wrong person? Yes, Qin Ge has a big sister complex. He has no interest in little girls. Someone like my aunt is more in line with his taste. On second thought, it's normal. My aunt is so beautiful. Any man will have thoughts about her. But my aunt hasn't found a partner for so many years. Obviously, she doesn't have that kind of thought. Brother Qin was probably unrequited in love. Xianxia and Nan Man Pei rode side by side along the track. Nan Man Pei's eyes were sparkling. There was a little girl's excitement. She's already 30 years old, but she's still so unrestrained. She's imitating other girls' expressions, but she's very beautiful and cute. Nan Man Pei experienced the pleasure of riding a horse without any distractions. Xianxia silently turned his head and looked at her trembling breasts. The big breasts were a little naughty. Their trembling made one's heart itch. Candwell Gill was hard. The scenery was beautiful. Xianxia nodded silently. He'll ask his sister to come and ride another day. After one lap, Xianxia got off the horse. Nan Man Pei didn't get down. Ziki, give me your coupon. Li Donglai, who had just finished buying his coupon, came back. Pei Ziki snatched her brother's coupon and handed it to the horse trainer. Nan Man Pei happily started the second lap. Li Donglai was speechless. The whole section collapsed. I want to ride a horse too. I've never ridden a horse in my life. I've never even ridden a Western horse. You degree. You. Nan Man Pei ran half a lap before Liu got on the horse with the help of the horse trainer. She was still holding the selfie stick. She grabbed the saddle with one hand and smiled sweetly at the camera. I'm going to ride a horse now. Okay. Didn't I always show you, Xianxia? You can't ignore me. The horse trainer said, put away your phone. You can't broadcast riding a horse. Liu bargained. It's okay. The horse is so slow. The horse trainer said, no, you can't hold it with one hand. What if you fall? We are responsible for your safety. Liu looked at Xianxia. She didn't know anyone here. She only spoke a few words to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. Qingyuan, help me hold it? Chen Qingyuan said obediently. Okay. Chen Qingyuan ran over and took the selfie stick from Liu. Liu smiled. Thank you, little sister. Chen Qingyuan nodded and quickly ran back to Xianxia. The horse trainer said, don't squeeze the horse's belly. Don't pull the reins. After that, he gently patted the horse's butt. Liu sat on the horse's back and rushed out with a whoosh. She immediately screamed. The horse had been running slowly for the previous few laps, but when it came to her, the horse suddenly charged. The two horses in the horse farm were trained. They were like machines on an assembly line, following a fixed program. The two horses had been running side by side, so the horse that Liu was sitting on subconsciously chased after Nan Man Pei's horse. A family should be neat and tidy. Liu screamed and bounced on the horse's back. A horse that accelerated was a terrifying experience for someone who had no riding experience. So she subconsciously grabbed the saddle and squeezed the horse's belly with her legs. Don't squeeze the horse's belly. Don't squeeze the horse's belly, the horse trainer shouted. Liu, who was in a panic, squeezed the horse even tighter and screamed. There was a small commotion. The live broadcast room was even more lively. The audience commented, "What's wrong? Did the horse suddenly go crazy? The horse is running so fast. It's so scary. You hold on tight. Don't fall. What's the horse trainer doing? Why don't you pull the horse? Idiot, you can't squeeze the horse's belly. This is in order to speed up." The horse she was sitting on quickly caught up with Nan Man Pei, but it didn't stop. Instead, it rushed to the finish line and was ready to continue the second lap. The horse trainer had been waiting at the finish line. Taking advantage of the horse's passing, he rushed up and pulled the reins hard. The horse anxiously raised its hooves and stopped. Under the strong inertia, Liu screamed and fell forward from the horse's back. The horse trainer didn't expect the woman to be so weak. The horse had stopped, but she still couldn't steady herself. Liu was frightened. Her body was tense the whole time. As soon as she relaxed a little, she was thrown down by the inertia. The girls exclaimed, "Be careful." The audience in the live broadcast room saw Li Yu fall down face first because her feet were caught in the stirrups. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure dashed out. Before Li Yu fell, he reached out and caught her, carrying her in his arms. Chapter 551. Xianxia looked at the pale and frightened girl in his arms. "Are you okay?" The track was not wide. A distance of more than 10 meters was just a sprint for him. Li Yu was still in shock. She thought she was going to fall, and her heart was beating wildly. She didn't expect that someone would reach out and help her at the critical moment. When he saw that it was Xianxia, at this moment, a familiar line flashed in his mind. "My dream lover is a peerless hero." She looked at Xianxia's face in a daze, her heart beating wildly. The words were the same, but the mentality was completely different. Li Yu was slightly wet. Xianxia helped her up and asked, "Are you okay?" Li Yu quickly shook her head, her cheeks slightly red. "I'm okay. Thank you." Bao Bao was scared to death. Seeing that she was okay, the two horse trainers were relieved and went forward to ask and apologize with concern. If the tourists were really injured, the forest park would be responsible. But it was a false alarm, so the matter would be much lighter. Li Yu shook her head generously. "I'm okay." As she spoke, she peeked at Xianxia. If it were an unreasonable or thick-skinned tourist, they would have made a scene and asked for some of money or at least the money for the coupons. But just like men pretending to be generous in front of women, women would also pretend to be educated and reasonable in front of men. Chen Xingyuan heard the teenagers next to her breathe a sigh of relief and shout, "Awesome, 666, and Qin Ge is mighty." She first cast an admiring look at Xianxia, then glanced at the people next to her with disdain. "He is indeed the man I like. Sit down, it's basic operation." In a live broadcast room, the screen was full of gifts. Chen Xingyuan looked curiously. She only saw the constantly changing comments and gifts flying all over the sky. How much money did all these add up to? The comments were quite interesting. It's Xianxia, so fast. When did the fast shooter rush out? So fast. A hero saves a damsel in distress. Quick, cheer for the fast shooter. Xianxia is so charismatic. I really want to have a boyfriend like him. Wow. I feel more and more that Xianxia is a good person. It gives me a sense of security. I want a boyfriend like that, too. 666. That's King awesome. I was sweating for you just now. By the way, did anyone record it? Yes, I'm going to post it on Weibo. We've been recording the entire time, starting from the pavilion. Huh. After the nervousness, the viewers in the live broadcast room heaved a sigh of relief and started discussing the scene just now. The comments in the comment section were alternating wildly. If this was a computer, there would be a screen full of 666 comments, the kind that would cover the screen. Chen Xingyuan showed a happy smile. She liked to see people praise Xianxia. It was like when you took your pet dog out for a walk and passers-by praised, "Wow, your dog is so cute." At this moment, Chen Xingyuan saw someone talking about her in the comment section. "Girl, let's be friends." "Sister, are you a streamer too? What's your streamer number?" Chen Xingyuan's dark eyes turned and showed a thoughtful expression. She looked a little cute and playful. "I'm not a streamer. I'm just helping your streamer hold her phone." "Kawaii, what good girl. She's good at Syscon." Immediately, there was another round of comments, although it was quickly pushed to the top by Xianxia's comments. Chen Xingyuan whispered, "Let me tell you a secret." After she finished speaking, she waited for a few seconds and saw that someone in the comments section asked about the secret. Chen Xingyuan coughed. She wanted to say, "I'm Xianxia's girlfriend." She wanted to forcibly crown herself. Then, this matter would become the headlines, the hot search, and maybe she could even become an internet celebrity. Of course, being an internet celebrity was not important. What was important was that her relationship with Xianxia would spread and the whole world would know. "Actually, I'm Xianxia's girlfriend." Chen Xingyuan's tone was serious, as if she was announcing that the Chinese people had stood up. As expected, the live stream was in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments, scolding, questioning, and questioning. It was like a divine needle poking into a muddy ground, and stirring it vigorously. The juice flowed, and it was difficult to calm down. Chun Qingyuan's words had such an effect. Your brother seems to have sprained his hand. Go and have a look. When Chun Qingyuan was really proud and smiled sweetly at the camera, a hand pushed her from the side. It was Pei Ziki. Chun Qingyuan looked at her blankly. Brother? I don't have a brother. I'm the only daughter in the family. Since when did my dad get me an older brother outside? It's Qin Zhe, Pei Ziki said to the camera. She's joking with everyone. She's Qin Zhe's cousin. Chun Qing, I'm not. I'm not. Pei Ziki snatched the phone. Okay, you just like to joke. Give the phone back. She didn't give Chun Qingyuan a chance to explain. She ran away and handed the phone back to Li Yu. Thank you. Li Yu took the phone and was ready to act cute and pitiful to the audience in the live stream and ask for gifts. Asking for gifts in fancy ways was the self-cultivation and basic skill of a female streamer. But when she saw the comments section, she was stunned. The audience didn't comfort her or discuss the thrilling scene just now. So it's Qin Zhe's cousin. Qin Zhe's cousin is so beautiful. The elder sister is beautiful. Is the younger sister so beautiful too? Qin Zhe's cousin? Li was confused. Was it the girl just now? Then she checked the number of gifts and was shocked on the spot. The gifts she received in one day were more than the total gifts she received in a month of live stream. No wonder everyone liked to freeload. It was too easy to make money. On the other side, Chun Qingyuan stared at Pei Ziki unhappily. Why are you ruining my business? His words sounded like a big bully asking a young hero who had pulled out his sword to help out when he saw injustice on the road. Pei Ziki said, Don't mess around with this kind of thing. It's okay to be mischievous. But if you do it tens of thousands of times, something bad will happen. This was the same principle as playing with a little was good for the mood, playing with too much was bad for the body, and playing with too much was bad for the body. Everything had to be done in moderation. Qin Zhe is a public figure. His girlfriend has always been a sensitive topic. Don't be silly. It's okay if it's really his girlfriend, but you're a fake. Pei Ziki said, Believe it or not, you'll be found out tomorrow. Do you know how terrible the fans are now? Do you want to be made into a joke, be abused on the internet, and even receive threatening messages? Chun Qingyuan said guiltily, It's not that bad. Pei Ziki lowered her voice. It's okay if you're found out, but don't implicate your father. Is your father's but clean? Everyone is squatting in the toilet. His sh*t will never be clean. Chun Qingyuan thought for a moment. Then I'll go back and help my father clean the sh*t on his, but first? Pei Ziki was speechless. Qin Zhe held Nanman Pei's waist and helped her get off the horse. He asked, Sister Man, do you still want to ride? If you do, Ziki and Donglai's coupons will be renewed again. Nanman Pei shook her head. Forget it. It was a pity that they were not in the grassland. Otherwise, they could ride the horse and enjoy the speed and passion. Qin Zhe said, Oh, he was a little disappointed that he could not enjoy the moving scenery again. In addition, he suddenly understood why some people like to have sex on the horse. It was because it was too easy. The horse's power could replace the waist and save a lot of trouble. While riding the horse, he could also ride the big breasts. Nanman Pei said seriously, Qin Zhe, were you not serious at all that night? This could easily cause misunderstandings, so Nanman Pei said it in a low voice. Due to the limited number of times that he and Nanman Pei had been alone at night, Qin Zhe thought for a moment and understood. Yes, he answered honestly. If you go all out, how many moves can I take? Although she had expected it, Nanman Pei was still unwilling to give up and asked. Qin Zhe wanted to say 3 seconds. On second thought, such an answer was too merciful. Moreover, it was too quick. He was now very sensitive to anything fast. I've never tried, so I don't know, Qin Zhe said. Have you ever met an opponent that you can't defeat? Nanman Pei asked. Being stronger than any opponent is the biggest worry in life. Qin Zhe sighed softly. Nanman Pei rolled her eyes at him charmingly. The unexpected incident did not extinguish the teenager's interest in riding. Qin Zhe and Nanman Pei stood outside the track, watching and chatting. Sister Man, have you seen today's headlines? Qin Zhe lowered his voice and asked mysteriously. As he spoke, Xianxia looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and there were white clouds. There was no shadow of the river crab god. I saw it. Nan Man Pei nodded. How do you feel? How does your brother-in-law feel? Xianxia asked. It was good to talk to smart people. They could always easily understand the meaning of your words. Nan Man Pei glanced at him lightly and said in a bad mood, eating gutter oil, worrying about Nan Man Pei's heart. It seemed that Sister Man was secretive and did not want to discuss it with him. Xianxia could almost guess that if he continued to ask, Nan Man Pei would reply, "Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River if you talk too much." Thinking about it, Sister Man was quite arrogant. Her body was upright. After everyone had experienced the pleasure of riding a horse, the group of people went elsewhere. Xianxia thought that Nan Man Pei would go back. After all, she was here for a blind date. Now that the other half of the blind date had left, she had no reason to play with a group of kids. But she did not leave. Instead, she said that she wanted to drive a go-kart. The go-kart was a little far, and it would take time to wait for the electric car to pass by. So, the group of people rented the bicycles in the park. Liu happily planned to follow Xianxia and get gifts. "Let's go. Don't follow us," Xianxia said. "Anyway, we're all playing. Let's go together, okay?" Liu said in a coquettish tone. "No, I'll hit you again." Xianxia gently knocked on her head. "All right then." Liu clutched his head with a disappointed expression. After all, she was a college student. She was much more cultured than those female anchors from Dongguan. If it were them, they would shamelessly follow Xianxia because they could earn money quickly. In that case, Xianxia could only go back to the hotel. The two parties parted ways and rode in opposite directions. They met by chance and parted. They might not meet again in the future. Life was always like this. You would meet people one by one, and then those people would become distant scenery. Life continued to move forward. No matter if it was happy or sad, it would never stop. But Xianxia did not know that he had gained a die-hard fan. Chapter 552. For Chen Qingyuan, Xianxia was the most dazzling scenery she had ever seen in her 18 years of life. She was so engrossed in it that she couldn't extricate herself from it. She tried to retain it so that it would forever be a part of her life. For Nan Man Pei, Xianxia was also a scenery. It was still bright, but the color was a little bright and yellow. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at Xianxia. The wind lifted his bangs, and on his angular face there was a smell of sweat. It was a sunny day in August, and it was hot. Nan Man Pei regretted wearing a bra when she went out. It was uncomfortable, but if she didn't wear it, it would be heavier and more uncomfortable. Moreover, she was wearing short sleeves, and when she walked, it would jump and jump. It was very naughty. She envied women with small breasts who went out unrestrained. If Qin Bao Bao was here, she might be able to reach a consensus with Nan Man Pei. If Su Yu and Wang Zijin were here, they might join forces to fight against the two shameless women. Halfway through the ride, everyone saw a little kid sitting under the shade of a tree by the roadside, holding a dead branch in his hand. He was small and looked very lonely and bored. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's half-brother. Why was he here alone? He looked like a punching bag. Although they hated this brother, he was still a brother. He was still young and looked like he was separated from the adults. They couldn't just sit back and watch. Li Donglai stopped the car and shouted, "Little brat, why are you here?" The little brat raised his head and looked at him. He didn't appreciate it at all. "It's none of your business." "Hey, you little brat, if I don't beat you up for a day, your skin will itch." Li Donglai stretched out his leg and kicked him lightly, knocking him over. The little brat had always been hostile to his elder brother. He felt that he had been greatly insulted and pounced over. Li Donglai stretched out his hand and pressed it against his forehead. He waved his hands and bared his teeth, but he couldn't touch him. This scene was unbearable to look at. Xianxia coughed and said, "Donglai, don't bully children." Who knew that after Li Donglai let go of his hand, the little brat spat at him. Fortunately, Li Donglai reacted quickly and dodged it. "I'll ask Daddy to hit you," little wimp threatened. Spit. It was a child's signature move. Children who didn't learn this trick were unqualified children. Xianxia recalled a story. There was a kid next door who spat at everyone he saw. His parents spoiled him. Every time someone scolded him, his parents would say, "He's still a kid." One day, a narrow-minded guy was spat on by a child. He was furious, pried open the child's mouth and spat a mouthful of phlegm. Since then, the child had never spat again. However, Little Wimp was Big Boss Lee's son, who would be tired of living and dare to do this. Nan Man Pei stopped the car with one foot on the ground and asked, "Why are you here? Where's your mother?" Little Wimp didn't dare to be disrespectful to Nan Man Pei. He had suffered before, so he answered honestly, "My mother didn't let me come out to play, so I snuck out by myself." Nan Man Pei heard this and frowned. "How long have you snuck out?" Little Wimp said, "Just for a while. All the things here cost money. I don't have any money." So he sat alone by the roadside and sulked. Nan Man Pei took out his phone and called his mother. "Your son is with me. Come and pick him up." From the racetrack to the go-kart track. Little Wimp shouted, "Tell me, tell me." He pulled Nan Man Pei's sleeve and tiptoed to snatch the phone. Li Donglai clicked his tongue. If it was him who did this when he was young, his aunt would have hit him with a chestnut. His stepmother spoiled him too much, causing him to have such a domineering and willful personality. Nan Man Pei passed the phone to him. Little Wimp said, "Mom, I'm with my aunt. I want to go and play. Don't worry about me." On the phone, the woman didn't seem to agree. Little Wimp threw a tantrum. "I want to play, I want to play. Otherwise, I'll go home alone." After venting his anger for a while, he returned the phone to Nan Man Pei. "My mother wants to talk to you." Nan Man Pei took the phone and put it to his ear. Man, please take care of How." The woman said. Nan Man Pei said concisely, "Okay." She hung up the phone and patted the back seat. "Get in." Little Wimp said, "I don't want to sit in your car." Nan Man Pei said, "Dong Lai, you take him." Little Wimp immediately refused. "I don't want to sit in his car." Nan Man Pei looked at Pei Ziki. "Ziki, you take him." Little Wimp said, "I don't want to sit in his car either." This brat. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched, but there are no electric scooters here. You can only take a bicycle. She could directly scold Little Wimp's mother without any pressure. However, Nan Man Pei couldn't show any attitude to a 10-year-old kid. Moreover, he wasn't like Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, who were elder sister's children and could be beaten up as she wished. That Little Wimp pointed at Xianxia and said, "I want to sit in his car." "I'm so flattered. My charm isn't just limited to girls anymore. Even children are looking at me with admiration." Nan Man Pei nodded. "Then, can you give him a ride?" Xianxia said, "No problem, sister man." Little Wimp immediately climbed onto Xianxia's bicycle. The bicycles in the forest park weren't as snobbish as the shared bicycles. They had back seats. In the end, Little Wimp got on the back seat and said, "Let's go. Take me to have fun. I'll put in a good word for you in front of my dad." Xianxia, who was pedaling, was stunned. "What? You want to suck up to my dad?" Little Wimp said in a firm tone, "There are many people who want to suck up to my dad. As long as you listen to me obediently, I can put in a good word for you. Otherwise, you're finished." "This Little Wimp," Xianxia said in annoyance, "which eye of yours saw that I want to suck up to your dad?" Little Wimp said, "It's not like I haven't seen people like you before. Each and every one of them wanted to give my dad a gift and ask him for help. My dad wasn't willing, so they gave me a gift. They begged me to talk to my mom, and then my mom talked to my dad." Seeing that Xianxia didn't say anything, Little Wimp said in disdain, "What are you pretending for? Hey, this kid wants to beat me up." When they arrived at the karting area, the group stopped and bought coupons to play. The fun of karting was that there was no need to consider any traffic rules. You could drive as much as you wanted and take turns in all kinds of positions. As for those who didn't know how to drive, they could experience the thrill of driving. The operation of karting was not much different from a real car. There were 5 karting cars on the track. If there were more, the track wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Xianxia, Nan Man Pei, Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and Chen Xingyuan were the first to finish. Xianxia held the steering wheel and waited for the staff behind him to start the karting car with the key. He looked at Nan Man Pei beside him and said, "Sister man, 3 laps. Let's race." Nan Man Pei raised the corner of her mouth and said, "What's the bet?" Xianxia said, "If I lose, I'll sleep with you. If I win, you'll sleep with me." Nan Man Pei said, "I'll sink you." Xianxia cut in and said, "I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Do you believe me?" Nan Man Pei said, "If you lose, I'll kick you. If I win, I'll let you kick me." "No problem." As soon as they finished speaking, they stepped on the accelerator almost at the same time. The two karting cars had the same horsepower and speed. It was just a matter of who was more experienced and who could take turns better. Xianxia soon realized that his driving skills were not as good as Nan Man Pei's. When Xianxia turned, he first braked and slowed down before taking turns. Nan Man Pei didn't brake. She just turned the steering wheel and drifted. Sister Man was indeed an experienced driver. She was ashamed. After 2 consecutive turns, Xianxia was half a car behind. However, he learned quickly and quickly became an experienced driver. He learned from Nan Man Pei and drifted without braking. An experienced driver and a wanton person were the same. The former would rather die than step on the brakes. The latter would rather die than return to the city. On the 3rd lap, Nan Man Pei was still half a car ahead of him. The result was set. Her lips curled into a smile. However, at the last turn, Xianxia turned the steering wheel violently. The front of the car hit Nan Man Pei's car. Nan Man Pei was at the edge of the turn. After being hit by Xianxia, the front of the car tilted and hit the edge of the truck's tire. Xianxia raced to the finish line. He turned his head excitedly, only to see Nan Man Pei driving back slowly. Her pretty face was gloomy and she looked very angry. They left the karting car. "Although I won, I'm a man. Let's forget about the bet," Xianxia said. Nan Man Pei suddenly smiled and said coquettishly, "Come on, Sister Man is not afraid of pain. Use your strength. You don't have to take pity on me." Xianxia was speechless. Ha, Sister Man, are you angry?" Xianxia laughed dryly. "No, I'm just waiting for you to kick me. Hurry." Xianxia lifted his leg and kicked her calf lightly. Nan Man Pei's smile disappeared. She gritted her teeth and said, "Xianxia, you're really kicking me?" Suddenly, a child's crying and scolding interrupted the two of them. Looking in the direction of the sound, little Wimp was pressed to the ground by Li Donglai and spanked hard. Nan Man Pei frowned slightly and was a little annoyed. "What's wrong now?" Chun Xingyuan stood at the side and said innocently, "He spat at me." Nan Man Pei glanced at little Wimp and said unhappily, How? It's rude to spit." Little Wimp said, "It's none of your business. It's none of your business." Nan Man Pei waved her hand tiredly and asked Li Donglai to get up. "I'm too lazy to take care of this brat." "Xianxia, help me look after him," she said. Why do I have to look after him? I'm not his father or brother. Take it as an apology for kicking me just now. I'll try my best to control the burning silence aura in my body." Little Wimp laid on the ground and did not get up, crying loudly. He looked so pitiful that even Xianxia could not help but feel pity for him. "Why bother? Your mother is not even here. Who are you crying for?" "Don't cry. You can't spit at people, you know. It's very rude." Xianxia, help him up. Giving birth to such a brat, the parents would be worried. No, the responsibility should be on the parents. Big Boss Li did not have the skills to educate children. Whether it was this brat or Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, when they first met, their personalities were so bad that they wanted to die. It was better not to have children in the future. Xianxia did not have the skills to educate children and had no experience. If he gave birth to a son and raised him wrongly, it would be painful. He would discuss it with his sister later. It would be better to have a daughter as the first child. "Help me beat him up." Little Wimp pointed at Li Donglai and said to Xianxia, "He's my disciple." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "You should be more obedient." "Pei." Little Wimp spat at Xianxia's face, quickly and accurately spraying venom. Chapter 553. At that time, the spit was only a millimeter away from my face. In 0.01 seconds, it would have stuck to my handsome face. "What the hell? I, old Master Qin, am not dead yet, and you're already spitting at me." Fortunately, the effects of the times are calling that Xianxia had painstakingly trained came in handy. Relying on his superhuman reflexes, he leaned back and narrowly avoided the venom attack. Venom attack from the brat. Miss. This was like a high-level account with godly equipment facing a goblin with a wooden hammer. If the goblin stood still and let the goblin hit him, only a miss would appear on top of the goblin's head. Similarly, a high-level account with a light hit would be able to blast the goblin into pieces. Unfortunately, this was not a game. Not to mention that the brat was Big Brother Li's son. Even if he wasn't, Xianxia couldn't lay his hands on a child. It was the same logic as how a man couldn't bring himself to fight with a woman. Li Donglai could beat up his younger brother without restraint. He was his brother, and Xianxia was his elder. He couldn't beat up the brat in front of so many people. But if he didn't beat him up, he would be angry. The child couldn't understand such things as gentlemanly demeanor. Instead, he thought that Xianxia was afraid of his identity. So he became even more unscrupulous. Taking a deep breath, he sank his chi into his dantian and gathered it at the tip of his tongue. Hey! The venom hit him 3 times in a row, but Xianxia dodged all of them. Pa! When the brat was brewing the 4th mouthful of venom, Nanman Pei finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. It was just a small slap. It was very light, so it probably wouldn't hurt. The brat had obviously never been humiliated like this before. He met Nanman Pei's cold eyes and turned to punch and kick Xianxia. Xianxia reached out his hand to block the brat's head. No matter how he punched and kicked, he couldn't touch him. I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to beat you to death. You dog, you're a dog. My dog. I'll ask my dad to beat you to death. Xianxia's mouth twitched. This account was useless. He suggested that Big Brotherly delete his account and start from scratch. He had met a lot of naughty children. When he was in junior high school, a couple living on the same floor gave birth to a naughty child. The child was always swearing and had no manners or upbringing. Because the male owner was a middle school teacher, he often came to Xianxia's house to ask the old man, who was still a university teacher at that time, for advice and to discuss the great cause of education. That teacher might have been a good teacher, but he was obviously lacking when it came to educating his children. He was drinking and chatting in the old master's study, talking about national affairs, encouraging words, and talking about nobility. His son and Xianxia were playing in the living room. Actually, at that time, Xianxia was not very willing to play with the little brat, so his attitude was not very good. He accidentally angered the little brat, who threw things and scolded him. He even threw an apple at Xianxia's nose. Xianxia had a nosebleed at that time. At that time, Qin Bao Bao, whose cheeks had just lost their roundness and became thin and charming, heard the noise and came out. When she saw her brother, who she regarded as her exclusive property, bleeding from his nose, she immediately exploded. She gave him a violent beating. Since then, the naughty brat never came to Xianxia's house again. He was scared when he saw Qin Bao. The child was naughty and disobedient. What should she do? Just give him a beating and everything would be fine. This brat was spoiled by my stepmother. Li Donglai raised his hand and was about to slap him. Nanman Pei stopped him. Speaking of which, she was temporarily taking care of the little brat. She was secretly taking care of the nephew who was not related to her by blood, and then letting the nephew who was related to her bully the nephew who was not related to her by blood. With her upbringing and character, she could not do such a thing. She was even too lazy to educate the little brat. What did it have to do with her whether he was ugly or not? As long as she educated Li Donglai and Pei Ziki well, she would be satisfied. Perhaps it was because his aunt and siblings were not kind people. Without his mother's support, he did not dare to be too picky. He also felt that Xianxia was the same as those who came to ask for help and did not dare to offend him. Hence, he grabbed Xianxia and scolded, "You're a dog who comes to my father for help. I want my father to beat you to death." Li Donglai was furious. "I'll beat you to death." His ambition was not small. He even wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father. At this time, Nanman Pei's phone rang again. She answered, Man, Mama's not feeling well again. Xianxia asked me to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Also, he received a call. There's something at the office, and he has to rush over. You can bring Hao and Ziki back with you." Nanman Pei said, "You're leaving now?" "Yes." "All right then." Nanman Pei hung up helplessly. The old lady was really too much. She came out to play when she was not feeling well. She went back to the hospital after playing around. We had to go back. Nan Man Pei looked at them. Grandma is not feeling well, and her father has something to do at the office. Pei Ziki suggested, then let's go back later. I still want to experience kayaking. Nan Man Pei pondered. That's fine too. Xianxia, keep an eye on him. Donglai drove here himself. He has a car. After Li Donglai was admitted to university, Nan Man Pei rewarded him with an Audi A6. Li Donglai, this idiot, had a low EQ. It was probably because he spent all his skills and talents on fighting. He often talked about finding a girlfriend. He was good at talking, but he was not good at acting. Otherwise, he would have driven the A6 to the entrance of the university to pick up girls. Xianxia was unwilling. He also wanted to go back, but if he left, Nan Man Pei would definitely be worried. This group of people were all children. He was the only adult and the elder. Hence, he said, don't worry. I'm an experienced driver, and I'm skilled. I guarantee that everyone in the car will be in good condition. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, okay. Li Donglai immediately said, Auntie, don't worry. I'm also an experienced driver. It's just kayaking. I've never used a paddle. I rely on the waves my whole life. Nan Man Pei replied to him with a knock on his head. Be honest. Nan Man Pei said angrily. After saying that, she left the karting venue. Pei Ziki added insult to injury. You don't have Xianxia's life, but you got Xianxia's illness. Li Donglai sighed. When can I be as outstanding as him? Pei Ziki sneered. It's hopeless. Accept your fate. Li Donglai was unconvinced. Master must have something up his sleeve. I'll go and ask him. Li Donglai humbly asked for advice. Xianxia pondered for a long time after hearing that. Li Shizhen's show. Li Shizhen's mischievousness. It depended on talent. It couldn't be learned. How about this? I'll say something. If you can understand it one day, you'll probably graduate, Xianxia said. Li Donglai put on an expression of listening attentively. Chun Qingyuan and Pei Ziki, who were beside him, also pricked up their ears. Xianxia said, you just started university. How's university life? I came back from Japan and want to make friends with you. Are you interested in Japanese girls? So, are you free this Sunday? Li Donglai was stunned. That's it. Xianxia nodded. That's it. Li Donglai looked at Pei Ziki and Chun Qingyuan. Did you hear anything? Chun Qingyuan. Qingge might want to say that university life is good. Pei Ziki. Stupid Li Donglai. Xianxia wants to introduce a girlfriend to you. Li Donglai was pleasantly surprised. Really, Qingge? Xianxia sighed. How lonely it was to be an expert. Everyone experienced the thrill of karting, except for the women, including the brat of the Li family. The brat's driving skills were a mess. He bumped all the way. Fortunately, the karting wasn't fast, and there were big trucks on both sides. No matter how hard he bumped, nothing happened. For a 10-year-old child, this was a rare and excellent experience. After all, he couldn't be like the rich children abroad, driving a small car with a little girl and showing off at a young age. When he grew up, he would be even more arrogant. Under the leadership of Xianxia, a group of people rode to the kayaking area. The little brat naturally sat in Xianxia's car. The little brat raised his chin at a 45-degree angle. His face was full of pride and arrogance, as if he was saying, Master gets on the sedan chair. Xianxia really wanted to beat him up. The kayak moved forward on the blue waves. The blue sky and white clouds were reflected in the water. Xianxia sat at the front of the boat and remembered that he went to the amusement park in Xishan with his sister and experienced many exciting games, such as the haunted house and roller coaster. At that time, his parents were also with him. He was forced onto the roller coaster and pendulum by his sister. When they came down, his sister vomited. Xianxia's face was as pale as a ghost. In the haunted house, the staff jumped out at the corner to scare his sister. His sister screamed in a high decibel. Xianxia heard the staff cursing. Damn, you scared me. Although the light was dim, Xianxia clearly saw the staff's body tremble. At this time, he was suddenly kicked in the waist. Go away. I want to sit at the front of the boat. The brat ordered. You want to get beaten up again? Li Donglai, who was rowing the boat, scolded. Donglai, don't be so angry. Xianxia moved and gave the seat to the brat. When the brat grew up, whenever he recalled his childhood, he would probably say something like, "My brother loved me very much when I was young. He liked to treat me to his favorite big mouth. Xianxia despised him in this aspect. My sister loved me very much when I was young. She liked to treat me to her favorite big mouth. One punch for one big mouth." The system came out to show off. The system usually didn't come out. It said that it was deducing the birth, process, and destruction of the universe. It claimed that it was different from those pretentious brats who only knew how to show off with the host. If one had to give an example, it would be the difference between a celebrity and a scientist. Xianxia tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember the original name of the lowly system. He felt that it was looking for an excuse for its lowly status, and shamelessly gave itself the high hat of a scientific research system. "If you want to hit a big mouth, you have to ask for my permission first," Xianxia said. "Everyone is hitting a big mouth." The system said, "Then this salted fish will have to be the enemy of the world." Xianxia said, "What if it's a pretentious brat host that's hitting a big mouth?" The system asked, "Don't be afraid, just do it." Xianxia finished acting cool and hugged the system's thigh. "Don't I still have you, the invincible system?" The system said, "I'm just a lowly one. This person." The system was invincible once it made fun of itself. Xianxia said, "Are you a defective product produced by the system supplier?" The system was angry. "Don't mess around. I was born for the great world of scientific research. I'm different from those cheap commercial goods. Also, when I was born, I was awesome. But because my main purpose was scientific research, I was cut." "Oh my, you scare this salted fish. Do you think you're Miyamoto? You think the invincible me can be cut again?" After rowing the kayak, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Pei Ziki was satisfied and wanted to return to Shanghai to say goodbye to her friends. The little brat still wanted to play, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki didn't care about him, so he vented his anger on Xianxia. When Xianxia wasn't paying attention, he ruthlessly kicked him. "Dog, you're a dog. Poo poo poo." Venom triple strike. Although he avoided the saliva attack, the 10-year-old brat's kick still hurt a little. Xianxia tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. He was completely enraged. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know the wrath of a king. Chapter 554. When Li Donglai saw this, he could not help but want to beat his brother up. His face was burning. After all, he was a member of the Li family. He had no manners and rules at all. It was so embarrassing. "Forget it, let's go home." Xianxia looked at the provocative little brat. The 4 of them left the forest park in an electric car and returned to the hotel. They went to the front desk to ask, found the hotel lobby manager, checked out, and packed up. According to the original plan, they were going to spend the weekend in the hotel. However, he was a big boss after all. He always had endless things to do. Moreover, he was in a sensitive period recently. It was normal for there to be unexpected events. The entire penguin was under surveillance. If you don't believe me, you can change the personal information of Weixin and Cuckoo. Whoever can do it, I'll live stream myself eating sh*t, eat a pound of sh*t. "Wait here, we'll drive over," Xianxia said to the little brat. The little brat ignored him and stood at the entrance of the hotel. A 10-year-old child could understand a lot of things. Moreover, he was born in such a family. His vision was definitely higher than that of ordinary children. When he said that Xianxia was a dog, he was referring to "You are the Li family's dog." This was how it was shown on TV. In fact, since Xianxia became famous until now, the Li family had not done much. For Xianxia and Li Jianya, this was a friendship. Of course, the little brat did not understand this. He just said what he saw on the surface without restraint. Xianxia drove Li Donglai's Audi A6 out of the underground parking lot. When the bumper was raised, he looked back. There were no cars, so he stopped and asked the old man in the guard booth, "Sir, do you have a rope?" The old man first looked at the A6 logo and said kindly, "What kind of rope do you want?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Any kind of rope is fine." The old man said yes. The Audi A6 left the underground parking lot and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Xianxia pushed the door open and got out of the car. He stood beside the car like a butler and asked the young master to get in. The young master got into the car valiantly. He seemed a little surprised by Xianxia's sensibility and looked up at him. Then he saw the scene in the car and was stunned. Bang! The car door closed. Xianxia quickly got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. His impatient look made him look like a human trafficker who was driving a van to kidnap children from the roadside. Inside the car, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were lying askew in the back seat. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were wearing blindfolds. They were motionless like salted fish. At such a young age, little Wimp had already experienced this feeling and was completely dumbfounded. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, he shook Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, but the two of them seemed to have fainted and ignored his calls. What did you do to them? Little Wimp glared at the back of Xianxia's head. I didn't do anything. I just knocked him out. Why did you knock them out? Activating acting proficiency, Xianxia laughed wildly. Of course I'm going to sell it. Little Wimp. If there was a camera at this moment, it would be able to record a 10-year-old child's dumbfounded, nervous, and scared expression. A 10-year-old child, facing such a sudden turn of events, was a little confused. He sat in between Li Donglai and Pei Ziki and was stunned for a long time. I want my father to beat you to death. Little Wimp forced himself to say. Xianxia laughed loudly, turned his head, and gave Little Wimp a wild and arrogant expression, completely like a villain in a TV drama. Your father can't find me. Since I dared to do this, naturally, I'm not afraid of your father. His acting was a little exaggerated. A real bad guy should be reserved and sinister. However, the target was a child. He acted as a reserved and calm bad guy, and it was not effective. Little Wimp was obviously frightened by his expression and subconsciously leaned back in his seat. Xianxia's expression was ferocious, and his tone was fierce. I'm going to sell your sister and brother, not to buy them as children, but to sell their organs. Little Wimp's eyes widened. Dig your brother and sister's heart out, dig out their eyes, dig out their intestines, and sell them all. You can earn a lot of money. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Little Wimp was scared and trembled. He said in a sobbing tone, don't sell them. Xianxia was stunned, and his tone was still fierce. Fine, if I don't sell them, then I'll sell you. Little Wimp cried on the spot. Woo-woo, don't sell me. Don't sell me. You can sell Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki can be sold as someone's wife, someone worth more than me. Woo-woo, burp. Xianxia saw Pei Ziki's mouth twitching from the rearview mirror. He did not hesitate to sell his brother and sister. This child had a future. Xianxia said fiercely, shut up. If you cry again, I'll tie you up like them and dig out your heart and eyes. Your mother told you before, human traffickers are inhumane. Little Wimp immediately shut up, and his little shoulders trembled. Everyone had heard a joke or a warning in their childhood. You were picked up from the trash by your mother. Don't talk to strangers. Be careful not to be kidnapped by human traffickers. Therefore, everyone's childhood was shrouded in the shadow of human traffickers. Little Wimp was no exception. He met the terrifying human traffickers that his mother spoke of. But I won't dig out your eyes. I'll ask your father for a sum of money to redeem you. As long as you listen to me and cooperate, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you'll be like your brother and sister. Xianxia said in a low voice. Do you want to have your eyes dug out and your heart dug out like your brothers and sisters? Little Wimp choked. No. He looked pitiful, as if he wanted to cry, but did not dare to. The car left Chongming and drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge. Xianxia did not say anything along the way. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quietly adjusted their positions midway. They had been lying crookedly for a long time, and they were tired. Not long after, Li Donglai's snoring sounded. He had fallen asleep. Little Wimp was in a state of nervousness and fear. His small body was straight, and his eyes were slightly red. Sometimes he would look pitifully out of the window. He was probably praying in his heart that Spider-Man or Superman would come down from the sky and save him. No, at his age, he should be praying to Big Bear, Bear 2, or Xianxia, or blah blah blah, Xiaomaxian. What grade are you in? After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge and entering Shanghai, Xianxia could not help but strike up a conversation. Little Wimp did not react. Do you want to have your eyes dug out? Xianxia threatened. Third grade, Little Wimp said in a sobbing tone. You're so small, I thought you were in kindergarten. Xianxia muttered. Where did you go to kindergarten? Huaqiao Kindergarten. Huaqiao Kindergarten was a famous high-class kindergarten in Shanghai. There were 7 or 8 branches. Qinzhe had heard of it for more than 10 years. When he was young, he had hopes of entering it, but his family was not rich. The old man weighed in his heart for 3 seconds and said, "A zest brain is not good. Forget it, let Bao Bao in." Just like that, he passed by the famous Huaqiao Kindergarten that he had heard of when he was young. "Then it's nearby," Qinzhe said. "Do you want Uncle to take you to the kindergarten to play?" Little Wimp succumbed to his power and did not dare to object. Qinzhe picked up his phone and put it down after a while. Soon after, the bell rang. It was actually the sound of his alarm clock. He plugged in his earpiece and answered the call. "Hello. Yes, the matter is settled. The 3 children of the Li family are in my car. I'm coming over now." "Ha ha, of course. This time we will definitely make a lot of money. They have so many good things on them. They could be sold for a lot of money." "You mean Li Jianya's youngest son? He knows his place. What's wrong?" Little Wimp's ears perked up as if he was being mentioned. "Yes, I just asked. He's only 10 years old, 3rd grade. "Oh, you said there's a client who's also 10 years old and wants a heart transplant? No problem. Just dig out his heart and sell it for a good price, wah." Just at this time, Qinzhe turned into another elevated road, deviating from the direction of the kindergarten. In the back seat, Little Wimp's mind exploded. "You said you wouldn't dig out my heart. Bad guy who doesn't keep his word. Let me down, let me down." Little Wimp threw himself in front of the car door and hit it with all his strength, crying, "This is not the car to the kindergarten. Mommy, save me. Sob, 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 sob." Burp. Qinzhe laughed arrogantly. "You can't get down. The car door has been welded shut by me." The car door was already locked, and Little Wimp could not open it at all. In the car, Qinzhe's arrogant and exaggerated laughter and Little Wimp's wails could be heard. Qinzhe arrived at the hospital according to the address given by Nan Man Pei. At this time, Little Wimp had already fallen asleep. He could really cry, howling for 20 minutes. Then he fell asleep, his head tilted on Pei Ziqi's belly. After he fell asleep, Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi did not have to continue acting anymore. They untied the rope and took off the eye mask. Pei Ziqi looked at Qinzhe with a strange gaze, as if she was getting to know him again. Li Donglai called his stepmother to come over and pick him up. Qinzhe said, "Then I'll leave first." At this time, it was time to leave and hide his identity. Otherwise, it would be awkward when they met later. Li Donglai urged him to stay. "Master, I'll send you back." Pei Ziqi kicked him. "Idiot." Qinzhe took out the mask he always carried with him from his pocket, put it on, opened the door and got out, waving his hand. "No need. I'll take a taxi back." Before he left, he looked at Little Wimp, hoping that when Little Wimp went to junior high, he would be able to recall today's events and get rid of the shadow in his heart. In the future, when he scolded and spat at people impolitely, he could also think about today. "All right, it doesn't matter. I don't care if he changes or not. I'm happy anyway." How wonderful. A few minutes later, his stepmother came down from the hospital and walked to the Audi A6. She saw her son curled up in the back seat, asleep. "Stop the car. Let's go up together." The woman's tone was calm. After saying that, she carried her son. Little Wimp trembled and woke up immediately. It could be seen that even when he was sleeping, he was still tense. When he opened his eyes and saw his mother, he was stunned at first. Then he started to wail. His voice was filled with tears, and it was extremely mournful. "Mom, save me. I don't want to be sold. Don't dig out my eyeballs." Passers-by looked sideways. The woman's unfriendly gaze swept past Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi, and she said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Little Wimp cried loudly. "He wants to sell us, sell all 3 of us." Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi were caught and dug out their eyeballs and hearts. Sob, sob, sob. He buried his head in his mother's arms and cried loudly. The woman was stunned. She looked at her stepson and stepdaughter, then looked at her son and said gently, "Be good. Don't cry. Who is he?" "He." Little Wimp couldn't call out Qinzhe's name at all. "The person who came with Annie, he wants to sell me. He wants to sell me," he said. The woman comforted him. "Be good. Don't cry. Turn around and look. Brother and sister are all here." Little Wimp wiped his tears and turned his head to look Sigma, degree, winky face. Li Donglai sat in the driver's seat, and Pei Ziki sat in the passenger's seat. The brother and sister had the same paralyzed face, and they were expressionless. Li Donglai said, "He has been sleeping since he got in the car." Pei Ziki said, "Maybe it's a dream." Li Donglai said, "It's probably a dream. He had a lot of fun today. He's tired." The woman asked Qin, "She came back with you?" Li Donglai said, "No, he's with Chun Qingyuan." The woman nodded, carried her son with difficulty, and turned to walk to the hospital. Little Wimp said, "It's not a dream. It's not a dream, Mom." The woman said, Yes, it's not a dream. Let's go upstairs to see Grandma." Little Wimp said, "It's not a dream. It's really not a dream." Sob, sob, sob. The woman said, Yes, it's not a dream." Little Wimp, he felt so wronged. He wanted to make a scene. Chapter 555. In the special ward. Old Madam Li sat by the bed and nagged her son impatiently. "I told you I'm fine. It's just a little pain. I've been through worse in the past and didn't see a doctor." Li Xianxia said helplessly, "Mom, you're old now. You can't be careless when it's just a little pain." They did a blood test and urine test, as well as an ultrasound. Everything was normal. Li Xianxia wanted his mother to do a full-body checkup. Illness comes like a landslide, but goes away like silk. Old man Li was infected with liver cancer for no reason. He was in the late stage when they found out and passed away after lying in the hospital for a few months. It was useless. Even if there were professional caregivers and medical teams, when the King of Hell called for you, even a 5-star red flag couldn't protect you. Nan Man Pei agreed. "Old Madam, you should be more careful at your age." Old Madam Li didn't have a daughter. She treated Nan Man Pei like her own daughter and pulled her to the bed to chat. Li Jianya listened in silence. He looked at his mother and sister-in-law's beautiful face from time to time. It really felt like a younger sister chatting with her mother. When he first met Nan Man Pei, she was 13 years old. He was just a small cadre in a small town. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. He had a son and a daughter. She was still single. Li Jianya thought that it was probably because he was born with a bad temper. When he was dating her sister, Nan Man Pei didn't like him. Later on, he went to Shanghai to seek refuge with the Li family. In fact, Nan Man Pei never asked the Li family to do anything for her. However, as her brother-in-law, he had to be self-aware. How did the unself-aware brother-in-law get half of his sister-in-laws? But, although Li Jianya had no interest in his sister-in-law, he had to do his best to help her gain a foothold in Shanghai, regardless of whether it was for the sake of the friendship between the two families or for the sake of his wife. It was because of this that Nan Man Pei tolerated him all these years. Ziki and Donglai had resentment, but she didn't. Impossible. The woman carried her son in. It was a little difficult for the woman to carry a 10-year-old boy, but the little brat was sobbing in his mother's arms, making her unable to harden her heart and let go of her son. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai followed behind. Seeing this, the old lady frowned. "Donglai, Ziki, are you bullying your brother again?" Li Jianya turned a blind eye to it. During his tenure, Li Jianya was famous for his pragmatism. He was not an honest official, but he was definitely a good official who was influenced by his father. He had a good reputation in the government, but his attitude towards educating his children was thought-provoking. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and the little brat Li Hao had never seen their father scold them for doing something wrong, nor would he praise them for doing something good. Even when his ex-wife's children and his current wife's son were scheming against each other, he was just a bystander. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki's childhood had unlimited freedom and room for self-creation. It was not a good or bad thing. It might raise a child with a strong personality and charisma, but it might also raise a wastrel who could not do anything right. Old Master Qin was good at teaching and educating people, and he was also good at educating his children. He could reason with them and beat them with a stick. But be it Qin Zhe or Qin Bao Bao, they rarely did anything out of line in their childhood and adolescence, and they would not try things that others did not dare to try. Stealing their parents' pocket money to buy popsicles and lick them did not count. They were nailed to a certain frame and followed the rules of the frame. Look, the little brat thought it through and did not dare to do it. Sister wanted to let it go, but still did not dare to do it. It was really hard to tell which was good and which was bad. Dad, he wants to sell me and dig out my eyes and heart. The little brat cried to his father. Before Xianxia could say anything, the old lady frowned. What's going on? Who wants to sell you? The woman hurriedly said, It's okay, Mom. How fell asleep on the way back and had a nightmare. He's throwing a tantrum. He had a dream. The old lady heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. The woman smiled as if nothing had happened. Man, is Xianxia still in the forest park? Or did he go back to Shanghai? Man, Pei caught a glimpse of Li Donglai from the corner of his eye. He was slightly surprised and said, I'm not sure. How still wants to play in the park, so I came back first. The woman said, Oh. After sitting for a few more minutes, Nan Pei said, Old madam, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. The old lady urged him to stay. Stay for dinner tonight. Nan Pei shook his head. I'm still used to eating my own food. It suits my taste. She glanced at her nephew and niece. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki said in unison, Andy's cooking is the best. It was so painful to lie against one's conscience. In the elevator, Nan Pei said, What's going on? Why is Hao crying? Who wants to betray him? Pei Ziki betrayed Xianxia first. It's Xianxia's prank. He immediately described everything that had happened. He described it vividly, and even the little brat's cries were not missed. Li Donglai said, It's so satisfying. Qingge has so many ideas. Nan Pei was speechless for a long time after hearing that. This guy used a very popular online slang, Li Shizhen skin. He had so many ideas. To put on a show for a little kid, should he say that he was bored or had a headache? Nan Pei didn't put herself in Xianxia's shoes. If it were her being spat on and scolded by a little kid over and over again, she didn't need to say anything. She would see him at the Huangpu River tonight. Leaving the elevator, Nan Pei took out her mobile phone and opened a chat group. This group was not Xianxia's salted fish harem group. There were only 4 women in it. The meaning of its existence was to serve as a battlefield for Qin Bao and Su Yu's quarrel. Occasionally, Wang Zijin would get involved. Nan Pei mostly watched. Sometimes, when she saw Su Yu being attacked by 2 women and retreating, she would jump out and give a fatal blow for her best friend. Today's chat record at noon. Cross-dressing big boss. It's so boring. The heartless little red guy hooked up with Nan Pei and was taken to romantic turkey by her. A little bird. Damn brother complex. You can't live without Xianxia, right? Cross-dressing big boss. Yes, what's wrong? A little bird. Damn pervert sister. Cross-dressing big boss. Zijin, scold her for me, Ching Zijin. Ching Zijin. In the face of ironclad facts, any attack I make is pale and powerless. Cross-dressing big boss. A little bird. Cross-dressing big boss. Xianxia said that your company is going to shoot a TV series again, right? Cross-dressing big boss. Yes. A little bird. Reserve a leading role for me. Not a small supporting role, but a big supporting role. Cross-dressing big boss. Okay. A little bird. You actually agreed so quickly? Then send me the show. Xianxia only told her that Tianfang was going to shoot a TV series and that he would still write the script, but he did not say that he and Qin Bao would not act in it. So you thought that the siblings would still be the female lead. She couldn't wait to book a role, preferably with Qin Bao. Cross-dressing big boss, but I have something to ask you. How much is Xianxia's monthly salary and bonus at Bao's investment? A little bird, 7 million yuan. Cross-dressing big boss, so little? Shocked expression. Bao's investment was Xianxia's most profitable company at present, half a notch higher than Tianfang Entertainment. As far as Qin Bao knew, most of Bao's investment shares were in Xianxia's hands, because it was the company he built single-handedly. It should be mentioned that Xianxia only received his salary and no bonus every month. The money was deposited in a company account for emergency use. For example, this time when he ran away with the money. A little bird, because now I am the major shareholder of Bao's investment. Cross-dressing big boss. Degree. Ching Zijin. Degree, a little bird. I bought it from him a long time ago. Didn't he tell you? Cross-dressing big boss. I want to kill him. Ching Zijin, same. A little bird. That's it. Give me the script. I will look for a role first. Cross-dressing big boss. The electronic version of the script is at the company, not at home. There are only copies at home. A little bird. Then I will come over. I can't help but want to see it. After hesitating for a long time, Nan Man Pei chose to take a screenshot and send it to Xianxia. Chapter 556. Xianxia's head was scorching, wearing a mask, and he waited for a while on the side of the road before he got a taxi. The summer in Shanghai was particularly hot. In addition to the hot sun, there were thousands of air conditioners delivering heat and tens of millions of cars emitting exhaust fumes. Just standing on the side of the road for a moment, he was sweating. A blue taxi passed by. Xianxia waved, and the car stopped at the side of the road. "Where are you going?" the taxi driver asked. "Royal View Mansion." Xianxia said. "Oh, you live there?" The driver looked at Xianxia through the rearview mirror in surprise. "Yeah." Xianxia nodded. "Which way to go, you tell me?" the driver asked. Xianxia said it again in Shanghai dialect. The driver replied with an "oh," and didn't say anything else. There was no problem in the conversation, but the driver was actually testing the passenger. If the passenger was not clear about the road, the driver could quietly take a few laps. How to quietly find out whether the passenger was a local was the professional cultivation of every taxi driver. This trick was very popular a few years ago, but it doesn't work very well now, because even if the passenger is not clear about the road, he can use his mobile phone to navigate. With the development of technology, the drivers can earn less and less, which seriously affects the life and welfare of the taxi drivers. Evil technology, damn it. Xianxia leaned against the back seat, blowing the air conditioner, and felt alive again. My life was given by the air conditioner. The phone rang. Xianxia took out his mobile phone and found that it was a message from Nan Man Pei. He crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the chair, the posture of a big boss. Opening the phone, it was a screenshot. Looking at it again, Salted Fish Zay was stiff and unconsciously put down his legs and straightened his back. It became the posture of a little rookie facing a big boss. "So what are you doing? Why did you tell them about the equity transfer? Do you think that by saying that you bought it, you can dispel their suspicions? Ridiculous, you know nothing about IQ. You pig teammate." And then, there now, at this time, if nothing unexpected happens, at home in Royal View Mansion. That's Azura Field. We still have 15 minutes to reach the Azura Field and are on the way to our deaths. "Master, if you don't mind, why don't we drive around Shanghai?" Xianxia asked. The driver looked at him blankly through the rearview mirror and thought, "Is this passenger testing me? I didn't take a detour. I'll definitely send you back as soon as possible." The driver said, I don't mind if you take a detour." Driver. What was wrong with his brain? In a luxurious residence of Royal View Grand Garden, Qin Bao, Su Yu, and Wang Zijin were sitting on the sofa, each with a tall glass in front of them. There was red wine in the glass and a large plate of half-melted ice cream. It could barely be considered ice cream. It was Qin Bao's failed creation. The cream was mixed with shaved ice, and the surface was covered with a layer of soft mango paste, like a pile of fresh hot shit. The three of them were playing cards and running fast. This time they didn't play with money. Su Yu had suffered. If they played with money, she would be besieged by two women. The rules of playing cards were that whoever had the most cards in their hand at the end had to do a shameful thing according to the requirements of the winner. "Zijin, she only has 2 cards. Let's join forces to trap her," Qin Bao urged. Su Yu's face changed. At this time, Su Yu had 2 cards in her hand. Qin Bao had the most, followed by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin glanced around. Her eyes looked up, pondered, and nodded. "Okay." Pair of 3. Wang Zijin played her cards. Su Yu suddenly smiled and threw out the last pair of cards in her hand. "Pair of 8, I won." On Qin Bao's face, the smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Wang Zijin with wide eyes. Wang Zijin looked shocked and innocent. "Oh, I didn't expect her to be a pair in the end. I thought she was a single. I miscalculated." 3. Qin Bao Bao. You degree. You degree. Go away, you fake best friend. Suyu laughed twice. Let me think about what to do this time. She guessed right. When there were no interests, the two best friends were not of one mind. If they played with money, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin would unite to ensure that the interests of themselves and their best friends would not be lost. But in normal life, the two of them were not united, especially when they could see the other party embarrassed. Of course, Suyu herself had lost several times and was forced to do some shameful things. For example, just now, Qin Bao Bao made her crawl around the sofa 3 times. It was so shameful that she almost had a dog chain around her neck. There was the sound of a password being entered outside the door. A moment later, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. With a beep, the door opened. Sweating profusely, Xianxia returned home covered in dust. Xianxia walked quickly into the house, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fighting or quarreling. Xianxia finally chose to go home because he was worried. He was afraid that if he returned home late, the house would be torn down and he would have no home to return to. The thought of 3 women tearing down the roof together was scary. In the living room, the 3 women smiled happily at the same time, their eyes shining. "Ace, Xianxia, you're back." At this moment, Xianxia had to let his imagination run wild. If it was in ancient times, when Qin Laoi returned to his mansion, there would be 3 women in brightly colored clothes who were as beautiful as flowers welcoming him respectfully in the central hall. Each of them revealed a beautiful smile. "Laoi, you are back." It was beautiful just thinking about it. Xianxia took off his shoes and changed into slippers, pretending to be confused. "Suyu, why are you here?" Suyu said, "I came to read the script. Then take the script and leave. Why are you still playing cards?" Suyu's eyes lit up and said, "I got it. Qin Bao Bao. Do 20 push-ups immediately, the kind with your chest on the ground." Qin Bao Bao covered her chest with one hand, clenched her fist with the other, and bit her lip. She looked very ashamed. Wang Zijin's eyes were bright, and she was looking forward to it. Xianxia was stunned. "What's the situation?" Qin Bao Bao looked at Xianxia for help, but Suyu pushed her. "Hurry up." So, the sister reluctantly walked to the side and began to do push-ups. Wang Zijin and Suyu stood aside and urged her. Suyu said, "This doesn't count. Your chest is not on the ground." Qin Bao Bao. His sister was wearing a pair of shorts and a tight-fitting t-shirt. Her 2 slender and fair legs were tightly clasped together, outlining her ample bosom. Every time she bent over, her bosom would squeeze out an arc on the ground that would make one's blood boil. 2 balls, one up and one down, constantly changing shape. What the hell? Playing cards? In addition, she should not be wearing a bra. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and were satisfied. This is the punishment for big-breasted women. What are you doing? Xianxia struggled to look away from his sister's chest. "Playing cards." Suyu said, "The winner can order the loser to do a shameful thing." Wang Zijin said, "Can I participate?" Xianxia's eyes shone like pure 24K gold. "No." Wang Zijin, Suyu, and Qin Bao Bao said in unison. "Why?" Xianxia refused to accept it. "Because you are too evil," the 3 women said in their hearts at the same time. Moreover, they were hurting each other. As long as they thought of making Qin Bao Bao or Wang Zijin do shameful things, Suyu trembled with excitement. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were the same. Xianxia was a little lost. Qin Bao Bao finished 20 push-ups, panting and blushing. She shook her numb and swollen hands, rubbed her numb and swollen chest, gritted her teeth, and said again. Xianxia was suddenly very curious about one thing. When men do push-ups, their chest will be sore. Do women feel the same? The chest is full of fat. Suyu won the second game. This time, Wang Zijin did not throw the game. Suyu had a good hand. Qin Bao Bao was very nervous. But this time, Suyu did not embarrass her. She pointed to Wang Zijin and said, 3 minutes of cheating. Wang Zijin's small face was white. Qin Bao Bao was surprised that Suyu did not scold her. Of course, she did not know that if it was before, Suyu would definitely catch Qin Bao Bao and scold her. But now, Su Yu's hostility to Wang Zijin is actually more than Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth, trembled, and sat down slowly. Qin Zhe found that her delicate body was trembling slightly, and her face was not very good. Su Yu said, "Split to the end." As she said, she pressed Wang Zijin's shoulder hard. Wang Zijin moaned and split to the end. A split. For 3 minutes, Wang Zijin struggled to hold on. Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu tasted red wine and enjoyed the cold wind from the central air conditioner. 3 minutes later, Wang Zijin lay on the ground and could not get up. Qin Zhe hurried forward to help her. "Is it that painful?" he wondered. Wang Zijin grabbed Qin Zhe's arm tightly, and her small face was pale. She said bitterly, "This is the 6th time I've split. It hurts." Her walking posture was very strange, clamping her legs and following. It reminded Qin Zhe of Su Yu when he lost his virginity for the first time. So, all the girls who have practiced the split can experience the feeling of losing their virginity in advance. Qin Zhe was a little annoyed. Why bother? Forget it, as long as you're happy. The 3 women shuffled the cards and started the next game. Qin Zhe sat aside, made himself a glass of whiskey, lit a cigarette, and watched them play while being on tenterhooks. As a man, he should be like a stabilizing needle, able to suppress all storms. So, in order to prevent the sisters from fighting, he had to watch from the side. And by the way, he was a little envious of Long Outyin in his heart. Also, don't call me a scumbag. Compared to those incompetent, I'm much more manly. Ha ha, I won. Wang Zijin's voice rang out. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei played her cards beautifully. Her cards were not good, but she played them wisely, and it was a narrow victory. Then, who would she make do shameful things? Even though she and her sister were best friends, the two of them were always scheming against each other. Qin Zhe was actually eager to watch his sister play again, so that he could fully understand his sister's magnanimity and magnanimity. Wang Zijin snorted. "So you do 50 squats and say, 'I'm poisonous as you do it.'" So you pouted. She was willing to admit defeat. She got up, stood in front of the TV, put her hands on her head, and squatted. As she did, she said, "I'm poisonous, I'm poisonous." Qin Bao Bao hit her when she was down. "This be asterisk TCH is poisonous." Wang Zijin agreed. "I think so too." Qin Zhe's face was full of tears. "It's not poisonous, really not poisonous. I swear on my integrity. I swear on my life." Chapter 557. Qin Zhe watched his sisters come up with all kinds of ideas, such as Wang Zijin tearfully eating mango puree that was similar to hot poop. Su Yu ate all the smoothies in 1 minute, then went to the toilet to vomit after eating, with tears in her eyes. His sister was asked to beat her chest 100 times like a chimpanzee. In an instant, the calm sea became turbulent. Wang Zijin and Su Yu both had hateful and happy expressions on their faces, and it was easy to imagine their inner activities. So big breasts. Are they showing it to me? Accept the punishment of small breasts, the amount of breasts you have. Fortunately, his sister's breasts were original goods. If she was like some stars, wouldn't she have to go to the hospital after beating? Qin Zhe was enjoying all kinds of benefits, and he was always envious. He wanted to participate and let his sisters see his imagination. He might as well play something more exciting, such as putting the fat girl on his head or wearing a bra outside. Thinking about it made his nose hot. Another day, play such a game with Su Yu? In terms of card skills, he should be better than Su Yu. If he won, he would encourage Su Yu to taste the lollipop. If he lost, what if Su Yu encouraged him to taste his sister's juice? Thinking of this, Qin Zhe shuddered. Equality between men and women. Equality between men and women. Su Yu went to the toilet halfway. Qin Bao Bao sat in the middle. Wang Zijin sat on the left, and Qin Zhe sat on the right. Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother's shoulder tiredly and sighed. "Why are you back today?" With Sister Ziwei present, he couldn't hug his sister's small waist and said, "Big Bossly has something to do, so he came back." Qin Bao Bao asked, "Well, did you get anything from his flattery?" Wang Zijin said unhappily, "That's unpleasant to hear. This is called networking. AZ's business is getting bigger and bigger in the future, and he must know more powerful people. Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically, That's right, that's right. My Ace comes from an ordinary background, and he can only rely on himself in the future. He doesn't need to climb up the social ladder. Oh, Ace? Qin Zhe was about to speak when he felt someone gently poke his waist. He lowered his head slightly and found that it was Wang Zijin's hand. She winked at herself and pouted. Qin Zhe understood and hugged his sister's small waist, but his hand secretly held Wang Zijin's hand. Wang Zijin's beautiful oval-shaped face revealed a sly smile like a little fox. Sister Ziwei felt that she had won the chicken dinner. Qin Zhe was speechless. This style was not what he wanted. At this moment, his phone rang again. There was a notification. So you sent a photo and a message. Husband, do you want to do it? I will scream softly. Qin Zhe's small hand trembled, and his face changed. He put the phone on his sister's forehead so that neither his sister nor Sister Ziwei could see it. Then he clicked on the picture. Qin Zhe was speechless. This was not the style he wanted. Qin Zhe comforted himself with tears streaming down his face. All the male protagonists in the world are incompetent, and I'm the only one who is rough and hard. It was hard to imagine what his life would be like if Suyu lived with him. Suyu came out of the toilet quickly. She was just joking. She didn't think that she would really have sex with Qin Zhe. The moment her footsteps sounded, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin retracted their hands at the same time, and Qin Bao Bao sat up straight at the same time. The three of them sat upright as if nothing had happened. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sisters finally ended the day of hurting each other. Everyone was older than Qin Zhe, and there was nothing wrong with calling them sisters. It was impossible for him to take a fancy to a girl, not in this lifetime. But it was too empty and boring. He could only kiss or have sex with his sisters to maintain a normal life. After playing cards, Qin Zhe made ice cream for his sisters. The ingredients were all in the kitchen and stored in the freezer. How could a refrigerator match the high-end Royal View Park community? This was a super luxurious house that could compete with Thomson Reuters. After eating the ice cream, Suyu was about to leave. She was a little reluctant. Qin Zhe sent her downstairs. In the elevator, Suyu had a branded Bao Bao on her shoulder and a script in her hand. This kind of women's bag, which was as small as a wallet, was completely decorative. It had no practical value and was damn expensive. At least 6 figures. She pouted. I also want to move here. In the face of such a difficult question, Qin Zhe said earnestly, Do you want to face Qin Bao and Wang Zijin's 2 hateful and ugly faces every day? Wouldn't it be a juror's field every day? The sisters might not just play cards every day. No. Suyu smiled, her dimples shallow. But I can face your cute and handsome face every day. Good. Qin Zhe touched her head. Suyu narrowed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. They took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the underground parking lot. Suyu looked around, pulled Qin Zhe to a corner without surveillance, and put her hot red lips on his without saying a word. The two of them had a 5-minute saliva exchange in the corner. Qin Zhe hugged Suyu's slender waist and teased her chest with his other hand. Really funny breast. Suyu brand tofu milk, great. Night-night. Come to my home. Suyu said, panting. I have to write the script at night. The company has already started casting. I have to finish the script quickly, Qin Zhe said. Because of the bra, he couldn't pick grapes. You can also write at my house. Suyu looked coquettish. Coming to your house is to eat grapes, not to write a script. Qin Zhe refused. Suyu was a very beautiful woman. Doing indescribable things with her was far easier and happier than writing a script. Qin Zhe found it hard to resist that kind of temptation. Qingwa Gil Van Galja. The two finished making out and walked toward the parking lot. Suyu reminded, when the box office of Journey to the West comes in, you should quickly ask Qin Bao to pay back the money. Our company lost a lot this time. Damn Zhenyo Xin, if you catch him, you must throw him into the Huangpu River. She gritted her teeth. She must have learned the catchphrase from Sister Man Qin Zhe said in his heart that he had already been thrown into the Huangpu River. No, into the sea. Light a candle. Terrible Sister Man. He always thought that throw you into the Huangpu River was just a joke. A woman like Sister Man is very difficult to conquer. If you talk about the script, which one is good to play? The heroine will definitely not be me, right? So you wanted to hear Xianxia's advice. After all, he wrote the script. The script in her hand was not complete, only a part. Before seeing the ending of the character, Suyu did not rush to choose a role. Moreover, this kind of ancient palace drama was very good. If it was a love drama, then maybe kissing scenes or something. It was very annoying. Even if there was a double, she was not willing. When the TV series was released, her face would kiss other men. She couldn't stand it. There was no such trouble in a palace drama. The theme was different, and there was no need for pretentious love. But you can add some kissing scenes, so you said, let's also have a hot kiss without a double. Xianxia was stunned. I don't act. Suyu. She raised her delicate little face and looked at Xianxia blankly. Xianxia explained, the filming period for a TV series is long. I don't have time to waste on the set. You also know that I have a lot of things to do. Also, I promised Yilu, the female artist I just poached, to let her be the heroine. So my sister won't act. Anyway, she's salty like me and doesn't like to act in TV series. I think she's the only one who's busy filming outside and is worried about me. So you looked at the script and then looked at Xianxia. Her little face gradually turned ferocious. No wonder that little b asterisk tch Xianxia agreed so quickly. It turned out that she and Xianxia were not acting at all. Smash! Suyu imagined herself smashing the script and said angrily, then I don't want to act either. Xianxia expressed that he did not care. Suyu was not good at acting. She was not even as good as Wang Zijin's acting. A woman who had been pretending to be cold and depressed for a long time found it hard to let go of her emotions like an optimistic person. To put simply, it was too boring. It was only when the two were deep in communication that Suyu was more open. She could act as a cold teacher, a cute student, and an obedient maid. Maybe her talent was in the wrong place. Ever since she got together with him, her personality became more and more cheerful. This was a good thing. Xianxia liked to see the optimistic and positive Suyu. He hated a depressed and oppressive life. It was just like how his unreliable uncle kept getting into trouble and his mother was sad all day. On the night they decided to sell the house, his mother cried for a long time and her eyes were red the next day. He and Xin Bao did not even dare to speak loudly when eating. After Suyu got in the car, she started the car and lowered the window. She waved her hand. Honey, I'm leaving. Another day. Xianxia waved his hand. Another day. Returning to the house, Xin Bao was reading a book, which was rare. Xianxia bought her a book called The Birth of an Actor. It was the self-narration of an old senior. It contained his feelings, thoughts, and experiences about acting. It was similar to the textbook on the 300 Postures of Pretentious by the current online author. You're back, Xin Bao asked. You took so long to send someone back. By the way, we talked about some work matters. After all, the company was embezzled 300 million yuan. Xianxia said. It was not good to tell his sister that he had just had a body fluid exchange with Suyu, so the time was delayed. While talking, he glanced at his sister's long legs. They were white, slender, and straight. From the thigh to the corner, the curve was just right. Summer was so good, and he could see his sister wearing a pleated skirt. His sister's legs were irresistible. By the way, the company will be selecting actors in a few days. Do you want to check? Xianxia said. Forget it. There are professional directors and scriptwriters who will deal with it, Xin Bao said. But do you want to let Ye audition? Can I? So you can act. Why can't our families, Ye? But we can't open the back door for her. Let her audition by herself. The effect will be better. The elder sister rolled her eyes cutely. Ye's personality is too boring. Her family's sufferings over the years have made her a little dull and self-abased. It's because she's too much like a punching bag and is beautiful that she's bullied at school. That, Xianxia said. Yes, it's 1-1. How do you remember it so well? Xianxia didn't explain at once. Of course, I remember it well. I also contributed a lot of children and grandchildren to her in those years. Wang Zijin was not in the living room. She was watching a TV series in her room. Xianxia opened the door and went in. Wang Zijin patted her 2 thighs. Come on, give me a massage. Xianxia closed the door, sat down by the bed, put Wang Zijin's 2 legs on his lap, and massaged evenly. I really don't know if I'm your boyfriend or your manservant, Xianxia complained. Sister Zue's legs, although not as long as her sister's, were also tight, and her body proportion was very good. Wang Zijin reached out and touched his head. Be good, come home with me at the end of the year. I'll ask my family's opinion. If there's no problem, we'll get engaged. Then, Xianxia asked, what if there's a problem? Xianxia had never enjoyed this kind of action of an elder sister touching her younger brother's head. The whining monster at home had always touched his head with the mentality of touching a dog's head with a smile. Wang Zijin said, if there's a problem, then there's a problem. Marriage is important. You have to consider your parents' feelings, but you also have to follow your own heart. At the end of the year, Xianxia fell into deep thought. If I don't do it well, I might die at the end of the year. Senior White, please protect me. Ace, I saw a lipstick yesterday. Buy it for me. Wang Zijin handed the phone to him and said shyly, I'll pay you back a little every day. Xianxia took the phone. It was a high-end cosmetic online store. If it was a cat store, Xianxia would have thrown the phone away and left on the spot. The price wasn't cheap. A lipstick actually sold for 5 figures. TSK, Sister Ziwei is becoming more and more corrupt. Okay, but Sister Ziwei, you also have to give me a gift. I can always give you gifts. Shouldn't I give you gifts in return? Xianxia said. Usually, he would buy small gifts for Wang Zijin. On Valentine's Day, he would secretly give them to her. But Wang Zijin seemed to have only given him gifts on his birthday. Women didn't have any self-awareness in this regard. They only knew how to think about gifts from their boyfriends. Wang Zijin couldn't escape this pattern. Okay, Wang Zijin was in a good mood. She said sweetly, do you want a belt, a wallet, or a shirt button? He didn't lack belts or wallets. Men didn't buy luxury goods as often as women. As for shirt buttons, Suyu had given Xianxia 2 shirt buttons worth 100,000 yuan. This thing was frighteningly expensive. Xianxia had an idea. I want this. He searched for a moment on his phone and handed it to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin took a look. It was Durex. You could get a 10% discount if you bought the whole box. Xianxia winked. I'll give you one every day. Wang Zijin. Chapter 558. You only know how to flirt, Wang Zijin said as she rolled her eyes. I'm not flirting. I gave you a lipstick worth tens of thousands, and you gave me a small gift worth tens of dollars. I'm not asking for much. Xianxia wrapped his arms around Wang Zijin's waist and pressed her against the headboard. His face was buried in her chest, which was not very big, but was still quite big. Wang Zijin raised her hand and slapped him twice. Although you're ugly, you wish. TSK, this woman was really naughty. Until today, Xianxia still did not think that he could control Wang Zijin. She was too opinionated, and her good education prevented her from being like her sister and shameless Suyu. There was a saying, I'm not afraid of you being slutty, but I'm afraid of you being serious. After chasing Sister Ziwei for so long, the most outrageous thing he did was that night when she was handcuffed, he took out the 20,000 miles under the sea and rubbed it against her. Host, I have a trick here called Monkey's Intelligence Subtraction. Do you want to try it? The system jumped out again. Such a high-end function. Can you do it? Is it going to be another version upgrade? Xianxia was shocked. Strictly speaking, I can only interfere with brainwaves, but it's not a true intelligence subtraction. That kind of rule involves the rules of the universe, and it's not something that a normal system can do. The system seriously found an excuse for itself. At this moment, Xianxia was very excited. He imagined countless scenarios of time stop. System, if you have this kind of function, then I think it's worth it no matter how many points I spend. Xianxia swallowed. Wang Zijin glanced at him with a smug look in her eyes. Sister was indeed charming. She was just lying there without showing off, but Ace was already drooling. Well, the system's voice said, it's not that I can't do it, but this function doesn't require points. It requires a huge amount of energy, and it will drain your body. There might even be a bit of backlash. Xianxia. No need to explain, I understand. The system was speechless. I never had high hopes for a low-level system, because that would be an insult to my intelligence. The basic operations and skills of other people's cheat-like systems were taboo techniques in a system's eyes. How sad. A's, regarding purple crystal's development, I have an immature suggestion. Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around his waist, hugged his back with her small hands, and rested her chin on Qin Zhe's head. Fortunately, she was only a B-rank boss. If she was a D-rank boss like his sister, who was 36 years old, Qin Zhe would have suffocated. Tell me your immature suggestion. Maybe I'll have a bold idea, Qin Zhe said in a muffled voice. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked her chest. Wang Zijin had goosebumps all over. She patted her head lightly and said coquettishly, "Don't mess around." She gently touched Qin Zhe's head again and said softly, "Our Golden Shield antivirus users have exceeded 1.5 billion domestically and overseas, and the number of users in the client is even more. Let me tell you a secret. We make a lot of money, even more than Qin Bao Bao's Tianfeng and Su Yu's Baoza. But I won't say it, he." She smiled like a sly little fox who had stolen a chicken. She squinted her eyes, and her fair and beautiful face had the innocence and sweetness of a girl who had licked a lollipop. Qin Zhe was speechless, making a fortune in silence, pretending to be poor. This was very Wang Zijin. And then, what's your immature suggestion? Qin Zhe asked. Don't you want to ask how much money we've made? Wang Zijin was stunned. She was still waiting for Qin Zhe to ask, and then she would throw out a shocking number to receive her boyfriend's praise. Money isn't important, as long as you're happy. Qin Zhe said, "Do you know, the moment I met you, I heard God whisper 4 words into my ear." Wang Zijin asked instinctively, "What 4 words?" Qin Zhe said, "You can't escape from your doom." Wang Zijin stared at him blankly, her eyes gradually blurring. "Lighting, shine it over here. Cameraman, focus the camera over here." Wow, good acting skills were indeed a godly skill in picking up girls. He didn't ask how much money he had made. He was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. No matter what happened in the future, he was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. It might be worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but Qin Zhe didn't care. He had the confidence to not care. Even if he didn't have the purple crystals, he still had Tianfeng and Bao Zhe. Even if he failed in the end and lost everything, he still had the system. It was a little low, but it was still the system. You couldn't treat the system that was kicked out of the group as the system. What if he didn't have the system? Would he be willing to give the purple crystals to Tianfeng? Would he be willing to give most of the shares to Su Yu for free? Don't mess around. It was impossible for Salted Fish Zhe to hook up with the 2 goddesses. Salted Fish Zhe's fate was to be a silly boy under his sister's legs. No, he couldn't even get his sister. Forget about each other and live a peaceful life. That was his and his sister's fate. So I still have to thank you, low system. Every time Qin Zhe reminisced about the past, he would silently thank the system from the bottom of his heart. Many times, but every time, he felt the same gratitude. The more salted fish he was in the past, the more grateful he was now. There were millions of salted fish in the world, but the system chose me. I accidentally became the saltiest one, hard and salty. I really am a man with great luck. So don't King blabber. I started a harem because of God's will. Hey, I want to make a game. Wang Zijin restrained the emotion in her eyes and said seriously, "Try a mobile game first. Smartphones are so developed now. An excellent mobile game, the income is not worse than online games, and the cost is less than online games." Qin Zhe nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei seemed to have made preparations. But even if it's a mobile game, it's not easy to do well. There are millions of mobile games, and there are too few really outstanding ones. Qin Zhe said he couldn't exchange mobile game data or anything with the system. The points had to be used to deal with the risk of failure of the next task. Wang Zijin said, "I've already thought about it. We can use it as a reference." She took out her mobile phone and searched in the App Store. She said, "Do you know the Parade of Frogs that is very popular recently? The mobile game in Japan is unexpectedly popular in China." She handed the mobile phone to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe took it and looked at it. There was a software in the App Store. It had the same color, the same icon, and the same name. Parade of Pandas, a domestic product by Penguin. I played it before. It has the same design, the same template, and even the color and background are 90% similar. It's a shameless plagiarized work. But this game is very popular in China. There are many people playing it. Penguin must have made a lot of money this time. They don't need the designers to rack their brains, and they don't need the scriptwriters to write the script. They just need a group of programmers to copy it easily and put on the shelves. They could just sit there and collect money. Wang Zijin became more and more excited as she spoke. She put on a working people are the most glorious attitude. Ace, this is a huge business opportunity. There is no game that can't be plagiarized. If there is, then buy it. Qin Zhe, Sister Zue, has she been tainted by the big dive vat of the industry so quickly? Brother Ma, please return the pure and innocent Sister Zine to me. Qin Zhe's face was full of tears. Sister Ziwei had once again broken through herself and stepped into a higher level of life. She had gone from being a young lady to a veteran of the internet to a game designer. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Zijin was full of pride. This time, I'm definitely going to use King of Glory as a reference and develop a mobile game of my own. Qin Zhe shook his head. Don't, you'll be sued. Wang Zijin snorted. You think I'm afraid? Qin Zhe. Go, Sister Ziwei. Let Brother Ma also feel the fear of being plagiarized and the shame of being dominated by piracy. Piracy was a word that could never be avoided in China. Perhaps it could be beautified with the word pirated, but at the end of the day, it was still piracy. It was a world-famous pirated culture. It was really shameful to think about it. Don't blame foreigners for looking down on us. After all, we have too many things to complain about. It's just like how we look at those Hindustanis who treat trains as electric scooters and are looking for trouble. Then, in the eyes of foreigners, we are also labeled as pirates. Don't refute it. The biggest game company in China, a well-known listed company, started and made money from piracy. Even now, it was still tirelessly on the road of piracy and plagiarism. There was no way to refute it. Qin Zhe hoped that one day he could lead the world, clear the name of his motherland, and let the world know that Red Flag Nation didn't only have piracy. Just thinking about it made him happy. Stop. He couldn't go on indefinitely. With such a grand theme, if the system gave him a grand task of leading the world, Qin Zhe wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year to die. In mid-August, Qin Zhe wrote, copied, the entire script and revised and perfected it himself. I'm not copying. I'm just a porter from two worlds. On the road of clearing the name of my motherland, there will inevitably be some stains, but please don't mind. After all, the river crab law of the two worlds was different. Some things needed to be revised. For example, in his world, cleavage could be exposed in ancient costumes. But this time, the revision wasn't too big. It wasn't as big as when he wrote the Journey to the West script. He was a man, so he couldn't perfect a script adapted from a women's genre. Some classics in women's genre were simply toxic in the eyes of men. F***CK, a woman like you actually likes someone other than the male lead. That's too vicious. Shino is dead. I'll burn him if there's anything. F***CK, for such a trivial matter, you guys actually fought over dozens of chapters. Even Yuhua would be poisoned to death. Abandon the book. Qin Zhe patiently wrote down the script, but his heart was greatly traumatized. Several times, he couldn't help but revise some of the toxic points in his heart. But thinking about it, these toxic points might just be the high points of women. So after thinking about it, he gave up. Qin Zhe was full of anticipation. He ordered his plain-looking assistant to send a notice in the company's internal group chat. The leaders of the production team will have a meeting at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon in conference room 3. You can't be late. After this notice was sent, Tianfang fell into an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Tianfang Entertainment's first TV series was about to be filmed. Chapter 559. Conference Room 3. Qin Zhe presided over this meeting alone. His sister, who used to play with her phone as a vase, wasn't there. Just now, she and Qin Zhe had a fierce fight in the office. The cause was actually a small quarrel. Qin Bao Bao wanted to eat a lollipop, but Qin Zhe felt that his sister loved to eat sweets too much. He said to her, "Look at your big breasts. If you eat high-calorie food, they will sag. Qin Bao Bao whimpered. No one wants me if my breasts sag. A's, you have to take care of me for the rest of my life. He didn't know what would happen in the future, but young women like to exercise. Big breasts don't sag. Moreover, his sister's 36D breasts can be lawless in front of domestic women, but in foreign countries, E and F cup breasts would appear small. Only those breasts would sag seriously. Hers was the best size. Qin Zhe said with disdain, no one wants you, so you throw it to me? I'm not a spare tire. Get lost. I'll marry you to a redneck. Little redneck could be a derogatory term or a nickname, but redneck was definitely a derogatory term. His sister's mentality exploded. He pounced over and slapped her. His sister, who no longer had the advantage in strength, was pressed down on the sofa and bullied. Not only did she not teach her brother a lesson, but she was also taken advantage of for a long time. But hurt like hell. In fact, the two of them often bickered, but not that kind of bickered. Going back 11 or 12 years, his sister had the advantage of developing first and could always beat his brother. Now, her brother could slap her to the sofa and not get up for a long time. At this moment, she threw a pack of tissues with tears in her eyes and scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Little rednecks are all bad things." Just like this, Qin Zhe came to the meeting alone. The touch of his sister's extremely elastic but still seemed to remain in his hand. He finally understood why some people compared a woman's but to a peach. It was because it was really too similar. Qin Zhe came back to his senses and scanned the people in the meeting room. There were a total of 10 people, including the junior leader of his company's production team and the senior director and scriptwriter from Star Art. Let me first welcome our 2 foreign aides. Qin Zhe smiled and said, I've been busy recently, so I haven't had the time to get in touch with you too. How should I address you? The middle-aged man with glasses got up and introduced himself. My surname is Sun Wuda. Another lean middle-aged man with white hair, but it was hard to tell if it was natural or dyed white. He introduced himself. My surname is Zhao Yuqian. Sun Wood. Zhao Yuqian. The name was given as if it was a joke. Qin Zhe suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and nodded. Thank you for joining us. Everyone, please give us a round of applause. Pa 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 pa. The sounds were endless, each more intense than the last. The 2 senior directors and scriptwriters from Star Art were actually very familiar with the junior leaders of the production team before this. They drank together, chatted together, and even fought together. Recently, the great sword industry has been revived. Even a wildfire can't burn it out, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I'll only tell you about the benefits of the mail industry secretly. Don't spread it out. This is the script. Go back and take a look. Try to get all the preparatory work done within a week. Qin Zhe sent out a few printed copies of the script. There were a total of 4 copies. Imoyu had 1. Zhang Wuda and Zhao Yuqian signed another one, and their scriptwriter signed another one. The others didn't need to look at the script. They were usually in charge of the production team, such as the lighting, equipment, and so on. They didn't need to look at the script. Then, I'll leave the real yellow story to you guys, Qin Zhe said. 1 week should be enough, right? The other preparatory work had already started. The only thing left was the casting, because Qin Zhe didn't give them a complete script. Moreover, the main lead and important supporting roles were all artists under Tianfang. This saved a lot of effort to haggle and bargain with outside artists. If you wanted to find outside artists, they would offer a price of 100 million. Of course, it was just an offer. You could bargain. This was much more humane than a store. When Qin Zhe returned to his office, he thought of something and called his average-looking assistant. Send these 2 scripts to Yi Lu and Qian Shi. Tell Qian Shi that she can choose the role herself. Qin Zhe threw the scripts over. The assistant took the scripts and left. He was very sensible and didn't show any smile. Although I don't know why CEO Qin Zhe doesn't like me. As long as he's in the company, I'll obediently follow him and try not to appear in front of him. This was Qin Bao Bao's assistant's survival rule in the workplace. It was very simple, just a little sad. A soft snort came from his sister who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and reading a book. After the sister finished snorting, she didn't see Qin Zhe move. She secretly peeked at him and found that he was focused on his phone. "Oomph," the sister emphasized. If it was salted fish Zay, he would be sensible and go over to flatter the sister and make her smile. Anyway, to salted fish Zay, the easiest thing in the world was to coax the sister. But Zay King only glanced at her indifferently. "Oomph." The sister snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Zay still ignored her. "Oomph." The sister snorted again. At the same time, she clenched her fists and rotated them from her lower abdomen to the top of her head. Then, she put her fists down and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Zay, wasn't this the signature pose of a fat woman on the internet? How did the sister learn such a naughty pose? It was surprisingly cute. "Sister, what can I do for you?" Zay asked. "Kneel down and lick my feet." Qin Bao's posture was domineering. Zay glared at her. "Your butt is itching again." He got up and walked toward Qin Bao. Qin Bao shrank to the other side of the sofa in fear and said hurriedly, "I'm just joking." Zay sat down and put the sister's long legs on his lap. He gently massaged them. They were cool, smooth, and elastic. It felt good to the touch. "Are you really not going to act in drama?" Although the female lead role is promised to Yi Lu, there are still many outstanding characters in the drama. "If you act well, you'll still benefit greatly from it," Zay said. "Not interested." Qin Bao shook her head. She thought to herself, "And give you a chance to be alone with the wolf in the house? What a joke. With me here, you two can only flirt with each other. Once I leave, you two will become friends or something." She heard this from Zay. Qin Bao wasn't going to take the blame. Xianxia's personal office. She held the script in her hands excitedly and looked at the ordinary-looking assistant. "Really, can I really choose the role?" The assistant nodded and added, "The female lead definitely can't." Xianxia smiled. "Of course I know that. Yi Lu is already half a step into the A-list. I know my limits." The assistant smiled. Xianxia said, "Hua Fei. I want to choose Hua Fei." The assistant said, "I'll help you inform the crew." With that, she left. Xianxia stayed in the office alone and read the script. The script was a very boring genre. It definitely wasn't as interesting as a novel. It wasn't meant for people to read. But to professional actors, a good script could make them obsessed and unable to extricate themselves from it. If they had a pen beside them, they would make many notes. Xianxia was a professional and had received systematic and formal training and education. She became more and more excited and felt that she had chosen the right role. About half an hour later, the office door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Xianxia's manager came in. Her manager obviously wasn't the previous manager. The previous manager was from the original entertainment company. Xianxia and Su Jiao had a falling out with the previous manager. The current manager's surname was Zhou. She was a middle-aged woman who was assigned to her by Tianfeng Entertainment. The two got along quite well. After all, their interests were linked. They were bound together for good and bad. The manager was completely devoted to Xianxia. The manager said, "I don't think the ending for the role of Hua Fei will be good." Xianxia had a small part of the original script, and the manager had seen it too. "Yes, I roughly went through the script just now. Hua Fei is considered the #1 villain. Sister Zhou, take a look." Xianxia handed the script to the manager. The manager took it, but didn't look at it. She advised, "If you want to return to the film industry, you should find some positive roles. This will help you build your image." Xianxia giggled. "What image do I need to build? I'm not a newcomer. To me, roles don't differentiate between good and bad. Instead, they have to hit the soul. This villain role is very challenging and has a lot of scenes. It's almost as good as the female lead. As long as I can take this role, it won't be difficult to return to the film industry. You know Li Wei, right? Before she entered Tianfeng, she was only at the bottom of the B-list. She was only slightly more famous than me. But she acted in 3 of Qin Zay's movies and became more popular with each one. Today, she's already at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. This is the charm of Qin Zay's movies. She repeated in her heart, "It won't be difficult." Xianxia's small chest was burning with raging flames. As a professional and a top performer, she had once become famous in the entertainment industry. She even had the ambition to stand on the stage and win the title of Best Actress one day. But while her dreams were great, the reality was that she was a poor girl with anorexia. Now, she had a chance to clear her name. Just thinking about it made her excited. The script was good, very good. Even though she had been out of the film industry for many years, she still had this ability. Boss Chin was really a strange man. Being multi-talented wasn't enough to describe him. Yi Lu was just as excited as her. According to the news from Yi Lu's assistant, after reading the script, Yi Lu sang and danced in the office. Yi Lu's fame was about the same as Li Wei's. They were both at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. It sounded a bit like a half-step almighty or half-step emperor in fantasy novels. She had acted as the female lead in many movies and dramas, including war dramas. But it had been a long time since she had seen a script that could lift her spirits. There were many good dramas these years, but she had no chance to be the female lead. After the ups and downs in her career, she had a feeling that she would have another chance to rise up. This was her confidence in the script, even though this confidence was mixed with a beautiful vision. Chapter 560. The leaders of the production team spent about a day going through the script. The next day, they started the audition and choosing the roles. The audition would last for 3 days. The audition location was Tianfeng Entertainment's big dance studio. This time, it was open to all the artists. Tianfeng Entertainment had an unspoken rule that artists hated. The leading roles and important supporting roles in their movies and TV series were always provided to the artists under their company. This was understandable. After all, other entertainment companies were like this. With good resources and good roles, they would naturally think of their artists first. But Tianfeng Entertainment was so stingy that the roles they gave out were much fewer than other entertainment companies. But this time, it was a TV series. Naturally, there were several times more roles in a TV series than in a movie. Therefore, many artists came to audition, but they were all not very famous. Director, what do you think of my performance just now? A tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair stood in front of the director's desk. Her hairstyle was somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. Her chestnut-colored hair was slightly curled at the ends. She also had a short pleated skirt. It looked like she was imitating Qin Baobao's clothes. Perhaps she thought that it would add to her image. Qin Baobao rarely dressed like this in public. After all, it was too casual. But she would post some photos on Weibo, such as wearing a pleated skirt or an off-the-shoulder dress, etc. But before posting the photos, she would discuss, approve, with her brother. Only when Qin Zhe felt that there was no problem and that it was not revealing what she posted. It was equivalent to a benefit for fans. This little artist had put in a lot of effort. Sun Wuda handed a resume to Zhao Yuqian. On it was the personal information of this little artist. Jiang Nan, female, graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy. Signed artist of XX Entertainment Company. Participated in productions. Director Zhao Yuqian glanced at it and said, "Go back and wait for news. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." The little artist in the pleated skirt nodded confidently and left the big dance studio. Director Zhao Yuqian and scriptwriter Sun Wuda looked at each other and kept this little artist in the inspection list. Actually, the female artist named Jiang Nan's acting was not outstanding. In fact, she had quite a few flaws. But so what? She's pretty. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were very willing to have in-depth discussions with beautiful little artists and guide them on how to steadily rise in the entertainment industry. You said it was too dirty? Don't mess around. This is how it is in this industry. Then let's meet tonight. Sun Wuda said, "Director Zhao, have you talked to your sister-in-law yet?" Zhao Yuqian nodded. "Yes, tell her that the crew is busy and won't be home for a few days." For people like them who often went out to film, it was common for them to go on long trips. Zhao Yuqian muttered, "They're just a little older. Aren't there any fresh graduates?" Zhao Yuqian preferred younger girls. It was probably because he had seen a lot of flirtatious women, so he was especially fond of pure and soft girls. Flirting, it was especially exciting to teach. Qinze had already delegated most of the matters in the crew to the two of them. The newly promoted director, MOU, also had to learn from them. Absolute power should be enjoyed to the fullest. Following that, They auditioned for a few more roles. As long as it was a pretty little artiste, they would fold the bottom right corner of their profile and mark it. When he felt that there were enough people, Zhao Yuqian put a cigarette in his mouth, but didn't light it. Instead, he said to Sun Wuda beside him, "I have something to do in the afternoon. You stay here and watch. There aren't any particularly important roles." Although they were commissioned by the CEO to act as a friend, they couldn't be too careless with the casting. A few vases were fine, but if they were all vases, it would seriously affect the quality of the TV series. Just then, the dance studio door was pushed open. The person at the door hesitated and then seemed to be pushed from behind. She had no choice but to do something beyond her ability. Screenwriter Sun Wuda's glasses flashed with a sharp light. Director Zhao Yuqian quietly took out the cigarette in his mouth and sat down, as steady as a mountain. Suyu looked back and met the eyes of a few girls who got along well with her through the crack of the door. The girls winked at her and closed the door. "Give me your resume," Sun Wuda said. Suyu calmed herself down and walked over with light steps with a straight face. She handed over her resume, filled with personal information. Throughout the entire process, the two women, who were experienced in the field of flowers and swords, never left Suyu. From her face to her chest, from her chest to her small waist, from her small waist to her slender and straight legs. "What role do you want to play?" Sun Wuda glanced at the resume that couldn't be any simpler and handed it to Zhao Yuqian. He pointed at the words "Backup Artiste of Tianfang Entertainment." Zhao Yuqian looked back at him, indicating that it was fine. "I only want the role of the palace maid. Just give me 15 minutes. Suyu pretended to be calm. 15 minutes? Zhao Yuqian frowned. Suyu quickly changed her words. 10 minutes, no. 5 minutes is fine too. I can act it out live. She looked as calm as an old dog, but she was actually panicking inside. She thought that she had disguised her strong in appearance, but weak in reality, expression very well. But of course, it couldn't fool the two experienced drivers. Zhao Yuqian, on the other hand, was thinking that it was impossible to make a deal with just 15 minutes. "I see that you have good potential and look very smart. How about this? I'll give you a chance. There's a supporting role here that's not bad. I'll give you 20 minutes to act out this small scene. If there's no problem, I'll let you pass and give you the role." Suyu's appearance was elegant and beautiful. Her face was fair and rosy, and her lips were rosy. Her eyes were sparkling, and her nose without black hair made her look especially cute. In school, she was privately named one of the campus belles by the men. Can I?" Suyu was overjoyed. Newcomer, want to be popular, timid. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda labeled her in their hearts. Such a girl was actually very easy to coax and deal with. Profit, especially Zhao Yuqian. Although Suyu's figure was delicate and tender, he liked this kind of thing. Her small, protruding breasts were so tempting in his eyes. He wished he could shoot at the world. The little girl in front of him had an irresistible impulse from beginning to end. He really wanted her to experience a father's love. The part that Suyu got was a rich and colorful inner drama when a palace maid was worried about her master. It was a test of her acting skills, as well as a clarinet scene where she talked to herself. She had always had a good memory. After reciting it a few times, she memorized it easily. But perhaps because she was a little nervous, she stuttered a little. After reluctantly finishing this awkward scene, she looked at Su Yuqian and Sun Wuda anxiously and expectantly. Clap, clap, clap. What responded to her was intense applause. Zhao Yuqian said, "So talented." Sun Wuda said, "Little girl, the crew needs talents like you." Suyu was overjoyed. She didn't want to come, but her cousin called her to come for the audition, so she came. When she said that she wanted to audition, the sisters in the backup artist group all teased her and pushed her over. Do I have a hidden talent in acting? Suyu didn't have a mirror in front of her. Otherwise, she would have denied this idea. Zhao Yuqian said, "Are you free tonight?" Suyu was confused. "What's wrong?" Sun Wuda continued, "Today's audition is about to end. Director Zhao and I will represent the crew to treat the artists who passed the audition to a meal. You must come. We don't want anyone to find excuses to avoid it." So you thought about it. She still had the habit of going home immediately after school. If she didn't go home after work, Her mom and grandma would be worried. But since she was working now, she had to focus on her work. She would call her mom and grandma later to explain that she had to work overtime or something. CEO's office. In the spacious room, Qin Zhe and Yi Lu sat on the brown leather sofa. Qin Bao Bao leaned against the office chair and stared coldly at her brother and Yi Lu, who were talking about the script not far away. This was a rare woman whose legs were comparable to hers. "Oof, your legs are long, but you're ugly. Your legs are so ugly, and you still want to seduce my brother." No wonder Qin Bao Bao looked jealous. Yi Lu didn't hide her admiration for Qin Zhe at all. Her gaze made Qin Bao Bao recall how Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe back then. Now, why was it back then? Yi Lu was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her shoulders and three-quarter pants. Her legs were long and straight. They were indeed beautiful legs that could compete with Qin Bao Bao. She specially came to talk to Qin Zhe about the script. Knowing that he wouldn't be following the crew, she wanted to use the limited time to familiarize herself with the content of the script as soon as possible. She also wanted to ask about the details of how to act. Qin Zhe was surprised when he saw the script filled with summaries. This woman who claimed to be his fan was actually such a hard-working actress. Every time Yi Lu talked, she couldn't help but look back. She only saw Qin Bao Bao leaning against the office chair like a big boss with her eyes closed lazily. But why did she feel like there was a thorn in her back? She couldn't see that when she turned around, Qin Bao Bao would stare at her back with her dead fish eyes. If looks could kill, all 10 sets of revival armor would be on cooldown. Qin Zhe was facing his sister from the side, so he already saw her gaze. His sister with dead fish eyes actually had a cute contrast. Hell, women. Reality proved that being broad-minded wasn't really being broad-minded. Hey, man. The system sneered. The system was more naughty recently. More naughty. More naughty. What does it have to do with you? Qin Zhe listened to Yi Lu's question while replying to the system. The system said, "You're surrounded by long-legged beauties and have long-legged sisters looking at you with jealousy. You're feeling very smug. I think there's a chance to lose the mission." Qin Zhe said, "Bullsh asterisk T chance. There's no chance." As the host, I recalled the fear of becoming a vegetable because I didn't have enough points and the humiliation of being dominated by the system's missions. The system said, "Host, do you want a mission build long Outyan's harem? I think you'll be able to marry 9 wives in the future. You'll be as outstanding as the famous Tang Bohu." Qin Zhe was slightly tempted, but he quickly suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. The system gave out missions with inducements? Was it driven mad by my lackadaisical attitude? Qin Zhe would of course reject such an overboard mission. Don't joke around. If I want to start a harem, all the female artists and singers in Tianfeng can be ridden by me and suck their breasts. As for me, Haizhe King, I'm not afraid at all. Why should I be bound by your mission? Lastly, Tang Bohu doesn't have 9 wives. Who told you that Tang Bohu has 9 wives? I think it's some joker called Zhou Xingxing. The system answered honestly. At this moment, his phone rang. It was his cousin Suyu. Chapter 561. Hello, cousin. I passed the audition. When Qin Zhe picked up the call, Suyu's happy voice could be heard. It was crisp, pleasant, and soft. Not bad, Qin Zhe praised. Suyu added, "The director said I have good potential." Not bad. Qin Zhe smiled. There was a moment of silence. Suyu was a bit disappointed that she didn't hear her cousin's sincere praise. Her cousin loved to touch her head when she was young. He would touch her head whenever they didn't like each other. "Did you tell Auntie and Grandma?" Qin Zhe asked. No, Suyu said softly. Am I the first person you tell the good news to?" Qin Zhe was surprised. He and his sister didn't like to go to their uncle's house to have such an unreliable uncle. Their attitude was cold. At the same time, his cousins also had some grudges against him and his sister. The relationship between cousins wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. It was mainly because he didn't remember much about his childhood. In his childhood, his sister took up 99% of the space. He only vaguely remembered that his relationship with his cousin was pretty good. So you hung up the call in disappointment. "Then I won't bother you anymore." Qin Zhe said, "Okay, call me if you have any problems." Yi Lu sat quietly at the side while he was on the phone. Yi Lu said, CEO Qin, you spent a week writing this script? Xianxia nodded. What? Yi Lu shook her head. I just find it hard to believe. Writing such a script in a week was already hard to believe. Without considering the time, just the quality of the script made her, a capable actress, gasp in amazement. Oh, he was a fast shooter. He wrote songs so fast, too. Xianxia pretended to be pretentious and said lightly, not exactly a week. I've been quite busy these past few days and couldn't find the time. I only wrote the beginning. I started working hard the day before yesterday, and the script was ready. Yi Lu was stunned. So, this should be the basic operation of a fast shooter? Basic, don't be stupid, sit tight. A man could not be a fast shooter, but this man who was a fast shooter felt so charming. Oh, men. Qin Bao Bao muttered disdainfully. Oh, women. Xianxia heard it and sneered. The older sister glared at him fiercely. Due to the presence of outsiders, she didn't PK with her younger brother in real life. Otherwise, she would definitely teach this little pervert a lesson. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Suyu carried her backpack and took a taxi to the hotel. Suyu had never stepped into a hotel of this level before, so she was a little nervous and timid. She pulled on the straps of her backpack, took a deep breath, and stepped in. She went to the private room according to the address in the text message and knocked on the door. You're here. Sun Wuda opened the door. His face was red, and it looked like he had drunk a lot. Suyu stood at the door and pecked at his head. The moment she entered the room, she was stunned. It was different from a scene she had imagined of a group of people sitting around a table. The private room wasn't big because the table itself wasn't big. There were only 3 people at the table. The scriptwriter Sun Wuda, the director Zhao Yuqian, and a beautiful older sister with makeup, fake eyelashes, and chestnut-colored curly hair. Come in. Sun Wuda pulled her in. Suyu was invited to sit beside Zhao Yuqian. When Suyu saw Sun Wuda return to his seat, she hugged the older sister's waist. Director, is it just us? Suyu asked timidly. Yeah, only you and her passed the audition, Zhao Yuqian said. This little sister is so pretty. Jiangnan smiled. Hello, sister, Suyu replied. Both of you are good seedlings worth nurturing, Zhao Yuqian said as he wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. Suyu noticed it, so she turned sideways and blocked it with her elbow. She looked at him with shock and vigilance. This scene made Jiangnan burst into laughter. She raised her glass to dissolve the awkwardness. Director Zhao, let me toast to you. Zhao Yuqian didn't mind and raised his glass with a smile. Zhao Yuqian knew that picking up girls was like cooking, so he didn't show too much of a desire. For the rest of the time, Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, and the others toasted each other, ate, and chatted. Suyu was forced to drink a few cups. Her little face was burning hot and had an intoxicating blush, which was especially attractive. When her face was full, Suyu stopped drinking. At most, she would take a sip. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda tried to persuade her a few times, but the little girl resisted. Zhao Yuqian gave Jiangnan a look. The latter understood. Sister, let me toast to you. Let's get along well after we join the crew. Jiangnan raised her glass. Suyu couldn't refuse her, so she took a sip. Jiangnan finished her glass. She was a good drinker. Let's drink. Cheers, everyone. Suyu had no choice but to drink. She frowned. The smell of beer made her very uncomfortable. It didn't taste as good as Nutri-Express at all. Who would have thought that this cup of wine would be like 2 women who started a conversation? Jiangnan said, Do you like Xianxia? Suyu nodded. Of course. She liked him since she was young. He was a gentle and easy-to-get-along with cousin. Jiangnan raised her glass. Come, let's have another toast. I like Xianxia too. So they had another toast. Jiangnan continued. Don't you think President Qin is amazing? He can do whatever he wants. This is talent. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Among my sisters, there are many who want to marry him. I say, they're all daydreaming. If someone as cute as my sister can climb up in Tianfeng in the future, she might even have a chance to catch President Qin's eye. Such a topic could easily resonate with little girls. It was like a bourgeois woman talking about luxury goods and cosmetics. Jiangnan was very experienced. Suyu smiled awkwardly but politely. Sister, this isn't ancient times. If cousin likes me, the whole family will explode. Boom, the whole family was shocked. Actually, it will be fine to just laugh it off, but Suyu didn't have that kind of social experience. She felt that it was impolite not to reply, so she said, actually, he wasn't like this before. He was even a little stupid. In terms of IQ, her sister could look down on Xianxia. Her cousin could also look down on him. Although Suyu wasn't a top student, she was still a student. For someone like Xianxia, who had worked so hard to muddle his way into an above-average grade, it was indeed ordinary. He could get into the University of Finance and Economics purely because of his grandfather's hard work. He also used his connections to get in through the back door. Otherwise, due to the admission limit, he wouldn't have been able to get in. Uncles love education plus the low cutoff score for locals plus the back door. So you knew all this. Jiangnan frowned slightly. She didn't like what she heard and deliberately said, I'm angry. I'm Xianxia's fan, you know? Your words offended me. It was half true. She was indeed Xianxia's fan. So he was a little embarrassed. Jiangnan said, drink. Punish yourself by drinking 3 glasses. Otherwise, we won't be sisters. Becoming sisters without a word was something that both the boys and girls were quite disgusted with. For example, when the author was in junior high school, he always heard a group of people calling themselves brothers and sworn brothers. It was very awkward. Suyu forced herself to drink 3 glasses. She let out a loud burp. Her face was even redder, and her eyes were a little blurry. It was about time. Zhao Yuqian said, Yu, do you know how many people fight to get a role in Boss Qin's movies, even if it's just a small part? Suyu nodded. She really didn't know. Suyu said, Boss Qin's movies are very good. She always felt that calling him Cousin Boss Qin was very strange and awkward. Every time she didn't pay attention, she would say cousin and then stop. It should be Boss Qin. No one knew that this introverted and shy girl was Xianxia and Qin Baobao's cousin. But even if you're good seedlings, there are many good seedlings in the world. Zhao Yuqian paved the way and painted a big picture. As long as you make a name for yourself, earning money will be like running water. The hard life you had before will all become fleeting. Wearing high-end clothes, walking the red carpet, driving a luxury car with a chauffeur, escorting bodyguards, and a group of crazy fans. You have good looks. As long as you are willing, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Suyu nodded happily. She didn't understand the meaning of Zhao Yuqian's words at all. What you get is proportional to what you put in. Becoming a celebrity is not an easy thing. Zhao Yuqian nodded in satisfaction. Then you know what to do. Suyu nodded and said crisply, I will act well and work hard. Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, Jiangnan, did this girl really not understand? Or was she pretending not to? Zhao Yuqian thought for a while and said, How about this? After dinner, follow me to the room upstairs and we can talk about the script. Suyu exhaled and said, Okay. Halfway through, Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian went to the toilet. This girl is a little innocent. Sun Wuda pushed open the cubicle door one by one. After making sure that there was no one there, he said, That's what makes it interesting. Zhao Yuqian stood in front of the urinal and looked at his bloodshot eyes. Did you bring the medicine? Sun Wuda nodded. Yes, I will give you one later. But I feel that it's not easy to persuade her. Did she agree? Zhao Yuqian waved his hand. She drank so much that she agreed to it half-heartedly. At most, I will chat with her in the room. Sun Wuda said, Will it cause any trouble? I'm worried about Tianfang. What can happen? Zhao Yuqian let out a long sigh. It's like this in our line of work. Tianfang is untainted. Look, Mo, you didn't say anything. In the entertainment industry, only good female artists can make a name for themselves. Qin Baobao is an exception. But how many Xianxia are there in the entertainment industry? When Zhao Yuqian first entered this line of work, he didn't see many chaste women. There were still a few. But slowly, they were all soaked in the industry. He used to like a small-time actress many years ago. At that time, he was still doing odd jobs on the set. The assistant director was his relative. Later, the small-time actress met him and complained tearfully to him. Zhao Yuqian was very angry and went to reason with the director. The director didn't say anything. But that night, he was slapped a few times by the assistant director. The next morning, he saw the small-time actress he liked coming out of the director's room. She had dark circles under her eyes, but she was smiling contentedly. Zhao Yuqian knew that there must have been an indescribable deal last night. He felt that he was really stupid. Because of his relative, he wasn't kicked out of the set. Zhao Yuqian said, "Oh right, are you coming later?" Sun Wuda said, "You go first. I'll come later, but I'm afraid she's young and can't take it. I think we should change to a big suite. Bring Jiang in too. Her persuasion might be better than ours," Zhao Yuqian said. Good idea. When they were in Star Art, these two partners had developed the habit of working together. Chapter 562. After dinner, Suyu followed Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda upstairs to talk about the script. Jiang Nin also went with them. "Turn off your phone, in case a call comes in later and disturbs us," Sun Wuda said. "Okay." Jiang Nin smiled and took out her phone. She demonstrated in front of Suyu and turned off her phone. The three of them looked at Suyu. Suyu hesitated for a moment. "I have to tell my family. If I don't go home late, my mom will be worried." Suyu had never seen the world and didn't even have working experience, but she was not without EQ. She felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. But since it was her cousin's company, she didn't care too much about the twists and turns of the entertainment industry. She didn't want to talk about the script, but her other sister had agreed. She didn't have the courage to refuse. People with little experience and thin skin were easily led and didn't know how to refuse. Zhao Yuqian said, "Just say that you want to talk about the role and rehearse. Tell your mom not to worry." Suyu nodded and rubbed her temples. Her head hurt and she felt like vomiting. "Cousin, I'm talking to the director about the script in the hotel, Liue Hotel on Longhua Street. Is that okay?" After sending the message, she said that she felt nauseous and wanted to go to the toilet to vomit. She didn't receive any messages from her cousin in the 3 minutes she came out of the toilet. Did it mean that there was no problem or that he didn't see it? Suyu didn't think much about it. The alcohol made her brain numb, and she couldn't think carefully. Zhao Yuqian pretended to be relaxed. "Is your phone off?" "Yes." "Let me see." Suyu took out her phone and showed it to him. Zhao Yuqian pressed the button, and the screen didn't light up. He nodded with satisfaction. They went upstairs and opened the door to a spacious suite. This should be the most luxurious suite series in the hotel. There was a balcony, a living room, and 2 rooms. After Jiang Nin entered the room, she threw her bag on the sofa in the living room and smiled flirtatiously. "I'm going to take a shower first." She glanced at Suyu and winked at Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. Suyu was confused. "Let's go to the room." Zhao Yuqian put his arm around Suyu's thin shoulder. Suyu took a step back and kept her last hope. "Where's the script?" Zhao Yuqian sneered. Sun Wuda said, "There's no need for a script. In the film crew, or even in this industry, if the director wants you to act, you can act. Whether or not you have acting skills or a script, it doesn't matter." Suyu didn't say anything and just looked at him. Sun Wuda continued, "Therefore, the director's words are very important. They're so important that they can determine the life and death of a newcomer. Do you understand?" Suyu shook her head. Sun Wuda clicked his tongue. "All right, you'll understand in the future. Little girl, have you ever had a boyfriend?" Suyu shook her head again. The two of them looked at each other with joy in their eyes. "Why did you choose to be an artist?" Sun Wuda asked in a casual tone. "To train myself," Suyu said. It was her wish to train herself during the summer vacation. It was her cousin's wish to have her come for the audition. According to her own heart, being able to get along harmoniously with the backup artist was already something worth celebrating. Her recent goal had already been achieved. She didn't have high expectations for herself. "You've never thought of making money?" Sun Wuda asked. "Making money, of course," Suyu said. With her family's financial situation, if she could earn some money to support the family while working in her cousin's company, her mother would be very happy. "That's right," Sun Wuda sighed. "But money isn't easy to earn, right? No matter what industry it is, it's not easy to earn money. Celebrities are just like writers. Not only is it difficult to earn money, but there are also a lot of haters. After saying a lot, Sun Wuda saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. He said directly, "To be honest, as long as you're willing to communicate with us for a night, you can take the role. Also, if you want to act in the future, we have a quota. Just give us a call." As you know, our director Zhao is a famous director. Suyu wasn't stupid. It was self-evident what a night of communication meant. A 17-year-old girl who was underage and hadn't been exposed to the dark side. She was afraid and at the same time, angry. "I don't want to act. I don't want to." Suyu turned around and left. But Zhao Yuqian, who was beside her, pulled her and made her stumble. Sun Wuda quietly blocked the door. A wave of dizziness and nausea hit her. Suyu's body stiffened. Her cherry mouth panted, and she exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. She was like a frightened elk looking at two wolves. Zhao Yuqian could use force and was confident that he could eliminate the hidden danger, but he was still doing the final thinking. "Don't be nervous. Let's talk." Zhao Yuqian said, "It's not a big deal. Everyone has become. You can't accept it now because you haven't been exposed to it. Jiang is bathing in there. There are too many girls like her. Why are they willing, but you're not? Are you nobler than others? No, they're the ones who have experienced the scenery of the top of the mountain and seen the world that ordinary people can't see in their lifetime. The world of money, the beauty of money, the rich life that people can't extricate themselves from." Zhao Yuqian said, "There are many artists who are willing to take off their clothes, but it doesn't mean that you'll have a chance. Your starting point is higher than theirs. As long as you're willing, you can sign the contract now. You'll enjoy a lot of things, such as fame and fortune. You'll be different from the girls in school. Not only will you enjoy their envious gazes, but you'll also have endless money." Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to paint a big picture first. Suyu said loudly, "I'm going back. You go away." She glared at Sun Wuda. Unfortunately, her delicate appearance didn't have much lethality. Instead, it made the latter stiffen slightly. TSK, the first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, but the first time was often the hardest to overcome. If he let go now, this girl would hit a wall a few times. Who knew? She might be obedient next time. Zhao Yuqian didn't want to wait for the next time. He wasn't Tian Feng's director, so he couldn't just leave after filming this movie. If he could get the most out of Tian Feng in the shortest time possible, that would naturally be the best. Tian Feng needed experienced directors and scriptwriters like them. They were here to help. While getting a handsome reward, they couldn't let go of other benefits. Just like cutting fat, the more benefits they could get, the better. He gave Sun Wuda a look. The latter nodded. Suyu gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, like a small beast baring its teeth. "I don't want your help. My cousin is Xianxia." Xianxia and his sister's bedtime activities were eating desserts and playing cards. Their phones were left in the room. The more successful a person was, the less they cared about their phones. Those who spent their days hugging their phones were people who lacked both mental and physical energy. But it wasn't too late. About 10 minutes later, he saw Suyu's message. His scalp went numb. He dialed the number while running out of the room. Qin Bao Bao was in the living room. She saw him running across the living room and changing his shoes in a hurry. "What are you doing? Going out so late at night?" his sister asked. F***CK. Xianxia cursed. His phone was turned off. Qin Bao Bao chased him to the entrance and asked nervously in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Yeah, might be in trouble." Yeah. Xianxia quickly changed his shoes. "Damn it, isn't she playing a small role? The director seems to be trying to take advantage of her. Didn't you inform the crew? What the F***CK? Did Xiao Long need to take advantage of her? Only an idiot would take advantage of her. But Yaya was too inexperienced. She could easily be led astray." Qin Bao Bao's expression changed slightly. "Didn't you forbid me to say it? Everyone knows she's your cousin. What is she training for?" Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't remember clearly because he had never cared about these things. If Suyu came to the company to gain experience, then so be it. Anyway, when a person achieves success, his relatives can do whatever they want. He had the ability and could provide convenience for them. He had never paid much attention to this cousin of his. So she was auditioning for Xiao Long role. She didn't need to be good at acting for a Xiao Long role. Her small face was enough. Besides, Tianfeng was his company. He was the boss. His territory was dark under the light. Qin Bao Bao shouted anxiously, "I'll go with you." "Where are we going?" Qin Zhe said, "Liyue Hotel, Longhua Street." Qin Zhe opened the door and left. Qin Bao Bao was in her pajamas. She didn't even change her slippers and chased after him. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The siblings' expressions were unusually ugly. Qin Bao Bao wanted to ask when it was, but seeing that her brother had been on the phone, she didn't dare to disturb. The message was from 10 minutes ago. Qin Zhe was a little panicked. He had to make the time difference. Otherwise, even if he went now, the dishes would be cold. But Suyu's phone was turned off again. Talking to the director about the script? Which director? Qin Zhe was calling MOU. If it was him, Qin Zhe would let him know that there was a line in the song. A broken chrysanthemum, full of wounds. It wasn't a joke. The call went through immediately. Qin Zhe said in a low voice, "You're at Liyue Hotel?" MOU was stunned. "I'm at home." "Truth." "What's wrong, boss Qin?" "Give me Zhao Yu's phone number." "Immediately, send me a message." With that, he hung up. About 30 seconds later, when the elevator reached the first floor, a message came in. In addition to Zhao Yu's phone number, there was also a question mark from MOU. Qin Zhe didn't reply. He pressed the number and dialed. Zhao Yu and Sun Wuda looked at each other, full of smiles, but it was just a sneer. Sun Wuda teased, "Is Qin Bao Bao your cousin?" Suyu nodded vigorously. Zhao Yu laughed and said, "Good girl. Actually, Qin Zhe is my long-lost son. Don't be afraid. Come to the room with your uncle tonight for a chat." What a funny little girl. Zhao Yu stood up and tugged at her. "Listen to me. You're rich and famous. Many female artists dream of being with you. If you don't, then you're not obedient. What can a little girl like you do to us?" His phone suddenly rang. Zhao Yu frowned and took it out. It was an unknown number. He hung up. It rang again, and again. Maybe it was something. People of his status often receive calls from unknown people, but it wasn't the kind of trashy advertising or sales calls. It could be looking for cooperation